Chapter 1 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Lardner, Washington, D.C. Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 1. Of Cornet, Joseph Clarke of the Ironsides. It may be, my dear grandchildren, that at one time or another I have told you nearly all the incidents which have occurred during my adventurous life. To your father and to your mother at least, I know that none of them are unfamiliar. Yet when I consider that time wears on and that a grey head is apt to contain a failing memory, I am prompted to use these long winter evenings in putting it all before you from the beginning, that you may have it as one clear story in your minds and pass it on as such to those who come after you. For now that the House of Brunswick is firmly established upon the throne and that peace prevails in the land, it will become less easy for you every year to understand how men felt when Englishmen were in arms against Englishmen, and when he, who should have been the shield and the protector of his subjects, had no thought but to force upon them what they most abhorred and detested. My story is one which you may well treasure up in your memories and tell again to others, for it is not likely that in this whole country of Hampshire, or even perhaps in all England, there is another left alive who is so well able to speak from his own knowledge of these events, or who has played a more forward part in them. All that I know I shall endeavor soberly and in due order to put before you. I shall try to make these dead men quicken into life for your behoof, and to call back out of the mists of the past those scenes which were brisk enough in the acting, though they read so dully and heavily in the pages of the worthy men who have set themselves to record them. Perchance my words, too, might, in the ears of strangers, seem to be but an old man's gossip. To you, however, who know that these eyes which are looking at you looked also at the things which I describe, and that this hand has struck in for a good cause, it will, I know, be different. Bear in mind as you listen that it was your quarrel as well as our own in which we fought, and that if now you grow up to be free men in a free land, privileged to think or to pray as your consciences shall direct, you may thank God that you are reaping the harvest which your fathers sowed in blood and suffering when the Stuarts were on the throne. I was born then, in the year 1664, at Havant, which is a flourishing village a few miles from Portsmouth, off the main London road. And there it was that I spent the greater part of my youth. It is now, as it was then, a pleasant, healthy spot, with 100 or more brick cottages scattered along in a single, irregular street, each with its little garden in front, and maybe a fruit tree or two at the back. In the middle of the village stood the old church with the square tower, and the great sundial like a wrinkle upon its grey, weather-blotched face. On the outskirts the Presbyterians had their chapel. But when the Act of Uniformity was passed, their good minister, Master Breckenridge, whose discourses had often crowded his rude benches, while the comfortable pews of the church were empty, was cast into jail, and his flock dispersed. As to the Independents, of whom my father was one, they also were under the ban of the law, but they attended conventicle at Emsworth, whither we would trudge, rain or shine, on every Sabbath morning. These meetings were broken up more than once, but the congregation was composed of such harmless folk, so well beloved and respected by their neighbors, that the peace officers came after a time to ignore them, and to let them worship in their own fashion. There were papists, too, among us, who were compelled to go as far as Portsmouth for their mass. Thus, you see, Small as was our village, we were a fair miniature of the whole country, for we had our sects and our factions, which were all the more bitter for being confined in so narrow a compass. My father, Joseph Clarke, was better known over the countryside by the name of Ironside Joe, for he had served in his youth in the Yaxley troop of Oliver Cromwell's famous regiment of horse, and had preached so lustily and fought so stoutly that old Noll himself called him out of the ranks after the fight at Dunbar and raised him to a cornetcy. It chanced, however, that having some little time later fallen into an argument with one of his troopers concerning the mystery of the Trinity, the man, who was a half-crazy zealot, smote my father across the face, a favour which he returned by a thrust from his broadsword, which sent his adversary to test in person the truth of his beliefs. In most armies it would have been conceded that my father was within his rights in punishing promptly so rank an act of mutiny. But the soldiers of Cromwell had so high a notion of their own importance and privileges that they resented this summary justice upon their companion. A court-martial sat upon my father, and it is likely that he would have been offered up as a sacrifice to appease the angry soldiery, had not the Lord Protector interfered and limited the punishment to dismissal from the army. Cornet Clarke was accordingly stripped of his buff coat and steel cap and wandered down to Havant, where he settled into business as a leather merchant and tanner, thereby depriving Parliament of as trusty a soldier as ever drew blade in its service. Finding that he prospered in trade, he took as wife Mary Shepstone, a young churchwoman, and I, Micah Clarke, was the first pledge of their union. My father, as I remember him first, was tall and straight, with a great spread of shoulder and a mighty chest. His face was craggy and stern, with large, harsh features, shaggy overhanging brows, high-bridged, fleshy nose, and a full-lipped mouth which tightened and set when he was angry. His grey eyes were piercing and soldier-like, yet I have seen them lighten up into a kindly and merry twinkle. His voice was the most tremendous and awe-inspiring that I have ever listened to. I can well believe what I have heard, that when he chanted the 100th Psalm as he rode down among the blue bonnets at Dunbar, the sound of him rose above the blare of trumpets and the crash of guns like the deep roll of a breaking wave. Yet though he possessed every quality which was needed to raise him to distinction as an officer, he had thrown off his military habits when he returned to civil life. As he prospered and grew rich, he might well have worn a sword, but instead he would ever bear a small copy of the Scriptures bound to his girdle, where other men hung their weapons. He was sober and measured in his speech, and it was seldom, even in the bosom of his own family, that he would speak of the scenes which he had taken part in, or of the great men, Fleetwood and Harrison, Blake and Ireton, Desborough and Lambert, some of whom had been simple troopers like himself when the troubles broke out. He was frugal in his eating, backward in drinking, and allowed himself no pleasures save 3 pipes a day of Oronooko tobacco, which he kept ever in a brown jar by the great wooden chair on the left-hand side of the mantel-shelf. Yet for all his self-restraint, the old leaven would at times begin to work in him and bring on fits of what his enemies would call fanaticism and his friends piety, though it must be confessed that this piety was prone to take a fierce and fiery shape. As I look back, 1 or 2 instances of that stand out so hard and clear in my recollection that they might be scenes which I had seen of late in the playhouse, instead of memories of my childhood more than 80 years ago, when the second Charles was on the throne. The first of these occurred when I was so young that I can remember neither what went before nor what immediately after it. It stuck in my infant mind when other things slipped through it. We were all in the house one sultry summer evening, when there came a rattle of kettle drums and a clatter of hoofs, which brought my mother and my father to the door, she with me in her arms, that I might have the better view. It was a regiment of horse on their way from Chichester to Portsmouth, with colours flying and band playing, making the bravest show that ever my youthful eyes had rested upon. With what wonder and admiration did I gaze at the sleek prancing steeds, the steel morions, the plumed hats of the officers, the scarfs and bandoliers. Never, I thought, had such a gallant company assembled, and I clapped my hands and cried out in my delight. My father smiled gravely and took me from my mother's arms. "Nay, lad," he said, "thou art a soldier's son, and should have more judgment than to commend such a rabble as this. Canst thou not, child as thou art, see that their arms are ill found, their stirrup irons rusted, and their ranks without order or cohesion? Neither have they thrown out a troop in advance, as should even in times of peace be done, and their rear is straggling from here to Bedhampton. Yea," he continued, suddenly shaking his long arm at the troopers and calling out to them, "Ye are corn ripe for the sickle and waiting only for the reapers." Several of them reined up at this sudden outflame. "Hit the crop-eared rascal over the pate, Jack," cried one to another, wheeling his horse around. But there was that in my father's face which caused him to fall back into the ranks again with his purpose unfulfilled. The regiment jingled on down the road, and my mother laid her thin hands upon my father's arm, and lulled with her pretty coaxing ways the sleeping devil which had stirred within him. On another occasion which I can remember, about my 7th or 8th year, his wrath burst out with more dangerous effect. I was playing about him as he worked in the tanning yard one spring afternoon, when in through the open doorway strutted 2 stately gentlemen, with gold facings to their coats and smart cockades at the side of their 3-cornered hats. They were, as I afterwards understood, officers of the fleet who were passing through Havant, and seeing us at work in the yard, designed to ask us some questions as to their route. The younger of the pair accosted my father and began his speech by a great clatter of words which were all High Dutch to me, though I now see that they were a string of such oaths as are common in the mouth of a sailor. Though why the very men who were in most danger of appearing before the Almighty should go out of their way to insult him hath ever been a mystery to me. My father, in a rough, stern voice, bade him speak with more reverence of sacred things, on which the pair of them gave tongue together, swearing tenfold worse than before, and calling my father a canting rogue and a smug-faced presbytery jack. What more they might have said I know not, for my father picked up the great roller wherewith he smoothed the leather, and dashing at them, he brought it down on the side of one of their heads with such a swashing blow that had it not been for his stiff hat, the man would never have uttered oath again. As it was, he dropped like a log upon the stones of the yard, while his companion whipped out his rapier and made a vicious thrust. But my father, who was as active as he was strong, sprung aside, and bringing his cudgel down upon the outstretched arm of the officer, cracked it like the stem of a tobacco pipe. This affair made no little stir, for it occurred at the time when those arch-liars, Oates, Bedloe, and Carstairs, were disturbing the public mind by their rumours of plots, and a rising of some sort was expected throughout the country. Within a few days all Hampshire was ringing with an account of the malcontent tanner of Havant, who had broken the head and the arm of 2 of his Majesty's servants. An inquiry showed, however, that there was no treasonable meaning in the matter, and the officers having confessed that the first words came from them, the justices contented themselves with imposing a fine upon my father and binding him over to keep the peace for a period of 6 months. I tell you these incidents that you may have an idea of the fierce and earnest religion which filled not only your own ancestor, but most of those men who were trained in the parliamentary armies. In many ways they were more like those fanatic Saracens who believe in conversion by the sword than the followers of a Christian creed. Yet they have this great merit, that their own lives were for the most part clean and commendable, for they rigidly adhered themselves to those laws which they would gladly have forced at the sword's point upon others. It is true that among so many there were some whose piety was a shell for their ambition, and others who practiced in secret what they denounced in public. But no cause, however good, is free from such hypocritical parasites. That the greater part of the saints, as they termed themselves, were men of sober and God-fearing lives may be shown by the fact that after the disbanding of the army of the Commonwealth, the old soldiers flocked into trade throughout the country and made their mark wherever they went by their industry and worth. There is many a wealthy business house now in England which can trace its rise to the thrift and honesty of some simple pikeman of Ireton or Cromwell. But that I may help you to understand the character of your great-grandfather, I shall give an incident which shows how fervent and real were the emotions which prompted the violent moods which I have described. I was about 12 at the time. My brothers, Hosea and Ephraim, were respectively 9 and 7, while little Ruth could scarce have been more than 4. It chanced that a few days before a wandering preacher of the Independents had put up at our house, and his religious ministrations had left my father moody and excitable. One night I had gone to bed as usual, and was sound asleep with my 2 brothers beside me, when we were roused and ordered to come downstairs. Huddling on our clothes, we followed him into the kitchen where my mother was sitting pale and scared with Ruth upon her knee. "Gather round me, my children," he said in a deep, reverent voice, "that we may all appear before the throne together. The kingdom of the Lord is at hando. Be ready to receive him. This very night, my loved ones, ye shall see him in his splendor with the angels and the archangels in their might and their glory. At the 3rd hour shall he come, that very 3rd hour which is now drawing upon us." "Dear Joe," said my mother in soothing tones, "thou art scaring thyself and the children to no avail. If the Son of Man be indeed coming, what matters it whether we be abed or afoot?" "Peace, woman," he answered sternly. "Has he not said that he will come like a thief in the night, and that it is for us to await him? Join with me, then, in prayerful outpourings that we may be found as those in bridal array. Let us offer up thanks that he has graciously vouchsafed to warn us through the words of his servant. O great Lord, look down upon this small flock and lead it to the sheepfold. Mix not the little wheat with the great world of chaff. O merciful Father, look graciously upon my wife, and forgive her the sin of Erastianism, she being but a woman and little fitted to cast off the bonds of Antichrist wherein she was born. And these 2, my little ones, Micah and Hosea, Ephraim and Ruth, all named after thy faithful servants of old, O let them stand upon thy right hand this night." Thus he prayed on in a wild rush of burning, pleading words, writhing prostrate upon the floor in the vehemence of his supplication, while we, poor trembling mites, huddled round our mother's skirts, and gazed with terror at the contorted figure seen by the dim light of the simple oil lamp. On a sudden, the clang of the new church clock told that the hour had come. My father sprang from the floor, and rushing to the casement, stared up with wild, expectant eyes at the starry heavens. Whether he conjured up some vision in his excited brain, or whether the rush of feeling on finding that his expectations were in vain was too much for him, it is certain that he threw his long arms upwards, uttered a hoarse scream, and tumbled backwards with foaming lips and twitching limbs upon the ground. For an hour or more my poor mother and I did what we could to soothe him, while the children whimpered in a corner, until at last he staggered slowly to his feet, and in brief, broken words ordered us to our rooms. From that time I have never heard him allude to the matter, nor did he ever give us any reason why he should so confidently have expected the second coming upon that particular night. I have learned since, however, that the preacher who visited us was what was called in those days a Fifth Monarchy man, and that this particular sect was very liable to these premonitions. I have no doubt that something which he had said had put the thought into my father's head, and that the fiery nature of the man had done the rest. So much for your great-grandfather Ironside Joe. I have preferred to put these passages before you, for on the principle that actions speak louder than words, I find that in describing a man's character it is better to give examples of his ways than to speak in broad and general terms. Had I said that he was fierce in his religion and subject to strange fits of piety, the words might have made little impression upon you. But when I tell you of his attack upon the officers in the tanning yard, and his summoning us down in the dead of the night to await the second coming, you can judge for yourselves the lengths to which his belief would carry him. For the rest, he was an excellent man of business, fair and even generous in his dealings, respected by all, loved by few, for his nature was too self-contained to admit of much affection. To us he was a stern and rigid father, punishing us heavily for whatever he regarded as amiss in our conduct. He had a store of such proverbs as, "Give a child its will, and a whelp its fill, and neither will strive," or, "Children are certain cares and uncertain comforts," wherewith he would temper my mother's more kindly impulses. He could not bear that we should play trick-track upon the green, or dance with the other children upon the Saturday night. As to my mother, dear soul, it was her calm, peaceful influence which kept my father within bounds and softened his austere rule. Seldom, indeed, even in his darkest moods, did the touch of her gentle hand and the sound of her voice fail to soothe his fiery spirit. She came of a church stock, and held to her religion with a quiet grip which was proof against every attempt to turn her from it. I imagine that at one time her husband had argued much with her upon Arminianism and the sin of simony, but finding his exhortations useless, he had abandoned the subject save on very rare occasions. In spite of her episcopacy, however, she remained a staunch Whig, and never allowed her loyalty to the throne to cloud her judgment as to the doings of the monarch who sat upon it. Women were good housekeepers fitly years ago, but she was conspicuous among the best. To see her spotless cuffs and snowy kirtle, one would scarcely credit how hard she labored. It was only the well-ordered house and the dustless rooms which proclaimed her constant industry. She made salves and eye-waters, powders and confects, cordials and persico, orange flower water and cherry brandy, each in its due season, and all of the best. She was wise, too, in herbs and simples. The villagers and the farm labourers would rather any day have her advice upon their ailments than that of Dr. Jackson of Purbrook, who never mixed a draught under a silver crown. Over the whole countryside there was no woman more deservedly respected and more esteemed, both by those above her and by those beneath. Such were my parents as I remember them in my childhood. As to myself, I shall let my story explain the growth of my own nature. My brothers and my sister were all brown-faced, sturdy little country children with no very marked trait save a love of mischief controlled by the fear of their father. These, with Martha the serving-maid, formed our whole household during those boyish years when the pliant soul of the child is hardening into the settled character of the man. How these influences affected me, I shall leave for a future sitting, and if I weary you by recording them, you must remember that I am telling these things rather for your profit than for your amusement, that it may assist you in your journey through life to know how another has picked out the path before you. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Of my going to school and of my coming thence. With the home influences which I have described, it may be readily imagined that my young mind turned very much upon the subject of religion, the more so as my father and mother took different views upon it. The old Puritan soldier held that the Bible alone contained all things essential to salvation, and that though it might be advisable that those who were gifted with wisdom or eloquence should expound the Scriptures to their brethren, it was by no means necessary, but rather hurtful and degrading that any organized body of ministers or of bishops should claim special prerogatives, or take the place of mediators between the creature and the Creator. For the wealthy dignitaries of the Church, rolling in their carriages to their cathedrals in order to preach the doctrines of their Master, who wore his sandals out in tramping over the countryside, he professed the most bitter contempt. Nor was he more lenient to those poorer members of the clergy who winked at the vices of their patrons that they might secure a seat at their table, and who would sit through a long evening of profanity rather than bid good-bye to the cheesecakes and the wine flask. That such men represented religious truth was abhorrent to his mind, nor would he even give his adhesion to that form of church government dear to the Presbyterians, where a general council of the ministers directed the affairs of their church. Every man was, in his opinion, equal in the eyes of the Almighty, and none had a right to claim any precedence over his neighbor in matters of religion. The book was written for all, and all were equally able to read it, provided that their minds were enlightened by the Holy Spirit. My mother, on the other hand, held that the very essence of a church was that it should have a hierarchy and a graduated government within itself, with the king at the apex, the archbishops beneath him, the bishops under their control, and so down through the ministry to the common folk. Such was, in her opinion, the church as established in the beginning, and no religion without these characteristics could lay any claim to being the true one. Ritual was to her of as great importance as morality, and if every tradesman and farmer were allowed to invent prayers and change the service as the fancy seized him, it would be impossible to preserve the purity of the Christian creed. She agreed that religion was based upon the Bible, but the Bible was a book which contained much that was obscure, and unless that obscurity were cleared away by a duly elected and consecrated servant of God, a lineal descendant of the disciples, all human wisdom might not serve to interpret it aright. That was my mother's position, and neither argument nor entreaty could move her from it. The only question of belief on which my two parents were equally ardent was their mutual dislike and distrust of the Roman Catholic forms of worship. And in this the churchwoman was every whit as decided as the fanatical independent. It may seem strange to you in these days of tolerance that the adherents of this venerable creed should have met with such universal ill will from successive generations of Englishmen. We recognize now that there are no more useful or loyal citizens in the state than our Catholic brethren, and Mr. Alexander Pope or any other leading papist is no more looked down upon for his religion than was Mr. William Penn for his Quakerism in the reign of King James. We can scarce credit now how noblemen like Lord Stafford, ecclesiastics like Archbishop Plunkett, and commoners like Langhorne and Pickering were dragged to death on the testimony of the vilest of the vile, without a voice being raised in their behalf, or how it could be considered a patriotic act on the part of an English Protestant to carry a flail loaded with lead beneath his cloak as a menace against his harmless neighbors who differed from him on points of doctrine. It was a long madness which has now happily passed off, or at least shows itself in a milder and rarer form. Foolish as it appears to us, there were some solid reasons to account for it. You have read doubtless how, a century before I was born, the great kingdom of Spain waxed and prospered. Her ships covered every sea. Her troops were victorious wherever they appeared. In letters, in learning, in all the arts of war and peace, they were the foremost nation in Europe. You have heard also of the ill blood which existed between this great nation and ourselves, how our adventurers harried their possessions across the Atlantic, while they retorted by burning such of our seamen as they could catch by their devilish inquisition, and by threatening our coasts both from Cadiz and from their provinces in the Netherlands. At last, so hot became the quarrel that the other nations stood off, as I have seen the folk clear a space for the sword players at Hockley in the Hole, so that the Spanish giant and tough little England were left face to fight the matter out. Throughout all that business, it was as the emissary of the Pope and as the avenger of the dishonored Roman Church that King Philip professed to come. It is true that Lord Howard and many other gentlemen of the old religion fought stoutly against the Dons, but the people could never forget that the Reformed faith had been the flag under which they had conquered, and that the blessing of the pontiff had rested with their opponents. Then came the cruel and foolish attempt of Mary to force upon them a creed for which they had no sympathy, and at the heels of it another great Roman Catholic power menaced our liberty from the continent. The growing strength of France promoted a corresponding distrust of papistry in England, which reached a head when, at about the time of which I write, Louis XIV threatened us with invasion at the very moment when, by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, he showed his intolerant spirit toward the faith which we held dear. The narrow Protestantism of England was less a religious sentiment than a patriotic reply to the aggressive bigotry of her enemies. Our Catholic countrymen were unpopular, not so much because they believed in transubstantiation, as because they were unjustly suspected of sympathizing with the Emperor or with the King of France. Now that our military successes have secured us against all fear of attack, we have happily lost that bitter religious hatred, but for which Oates and Dangerfield would have lied in vain. In the days when I was young, special causes had inflamed this dislike and made it all the more bitter because there was a spice of fear mingled with it. As long as the Catholics were only an obscure faction, they might be ignored. But when, towards the close of the reign of the second Charles, it appeared to be absolutely certain that a Catholic dynasty was about to fill the throne, and that Catholicism was to be the court religion and the stepping stone to preferment, it was felt that a day of vengeance might be at hand for those who had trampled upon it when it was defenseless. there was alarm and uneasiness amongst all classes. The Church of England, which depends upon the monarch as an arch depends upon the keystone, the nobility, whose estates and coffers had been enriched by the plunder of the abbeys, the mob, whose ideas of papistry were mixed up with thumbscrews and Fox's martyrology, were all equally disturbed. Nor was the prospect a hopeful one for their cause. Charles was a very lukewarm Protestant, and indeed showed upon his deathbed that he was no Protestant at all. There was no longer any chance of his having legitimate offspring. The Duke of York, his younger brother, was therefore heir to the throne, and he was known to be an austere and narrow papist, while his spouse, Mary of Modena, was as bigoted as himself. Should they have children, there could be no question but that they would be brought up in the faith of their parents, and that a line of Catholic monarchs would occupy the throne of England. To the Church, as represented by my mother, and to nonconformity in the person of my father, this was an equally intolerable prospect. I have been telling you all this old history because you will find, as I go on, that this state of things caused in the end such a seething and fermenting throughout the nation that even I, a simple village lad, was dragged into the whirl and had my whole life influenced by it. If I did not make the course of events clear to you, you would hardly understand the influences which had such an effect upon my whole history. In the meantime, I wish you to remember that when King James II ascended the throne, he did so amid a sullen silence on the part of a large class of his subjects, and that both my father and my mother were among those who were zealous for a Protestant succession. My childhood was, as I have already said, a gloomy one. Now and again, when there chanced to be a fair at Portsdown Hill, or when a passing raree showman set up his booth in the village, my dear mother would slip a penny or two from her housekeeping money into my hand, and with a warning finger upon her lip would send me off to see the sights. These treats were, however, rare events, and made such a mark upon my mind that when I was 16 years of age, I could have checked off upon my fingers all that I have ever seen. There was William Harker the strongman, who lifted Farmer Alcott's roan mare, and there was Tubby Lawson the dwarf, who could fit himself into a pickle jar. These two I well remember from the wonder wherewith they struck my youthful soul. Then there was the show of the playing dolls, and that of the Enchanted Island, and Mynheer Munster from the Lowlands, who could turn himself round upon a tightrope, while playing most sweetly upon a virginal. Last, but far the best in my estimation, was the grand play at the Portsdown Fair entitled The True and Ancient Story of Maudlin, the Merchant's Daughter of Bristol, and of her lover, Antonio. How they were cast away on the shores of Barbary, where the mermaids are seen floating upon the sea and singing in the rocks, foretelling their danger. This little piece gave me keener pleasure than ever in after years. I received from the grandest comedies of Mr. Congreve and of Mr. Dryden, though acted by Kynaston, Betterton, and the whole strength of the King's own company. At Chichester once I remember that I paid a penny to see the left shoe of the youngest sister of Potiphar's wife, but as it looked much like any other old shoe, and was just about the size to have fitted the showwoman, I have often feared that my penny fell into the hands of rogues. There were other shows, however, which I might see for nothing, and yet were more real and every whit as interesting as any for which I paid. Now and again upon a holiday I was permitted to walk down to Portsmouth. Once I was even taken in front of my father upon his pad nag, and there I wandered with him through the streets with wondering eyes, marveling over the strange sights around me, the walls and the moats, the gates and the sentinels, the long long high street with the great government buildings and the constant rattle of drums and blare of trumpets, they made my little heart beat quicker beneath my Sagathy stuff jacket. Here was the house in which some 30 years before the proud Duke of Buckingham had been struck down by the assassin's dagger. There, too, was the governor's dwelling, and I remember that even as I looked, he came riding up to it, red-faced and choleric, with a nose such as a governor should have, and his breast all slashed with gold. "Is he not a fine man?" I said, looking up at my father. He laughed and drew his hat down over his brows. "It is the first time that I have seen Sir Ralph Lingard's face," said he, "but I saw his back at Preston fight. Ah, lad, proud as he looks, if he did but see old Noll climbing in through the door, he would not think it beneath him to climb out through the window." The clank of steel or the sight of a buff coat would always serve to stir up the old Roundhead bitterness in my father's breast. But there were other sights in Portsmouth besides the red coats and their governor. The yard was the second in the kingdom after Chatham, and there was ever some new warship ready upon the slips. Then there was a squadron of king's ships, and sometimes the whole fleet at Spithead, when the streets would be full of sailors, with their faces as brown as mahogany and pigtails as stiff and hard as their cutlasses. To watch their rolling gait and to hear their strange, quaint talk and their tales of the Dutch wars was a rare treat to me, and I had sometimes, when I was alone, fastened myself on to a group of them, and passed the day in wandering from tavern to tavern. It chanced one day, however, that one of them insisted upon my sharing his glass of Canary wine, and afterwards, out of roguishness, persuaded me to take a second, with the result that I was sent home speechless in the carrier's cart, and was never again allowed to go into Portsmouth alone. My father was less shocked at the incident than I should have expected, and reminded my mother that Noah had been overtaken in a similar manner. He also narrated how a certain field chaplain Grant of Desborough's regiment, having after a hot and dusty day drunk sundry flagons of mum, had thereafter sung certain ungodly songs, and danced in a manner unbecoming to his sacred profession. Also how he had afterwards explained that such backslidings were not to be regarded as faults of the individual, but rather as actual obsessions of the evil one, who contrived in his manner to give scandal to the faithful and selected the most godly for his evil purpose. This ingenious defense of the field chaplain was the saving of my back, for my father, who was a believer in Solomon's axiom, had a stout ash stick and a strong arm for whatever seemed to him to be a falling away from the true path. From the day that I first learned my letters from the horn book at my mother's knee, I was always hungry to increase my knowledge, and never a piece of print came in my way that I did not eagerly master. My father pushed the sectarian hatred of learning to such a length that he was averse to having any worldly books within his doors. I was dependent, therefore, for my supply upon one or two of my friends in the village, who lent me a volume at a time from their small libraries. These I would carry inside my shirt, and would only dare to produce when I could slip away into the fields, and lie hid among the long grass, or at night when the rushlight was still burning, and my father's snoring assured me that there was no danger of his detecting me. In this way I worked up from Don Bielianis of Greece and the Seven Champions, through Tarleton's Jests and other such books, until I could take pleasure in the poetry of Waller and of Herrick, or in the plays of Massinger and Shakespeare. How sweet were the hours when I could lay aside all thought of free will and of predestination, to lie with my heels in the air among the scented clover and listen to old Chaucer telling the sweet story of Grisel the patient, or to weep for the chaste Desdemona and mourn over the untimely end of her gallant spouse. There were times as I rose up with my mind full of the noble poetry, and glanced over the fair slope of the countryside, with the gleaming sea beyond it, and the purple outline of the Isle of Wight upon the horizon, when it would be borne in upon me that the being who created all this and who gave man the power of pouring out these beautiful thoughts was not the possession of one sect or another, or of this nation or that, but was the kindly father of every one of the little children whom he had let loose on this fair playground. It grieved me then, and it grieves me now, that a man of such sincerity and lofty purpose as your great-grandfather should have been so tied down by iron doctrines, and should imagine his Creator to be so niggard of his mercy as to withhold it from the 99 in the 100. Well, a man is as he is trained, and if my father bore a narrow mind upon his broad shoulders, he has at least the credit that he was ready to do and to suffer all things for what he conceived to be the truth. If you, my dears, have more enlightened views, take heed that they bring you to lead a more enlightened life. When I was 14 years of age, a yellow-haired, brown-faced lad, I was packed off to a small private school at Petersfield, and there I remained for a year, returning home for the last Saturday in each month. I took with me only a scanty outfit of school books, with Lilly's Latin grammar and Rose's View of All the Religions in the World from the creation down to our own times, which was shoved into my hands by my good mother as a parting present. With this small stock of letters I might have fared badly, had it not happened that my master, Mr. Thomas Chillingfoot, had himself a good library, and took a pleasure in lending his books to any of his scholars who showed a desire to improve themselves. Under this good old man's care, I not only picked up some smattering of Latin and Greek, but I found means to read good English translations of many of the classics, and to acquire a knowledge of the history of my own and other countries. I was rapidly growing in mind as well as in body when my school career was cut short by no less an event than my summary and ignominious expulsion. How this unlooked-for ending to my studies came about, I must now set before you. Petersfield had always been a great stronghold of the church, having hardly a nonconformist within its bounds. The reason of this was that most of the house property was owned by zealous churchmen, who refused to allow anyone who differed from the established church to settle there. The vicar, whose name was Pinfold, possessed in this manner great power in the town, and as he was a man with a high inflamed countenance and a pompous manner, he inspired no little awe among the quiet inhabitants. I can see him now with his beaked nose, his rounded waistcoat, and his bandy legs, which looked as if they had given way beneath the load of learning which they were compelled to carry. Walking slowly, with right hand stiffly extended, tapping the pavement at every step with his metal-headed stick, he would pause as each person passed him and wait to see that he was given the salute which he thought due to his dignity. This courtesy he never dreamed of returning, save in the case of some of his richer parishioners, but if by chance it were omitted, he would hurry after the culprit and, shaking his stick in his face, insist upon his doffing his cap to him. We youngsters, if we met him on our walks, would scuttle by him like a brood of chickens passing an old turkey cock, and even our worthy master showed a disposition to turn down a side street when the portly figure of the vicar was seen rolling in our direction. This proud priest made a point of knowing the history of everyone within his parish, and having learnt that I was the son of an independent, he spoke severely to Mr. Chillingfoot upon the indiscretion which he had shown in admitting me to his school. Indeed, nothing but my mother's good name for orthodoxy prevented him from insisting upon my dismissal. At the other end of the village there was a large day school. A constant feud prevailed between the scholars who attended it and the lads who studied under our master. No one could tell how the war broke out, but for many years there had been a standing quarrel between the two, which resulted in skirmishes, sallies, and ambuscades, with now and then a pitched battle. No great harm was done in these encounters, for the weapons were usually snowballs in winter, and pine cones, or clods of earth in the summer. Even when the contest got closer and we came to fisticuffs, a few bruises and a little blood was the worst that could come of it. Our opponents were more numerous than we, but we had the advantage of being always together and of having a secure asylum upon which to retreat, while they, living in scattered houses all over the parish, had no common rallying point. A stream, crossed by two bridges, ran through the center of the town, and this was the boundary which separated our territories from those of our enemies. The boy who crossed the bridge found himself in hostile country. It chanced that in the first conflict which occurred after my arrival at the school, I distinguished myself by singling out the most redoubtable of our foemen and smiting him such a blow that he was knocked helpless and was carried off by our party as a prisoner. This feat of arms established my good name as a warrior, so I came at last to be regarded as the leader of our forces and to be looked up to by bigger boys than myself. This promotion tickled my fancy so much that I set to work to prove that I deserved it by devising fresh and ingenious schemes for the defeat of our enemies. One winter's evening, news reached us that our rivals were about to make a raid upon us under cover of night, and that they proposed coming by the little-used plank bridge so as to escape our notice. This bridge lay almost out of the town and consisted of a single broad piece of wood without a rail, erected for the good of the town clerk who lived just opposite to it. We proposed to hide ourselves amongst the bushes on our side of the stream and make an unexpected attack upon the invaders as they crossed. As we started, however, I bethought me of an ingenious stratagem which I had read of as being practiced in the German wars. Having expounded it to the great delight of my companions, we took Mr. Chillingfoot's saw and set off for the seat of action. On reaching the bridge, all was quiet and still. It was quite dark and very cold, for Christmas was approaching. There were no signs of our opponents. We exchanged a few whispers as to who should do the daring deed, but as the others shrank from it, and as I was too proud to propose what I dare not execute, I gripped the saw and, sitting astraddle upon the plank, set to work upon the very center of it. My purpose was to weaken it in such a way that, though it would bear the weight of one, it would collapse when the main body of our foemen were upon it, and so precipitate them into the ice-cold stream. The water was but a couple of feet deep at the place, so that there was nothing for them but a fright and a ducking. So cool a reception ought to deter them from ever invading us again and confirm my reputation as a daring leader. Reuben Lockerby, my lieutenant, son of old John Lockerby of the Wheatsheaf, marshalled our forces behind the hedgerow, whilst I sawed vigorously at the plank until I had nearly severed it across. I had no compunction about the destruction of the bridge, for I knew enough of carpentry to see that a skilful joiner could in an hour's work make it stronger than ever by putting a prop beneath the point where I had divided it. When at last I felt by the yielding of the plank that I had done enough, and that the least strain would snap it, I crawled quietly off, and taking up my position with my schoolfellows, awaited the coming of the enemy. I had scarce concealed myself when we heard the steps of someone approaching down the footpath which led to the bridge. We crouched behind the cover, convinced that the sound must come from some scout whom our foeman had sent on in front. A big boy, evidently, for his step was heavy and slow, with a clinking noise mingling with it, of which we could make nothing. Nearer came the sound, and nearer, until a shadowy figure loomed out of the darkness upon the other side, and after pausing and peering for a moment, came straight for the bridge. It was only as he was setting foot upon the plank and beginning gingerly to pick his way across it that we discerned the outlines of the familiar form, and realized the dreadful truth that the stranger whom we had taken for the advance guard of our enemy was in truth none other than Vicar Pinfold, and that it was the rhythmic pat of his stick which we heard mingling with his footfalls. Fascinated by the sight, we lay bereft of all power to warn him, a line of staring eyeballs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps did the haughty churchman take, when there was a rending crack, and he vanished with a mighty splash into the swift-flowing stream. He must have fallen upon his back, for we could see the curved outline of his portly figure standing out above the surface as he struggled desperately to regain his feet. At last he managed to get erect and came spluttering for the bank with such a mixture of godly ejaculations and of profane oaths that even in our terror we could not keep from laughter. Rising from under his feet like a covey of wildfowl, we scurried off across the fields and so back to the school, where, as you may imagine, we said nothing to our good master of what had occurred. The matter was too serious, however, to be hushed up. The sudden chill set up some manner of disturbance in the bottle of sack which the vicar had just been drinking with the town clerk, and an attack of gout set in, which laid him on his back for a fortnight. Meanwhile, an examination of the bridge had shown that it had been sawn across, and an inquiry traced the matter to Mr. Chillingfoot's boarders. To save a wholesale expulsion of the school from the town, I was forced to acknowledge myself as both the inventor and perpetrator of the deed. Chillingfoot was entirely in the power of the vicar, so he was forced to read me a long homily in public, which he balanced by an affectionate leave-taking in private, and to expel me solemnly from the school. I never saw my old master again, for he died not many years afterwards. But I hear that his second son William is still carrying on the business, which is larger and more prosperous than of old. His eldest son turned Quaker and went out to Penn's settlement, where he is reported to have been slain by the savages. This adventure shocked my dear mother, but it found great favor in the eyes of my father, who laughed until the whole village resounded with its stentorian merriment. It reminded him, he said, of a similar stratagem executed at Market Drayton by that God-fearing soldier Colonel Pride, whereby a captain and 3 troopers of Lunsford's own regiment of horse had been drowned, and many others precipitated into a river, to the great glory of the true church and to the satisfaction of the chosen people. Even of the church folk, many were secretly glad at the misfortune which had overtaken the vicar, for his pretensions and his pride had made him hated throughout the district. By this time I had grown into a sturdy, broad-shouldered lad, and every month added to my strength and my stature. When I was 16, I could carry a bag of wheat or a cask of beer against any man in the village, and I could throw the 15-pound putting stone to a distance of 36 feet, which was 4 feet further than could Ted Dawson, the blacksmith. Once, when my father was unable to carry a bale of skins out of the yard, I whipped it up and bare it away upon my shoulders. The old man would often look gravely at me from under his heavy thatched eyebrows, and shake his grizzled head as he sat in his armchair puffing his pipe. "You grow too big for the nest, lad," he would say. "I doubt some of these days you'll find your wings and away." In my heart I longed that the time would come, for I was weary of the quiet life of the village and was anxious to see the great world, of which I had heard and read so much. I could not look southward without my spirit stirring within me as my eyes fell upon those dark waves, the white crests of which are like a fluttering signal, ever waving to an English youth and beckoning him to some unknown
Chapter 3 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Two Friends of My Youth. Be patient, then, while I speak to you of the old friends of my youth, some of whom you may hear more of the hereafter, while others remained behind in the country hamlet, and yet left traces of our early intercourse upon my character which might still be discerned there. Foremost for good amongst all whom I knew was Zachary Palmer, the village carpenter, a man whose aged and labour-warped body contained the simplest and purest of spirits. Yet his simplicity was by no means the result of ignorance, for from the teachings of Plato to those of Hobbes there were few systems ever thought out by man which he had not studied and weighed. Books were far dearer in my boyhood than they are now, and carpenters were less well paid. But old Palmer had neither wife nor child, and spent little on food or raiment. Thus it came about that on the shelf over his bed he had a more choice collection of books, few as they were in number, than the squire or the parson, and these books he had read until he not only understood them himself, but could impart them to others. This white-bearded and venerable village philosopher would sit by his cabin door upon a summer evening, and was never so pleased as when some of the young fellows would slip away from their bowls and their quoit-playing in order to lie in the grass at his feet, and ask him questions about the great men of old, their words and their deeds. But of all the youths, I and Reuben Lockarby, the innkeeper's son, were his two favourites, for we would come from the earliest and stop the latest to hear the old man talk. No father could have loved his children better than he did us, and he would spare no pains to get our callow thoughts, and to throw light upon whatever perplexed or troubled us. Like all growing things, we had run our heads against the problem of the universe. We had peeped and pried with our boyish eyes into those profound depths in which the keenest sighted of the human race had seen no bottom. Yet when we looked around us in our own village world, and saw the bitterness and rancour which pervaded every sect, we could not but think that a tree which bore such fruit must have something amiss with it. This was one of the thoughts unspoken to our parents which we carried to good old Zachary, and on which he had much to say, which cheered and comforted us. "These janglings and wranglings," said he, "are but on the surface, and spring from the infinite variety of the human mind, which will ever adapt a creed to suit its own turn of thought. It is the solid core that underlies every Christian creed which is of importance. Could you but live among the Romans or the Greeks, in the days before this new doctrine was preached, you would then know the change that it has wrought in the world. How this or that text should be construed is a matter of no moment, however warm men may get over it. What is of very greatest moment is that every man should have a good and solid reason for living a simple, cleanly life. This the Christian creed has given us." "I would not have you be virtuous out of fear," he said upon another occasion. "The experience of a long life has taught me, however, that sin is always punished in this world, whatever may come in the next. There is always some penalty in health, in comfort, or in peace of mind to be paid for every wrong. It is with nations as it is with individuals. A book of history is a book of sermons. See how the luxurious Babylonians were destroyed by the frugal Persians, and how these same Persians, when they learned the vices of prosperity, were put to the sword by the Greeks. Read on, and mark how the sensual Greeks were trodden down by the more robust and hardier Romans, and finally how the Romans, having lost their manly virtues, were subdued by the nations of the north. Vice and destruction came ever hand in hand. Thus did Providence use each in turn as a scourge wherewith to chastise the follies of the other. These things do not come by chance. They are part of a great system which is at work in your own lives. The longer you live, the more you will see that sin and sadness are never far apart, and that no true prosperity can exist away from virtue. A very different teacher was the sea dog Solomon Sprent, who lived in the second last cottage on the left-hand side of the main street of the village. He was one of the old tarpaulin breed, who had fought under the Red Cross ensign against Frenchmen, Don, Dutchman, and Moor, until a round shot carried off his foot and put an end to his battles forever. In person he was thin and hard and brown, as lithe and active as a cat, with a short body and very long arms, each ending in a great hand which was ever half closed as though shutting on a rope. From head to foot he was covered with the most marvellous tattooings, done in blue, red, and green, beginning with the Creation upon his neck, and winding up with the Ascension above his left ankle. Never have I seen such a walking work of art. He was wont to say that had he been owned and his body cast upon some savage land, the natives might have learned the whole of the blessed gospel from a contemplation of his carcass. Yet with sorrow I must say that the seaman's religion appeared to have all worked into his skin, so that very little was left for inner use. It had broken out upon the surface, like the spotted fever, but his system was clear of it elsewhere. He could swear in 11 languages and 23 dialects, nor did he ever let his great powers rust for want of practice. He would swear when he was happy, or when he was sad, when he was angry, or when he was loving. But this swearing was so mere a trick of speech, without malice or bitterness, that even my father could hardly deal harshly with the sinner. As time passed, however, the old man grew more sober and more thoughtful, until in his latter days he went back to the simple beliefs of his childhood, and learned to fight the devil with the same steady courage with which he had faced the enemies of his country. Old Solomon was a never-failing source of amusement and of interest to my friend Lockarby and myself. On gala days he would have us in to dine with him, when he would regale us with lobscouse and salmagundi, or perhaps with an outland dish, a pilaw or olla podrida, or fish broiled after the fashion of the Azores, for he had a famous trick of cooking, and could produce the delicacies of all nations. And all the time we were with him he would tell us the most marvellous stories of Rupert, under whom he served; how he would shout from the poop to his squadron to wheel to the right, or to change, or to halt, as the chase might be, as if he were still with his regiment of horse. Of Blake, too, he had many stories to tell. But even the name of Blake was not so dear to our old sailor as was that of Sir Christopher Mings. Solomon had at one time been his coxswain, and could talk by the hour of those gallant deeds which had distinguished him from the day that he entered the navy as a cabin boy until he fell upon his own quarter-deck, a full admiral of the Red, and was borne by his weeping ship's company to his grave in Chatham churchyard. "If so be as there's a jasper sea up aloft," said the old seaman, "I'll wager that Sir Christopher will see that English flag has proper respect paid to it upon it, and that we are not fooled by foreigners. I've served under him in this world, and I ask nothing better than to be his coxswain in the next, if so be as he should chance to have a vacancy for such." These remembrances would always end in the brewing of an extra bowl of punch and the drinking of a solemn bumper to the memory of the departed hero. Stirring as were Solomon Sprent's accounts of his old commanders, their effect upon us was not so great as when, about his second or third glass, the floodgates of his memory would be opened, and he would pour out long tales of the lands which he had visited and the peoples which he had seen. Leaning forward in our seats with our chins resting upon our hands, we two youngsters would sit for hours with our eyes fixed upon the old adventurer, drinking in his words, while he, pleased at the interest which he excited, would puff slowly at his pipe and reel off story after story of what he had seen or done. In those days, my dears, there was no Defoe to tell us the wonders of the world, no Spectator to lie upon our breakfast table, no Gulliver to satisfy our love of adventure by telling us of such adventures as never were. Not once in a month did a common newsletter fall into our hands. Personal hazards, therefore, were of more value than they are now, and the talk of a man like old Solomon was a library in itself. To us it was all real. His husky tones and ill-chosen words were as the voice of an angel, and our eager minds filled in the details and supplied all that was wanting in his narratives. In one evening we have engaged a Sally rover off the Pillars of Hercules. We have coasted down the shores of the African continent, and seen the great breakers of the Spanish Main foaming upon the yellow sand. We have passed the black ivory merchants with their human cargoes. We have faced the terrible storms which blow ever around the Cape de Boa Esperanza. And finally we have sailed away out over the great ocean beyond, amid the palm-clad coral islands, with the knowledge that the realms of Prester John lie somewhere behind the golden haze which shimmers upon the horizon. After such a flight as that we would feel, as we came back to the Hampshire village and the dull realities of country life, like wild birds who had been snared by the fowler and clapped into narrow cages. Then it was that the words of my father, "You will find your wings some day and fly away," would come back to me.
Chapter 4 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 4 of The Strange Fish That We Caught at Spithead. One evening in the month of May, 1685, about the end of the first week of the month, my friend Reuben Lockerby and I borrowed Ned Marley's pleasure boat and went a-fishing out of Langston Bay. At that time I was close on 21 years of age, while my companion was 1 year younger. A great intimacy had sprung up between us, founded on mutual esteem, for he, being a little undergrown man, was proud of my strength and stature, while my melancholy and somewhat heavy spirit took a pleasure in the energy and joviality which never deserted him, and in the wit which gleamed as bright and as innocent as summer lightning through all that he said. In person he was short and broad, round-faced, ruddy-cheeked, and in truth a little inclined to be fat, though he would never confess to more than a pleasing plumpness, which was held, he said, to be the acme of manly beauty amongst the ancients. The stern test of common danger and mutual hardship entitled me to say that no man could have desired a stauncher or more trusty comrade. As he was destined to be with me in the sequel, it was but fitting that he should have been at my side on that May evening, which was the starting point of our adventures. We pulled out beyond the Warner Sands to a place halfway between them and the Nab, where we usually found bass in plenty. There we cast the heavy stone which served us as an anchor overboard, and proceeded to set our lines. The sun, sinking slowly behind a fog bank, had slashed the whole western sky with scarlet streaks, against which the wooden slopes of the Isle of Wight stood out vaporous and purple. A fresh breeze was blowing from the southeast, flecking the long green waves with crests of foam, and filling our eyes and lips with the smack of the salt spray. Over near St. Helens Point, a king's ship was making her way down the channel, while a single large brig was tacking about a quarter of a mile or less from where we lay. So near were we that we could catch a glimpse of the figures upon her deck as she heeled over to the breeze, and could bear the creaking of her yards and the flapping of her weather-stained canvas as she prepared to go about. "Look ye, Mikey," said my companion, looking up from his fishing line, "that is the most weak-minded ship, a ship that'll make no way in the world. See how she hangs in the wind, neither keeping on her course nor tacking. She's a trimmer of the seas, the Lord Halifax of the ocean." "Why, there is something amiss with her," I replied, staring across with hand-shaded eyes. "She yaws about as though there were no one at the helm. Her mainyard goes aback. Now it's forward again. The folk on her deck seem to me to be either fighting or dancing. Up with the anchor, Reuben, and let us pull to her." "Up with the anchor, and let us get out of her way," he answered, still gazing at the stranger. "Why will you ever run that meddlesome head of yours into danger's way? She flies Dutch colours, but who can say, when she really comes, a pretty thing if we were snapped up by a buccaneer and sold in the plantations." "A buccaneer in the Solent!" cried I derisively. "We shall be seeing the black flag in Emsworth Creek next. But hark! What is that?" The crack of a musket sounded from aboard the brig. Then came a moment's silence, and another musket shot rang out, followed by a chorus of shouts and cries. Simultaneously the yards swung round into position, the sails caught the breeze once more, and the vessel darted away on a course which would take her past Bembridge Point out to the English Channel. As she flew along, her helm was put hard, a puff of smoke shot out from her quarter, and a cannon-ball came hopping and splashing over the waves, passing within 100 yards of where we lay. With this farewell greeting she came up into the wind again, and continued her course to the southward. "Hard a grace!" ejaculated Reuben, in loose-lipped astonishment. "The murdering villains!" "I would to the Lord that the king's ship would snap them up," cried I savagely, for the attack was so unprovoked that it stirred my bile. What could the rogues have meant? They're surely drunk or mad. "Pull at the anchor, man! Pull at the anchor!" my companion shouted, springing up from the seat. "I understand it. Pull at the anchor." "What then?" I asked, helping him to haul the great stone up, hand over hand, until it came dripping over the side. "They're not firing at us, lad. They're aiming at someone in the water between us and them. Pull, Micah, put your back into it. Some poor fellow may be drowning." "Why, I declare," said I, looking over my shoulder as I rowed, "there's his head upon the crest of a wave. Easy, or we shall be over him. 2 more strokes and be ready to seize him. Keep up, friend, there's help at hand. Take help to those who need help," said a voice out of the sea. "Zounds, man, keep a pat on your oar. I fear a pat from it very much more than I do the water." These words were delivered in so calm and self-possessed a tone that all concern for the swimmer was set at rest. Drawing in our oars, we faced round to have a look at him. The drift of the boat had brought us so close that he could have grasped the gunwale had he been so minded. "Sapperment," he cried in a peevish voice, "to think of my brother Nona serving me such a trick! What would our blessed mother have said, could she have seen it? my whole kit gone, to say nothing of my venture in the voyage. And now I've kicked off a pair of new jack-boots that cost 16 rix dollars at Vandersetter's at Amsterdam. I can't swim in jack-boots, nor can I walk without them." "Won't you come in out of the wet, sir?" asked Reuben, who could scarce keep serious at the stranger's appearance and address. A pair of long arms shot out of the water, and in a moment, with a lithe, snake-like motion, the man wound himself into the boat and coiled his great length upon the stern-sheets. Very lanky he was, and very thin, with a craggy, hard face, clean-shaven and sunburned, with 1,000 little wrinkles intersecting it in every direction. He had lost his hat, and his short, wiry hair, slightly flecked with gray, stood up in a bristle all over his head. It was hard to guess at his age, but he could scarce have been under his 50th year, though the ease with which he had boarded our boat proved that his strength and energy were unimpaired. Of all his characteristics, however, nothing attracted my attention so much as his eyes, which were almost covered by their drooping lids, and yet looked out through the thin slits which remained with marvellous brightness and keenness. A passing glance might give the idea that he was languid and half asleep, but a closer one would reveal those glittering, shifting lines of light, and warn the prudent man not to trust too much to his first impressions. "I could swim to Portsmouth," he remarked, rummaging in the pockets of his sodden jacket. "I could swim well nigh anywhere. I once swam from Gran on the Danube to Buda, while 100,000 Janissaries danced with rage on the nether bank. I did, by the quays of St. Peter. Wessenberg's Panders would tell you whether Decimus Saxon could swim. Take my advice, young men, and always carry your tobacco in a watertight metal box." As he spoke, he drew a flat box from his pocket and several wooden tubes, which he screwed together to form a long pipe. This he stuffed with tobacco, and having lit it by means of a flint and steel with a piece of touch paper from the inside of his box, he curled his legs under him in Eastern fashion, and settled down to enjoy a smoke. There was something so peculiar about the whole incident, and so preposterous about the man's appearance and actions, that we both broke into a roar of laughter, which lasted until, for very exhaustion, we were compelled to stop. He neither joined in our merriment nor expressed offence at it, but continued to suck away at his long wooden tube with a perfectly stolid and impassive face, save that the half-covered eyes glinted rapidly backwards and forwards from one to the other of us. "You will excuse our laughter, sir," I said at last. "My friend and I are unused to such adventures, and are happy at the happy ending of it. May we ask whom it is we have picked up?" "Decimus Saxon is my name," the stranger answered. "I'm the 10th child of a worthy father, as the Latin implies. There are but 9 betwixt me and an inheritance. Who knows? Smallpox might do it, or the plague." "We heard a shot aboard of the brig," said Reuben. "That was my brother Nonus shooting at me," the stranger observed, shaking his head sadly. "But there was a second shot." "Ah, that was me shooting at my brother Nonus." "Good lack!" I cried. "I trust that thou hast done him no hurt." "But a flesh wound at the most," he answered. "I thought it best to come away, however, lest the affair grow into a quarrel. I am sure that it was he who trained the 9-pounder on me when I was in the water. It came near enough to part my hair. He was always a good shot with a falconet or a mortar-piece. He could not have been hurt, however, to get down from the poop to the main deck in time. There was a pause after this, while the stranger drew a long knife from his belt and cleaned out his pipe with it. Reuben and I took up our oars, and having pulled up our tangled fishing lines, which had been streaming behind the boat, we proceeded to pull in towards the land. "The question now is," said the stranger, "where we are to go to." "We are going down Langston Bay," I answered. "Oh, we are we?" he cried in a mocking voice. "You're sure of it, eh? You're certain we're not going to France? We have a mast, and sail there, I see, and water in the beaker. All we want are a few fish, which I hear are plentiful in these waters, and we might make a push for Barfleur." "We are going down Langston Bay," I repeated coldly. "You see, might is right upon the waters," he explained, with a smile which broke his whole face up into crinkles. "I'm an old soldier, a tough fighting man, and you are two raw lads. I have a knife, and you are unarmed. Do you see the line of argument? The question now is, where are we to go?" I faced round upon him with the oar in my hand. "You boasted that you could swim to Portsmouth," said I. "And so you shall. Into the water with you, you sea viper, or I'll push you in as sure as my name is Micah Clarke. Throw your knife down, or I'll drive the boat-hook through you," cried Reuben, pushing it forward to within a few inches of the man's throat. "Sink me, but this is most commendable," he said, sheathing his weapon, and laughing softly to himself. "I love to draw spirit out of the young fellows. I am the steel, d'ye see, which knocks the valor out of your flint. A notable simile, and one in every way worthy of that most witty of mankind, Samuel Butler." This he continued, tapping a protuberance which I had remarked over his chest. "Is not a natural deformity, but is a copy of that inestimable Hudibras, which combines the light touch of Horace with the broader mirth of Catullus. Hey, what do you think of the criticism?" "Give up that knife," said I sternly. "Certainly," he replied, handing it over to me with a polite bow. "Is there any other reasonable matter in which I can oblige ye? I will give up anything to do ye pleasure, save only my good name and soldierly repute, or this same copy of Hudibras, which, together with a Latin treatise upon the usages of war, written by a Fleming and printed in Liege, in the Lowlands, I do ever bear in my bosom." I sat down beside him with a knife in my hand. "You pull both oars," I said to Reuben. "I'll keep guard over the fellow, and see that he plays us no trick. I believe that you are right, and that he is nothing better than a pirate. He shall be given over to the justices when we get to Havant." I thought that our passenger's coolness deserted him for a moment, and that a look of annoyance passed over his face. "Wait a bit," he said. "Your name, I gather, is Clarke, and your home is Havant. Are you a kinsman of Joseph Clarke, the old Roundhead of that town?" "He is my father," I answered. "Hark to that now," he cried, with a throb of laughter. "I have a trick of falling on my feet. Look at this, lad, look at this." He drew a packet of letters from his inside pocket, wrapped in a bit of tarred cloth, and opening it, he picked one out and placed it upon my knee. "Read," said he. pointing at it with his long, thin finger. It was inscribed in large plain characters, "To Joseph Clarke, leather merchant of Havant, by the hand of Master Decimus Saxon, part owner of the ship Providence, from Amsterdam to Portsmouth." At each side it was sealed with a massive red seal, and was additionally secured with a broad band of silk. "I have 23 of them to deliver in the neighborhood," he remarked. "That shows what folks think of Decimus Saxon. 23 lives and liberties are in my hands. Ah, lad, invoices and bills of lading are not done up in that fashion. It is not a cargo of Flemish skins that is coming for the old man. The skins have good English hearts in them. Aye, and English swords in their fists to strike out for freedom and for conscience. I risk my life in carrying this letter to your father, and you, his son, threaten to hand me over to the justices. For shame! For shame! I blush for you." "I don't know what you're hinting at," I answered. "You must speak plainer if I am to understand you." "Can we trust him?" he asked, jerking his head in the direction of Reuben. "As myself." "How very charming," said he, with something between a smile and a sneer. "David and Jonathan, or to be more classical and less scriptural, Damon and Pythias, eh? These papers, then, are from the faithful abroad, the exiles in Holland, you understand, who are thinking of making a move and of coming over to see King James in his own country with their swords strapped on their thighs. The letters are to those from whom they expect sympathy, and notify when and where they will make a landing. Now, my dear lad, you will perceive that instead of my being in your power, you are so completely in mine that it needs but a word from me to destroy your whole family. Decimus Saxon is staunch, though, and that word shall never be spoken." "If all this be true," said I, "and if your mission is indeed as you have said, why do you even now propose to make for France?" "Aptly asked, and yet the answer is clear enough," he replied. "Sweet and ingenuous as are your faces, I could not read upon them that ye would prove to be Whigs and friends of the good old cause. Ye might have taken me to where excise men or others would have wanted to pry and peep, and so endangered my commission. Better a voyage to France in an open boat than that." "I will take you to my father," said I, after a few moments' thought. "You can deliver your letter and make good your story to him. If you are indeed a true man, you will meet with a warm welcome. But should you prove, as I shrewdly suspect, to be a rogue, you need expect no mercy. Bless the youngster. He speaks like the Lord High Chancellor of England. What is it the old man says? He could not ope his mouth, but out there fell a trope. But it should be a threat, which is the ware in which you are fond of dealing. He could not let a minute pass without a threat." "How's that, eh? Waller himself could not have capped the couplet neater." At this time Reuben had been swinging away at his oars, and we had made our way into Langston Bay, down the sheltered waters of which we were rapidly shooting. Sitting in the sheets, I turned over in my mind all that this waif had said. I had glanced over his shoulder at the addresses of some of the letters. Stedman of Basingstoke, Windle of Arlesford, Fortescue of Bognor, all well-known leaders of the dissenters. If they were what he represented them to be, it was no exaggeration to say that he held the fortunes and fates of these men entirely in his hands. Government would be only too glad to have a valid reason for striking hard at the men whom they feared. On the whole, it was well to tread carefully in the matter, so I restored our prisoner's knife to him and treated him with increased consideration. It was well nigh dark when we beached the boat, and entirely so before we reached Havant, which was fortunate, as the bootless and hatless state of our dripping companion could not have failed to set tongues wagging, and perhaps to excite the inquiries of the authorities. As it was, we scarce met a soul. Chapter 5 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 5. Of the Man with the Drooping Lids. My mother and my father were sitting in their high-backed chairs on either side of the empty fireplace when we arrived, he smoking his evening pipe of Orinoco, and she working at her embroidery. The moment that I opened the door, the man whom I had brought stepped briskly in, and bowing to the old people began to make glib excuses for the lateness of his visit, and to explain the manner in which we had picked him up. I could not help smiling at the utter amazement expressed upon my mother's face as she gazed at him, for the loss of his jack-boots exposed a pair of interminable spindle shanks, which were in ludicrous contrast to the baggy low-country knee-breeches which surmounted them. His tunic was made of coarse, sad-colored kersey stuff with flat new gilded brass buttons, beneath which was a whitish calamanca vest edged with silver. Round the neck of his coat was a broad white collar after the Dutch fashion, out of which his long scraggy throat shot upwards, with his round head and bristle of hair balanced upon the top of it, like the turnip on a stick at which we used to throw at the fairs. In this guise he stood blinking and winking in the glare of light, and pattering out his excuses with as many bows and scrapes as Sir Peter Whitling in the play. I was in the act of following him into the room, when Reuben plucked at my sleeve to detain me. "Nay, I won't come in with you, Micah," said he. "There's mischief likely to come of all this. My father may grumble over his beer jugs, but he's a churchman, and a tantivy for all that. I'd best keep out of it." "You're right," I answered. "There is no need for you to meddle in the business. Be mum as to all you have heard." "Mum as a mouse," said he, and pressing my hand, turned away into the darkness. When I returned to the sitting-room, I found that my mother had hurried into the kitchen, where the crackling of sticks showed that she was busy in building a fire. Decimus Saxon was seated at the edge of the iron-bound oak chest at the side of my father, and was watching him keenly with his little twinkling eyes, while the old man was fixing his horn glasses and breaking the seals of the packet which his strange visitor had just handed to him. I saw that when my father looked at the signature at the end of the long, closely written letter, he gave a whiff of surprise, and sat motionless for a moment or so, staring at it. Then he turned to the commencement, and read it very carefully through, after which he turned it over and read it again. Clearly it brought no unwelcome news, for his eyes sparkled with joy when he looked up from his reading, and more than once he laughed aloud. Finally, he asked the man, Saxon, how it came into his possession, and whether he was aware of the contents. "Why, as to that," said the messenger, "it was handed to me by no less a person than Dicky Rumbold himself, and in the presence of others, whom it's not for me to name. As to the contents, your own sense will tell you that I would scarce risk my neck by bearing a message without I knew what the message was. I am no chicken at the trade, sir. Cartels, pronunciamientos, challenges, flags of truce, and proposals for waffen-stillstands, as the Deutschers call it, they've all gone through my hands, and never one gone astray." "Indeed," quoth my father, "you are yourself one of the faithful." "I trust that I am one of those who are on the narrow and thorny track," said he, speaking through his nose, as was the habit of the extreme sectaries. "A track upon which no prelate can guide us," said my father. "Where man is naught and the Lord is all," rejoined Saxon. "Good, good," cried my father. "Micah, you shall take this worthy man to my room, and see that he hath dry linen and my second best suit of Utrecht velvet. It may serve until his own are dried. My boots, too, may perchance be useful, my riding ones of untanned leather. A hat with silver braiding hangs above them in the cupboard. See that he lacks for nothing which the house can furnish. Supper will be ready when he hath changed his attire. I beg that you will go at once, good Master Saxon, lest you take a chill." "There is but one thing we have omitted," said our visitor, solemnly rising up from his chair and clasping his long nervous hands together. "Let us delay no longer to send up a word of praise to the Almighty for his manifold blessings, and for the mercy wherewith he plucked me and my letters out of the deep, even as Jonah was saved from the violence of the wicked ones who hurled him overboard, and it may be fired falconets at him, though we are not so informed in Holy Writ. Let us pray, my friends." Then in a high-toned, chanting voice, he offered up a long prayer of thanksgiving, winding up with a petition for grace and enlightenment for the house and all its inmates. Having concluded by a sonorous amen, he at last suffered himself to be led upstairs, while my mother, who had slipped in and listened with much edification to his words, hurried away to prepare him a bumper of green usquebaugh with 10 drops of Daffy's elixir therein, which was her sovereign recipe against the effects of a soaking. There was no effect in life, from a christening to a marriage, but had some appropriate food or drink in my mother's vocabulary, and no ailment for which she had not some pleasant cure in her well-stocked cupboards. Master Decimus Saxon, in my father's black Utrecht velvet and untanned riding boots, looked a very different man to the bedraggled castaway who had crawled like a conger eel into our fishing boat. It seemed as if he had cast off his manner with his raiment, for he behaved to my mother during supper with an air of demure gallantry which sat upon him better than the pert and flippant carriage which he had shown towards us in the boat. Truth to say, if he was now more reserved, there was a very good reason for it, for he played such havoc amongst the eatables that there was little time for talk. At last, after passing from the round of cold beef to a capon pasty, and topping up with a 2-pound perch, washed down by a great jug of ale, he smiled upon us all, and told us that his fleshly necessities were satisfied for the nonce. "It is my rule," he remarked, "to obey the wise precept which advises a man to rise from table feeling that he could yet eat as much as he has partaken of." "I gather from your words, sir, that you have yourself seen hard service," my father remarked, when the board had been cleared and my mother had retired for the night. I am an old fighting man," our visitor answered, screwing his pipe together, "a lean old dog of the holdfast breed. This body of mine bears the mark of many a cut and slash received, for the most part, in the service of the Protestant faith, though some few were caught for the sake of Christendom in general when warring against the Turk. There is blood of mine, sir, spotted all over the map of Europe. Some of it, I confess, was spilled in no public cause, but for the protection of mine own honour, in the private duello or holmgang, as it was called among the nations of the north. It is necessary that a cavallero of fortune, being for the greater part a stranger in a strange land, should be somewhat nice in matters of the sort, as it were, as the representative of his country, whose good name should be more dear to him than his own. Your weapon on such occasion was, I suppose, the sword?" my father asked, shifting uneasily in his seat, as he would do when his old instincts were waking up. "Broadsword, rapier, Toledo, spontoon, battle-axe, pike or half-pike, morgenstern, and halbert. I speak with all due modesty, but with backsword, sword and dagger, sword and buckler, single falchion, case of falchions, or any other such exercise, I will hold mine own against any man that ever wore neat's leather, save only my elder brother Quartus." "By my faith," said my father, with his eyes shining, "were I 20 years younger, I should have at you. My backsword play hath been thought well of by stout men of war. God forgive me that my heart should still turn to such vanities." "I've heard godly men speak well of it," remarked Saxon. "Master Richard Rumbold himself spake of your deeds of arms to the Duke of Argyle. Was there not a Scotsman, one Store or Stour?" Aye, Store of Drumlithie. I cut him nigh to the saddle bow in a skirmish on the eve of Dunbar. So Dickie Rumbold had not forgotten it, eh? He was a hard one both at praying and at fighting. We have ridden knee to knee in the field, and we have sought truth together in the chamber. So Dick will be in harness once again. He could not be still if a blow were to be struck for the trampled faith. If the tide of war set in this direction, I too. Who knows? Who knows? "And here is a stout man at arms," said Saxon, passing his hand down my arm. "He hath thew and sinew, and can use proud words too upon occasion, as I have good cause to know, even in our short acquaintance. Might it not be that he too should strike in this quarrel?" "We shall discuss it," my father answered, looking thoughtfully at me from under his heavy brows. "But I pray you, friend Saxon, to give us some further account upon these matters. My son Micah, as I understand, hath picked you out of the waves. How come you there?" Decimus Saxon puffed at his pipe for a minute or more in silence, as one who is marshalling facts, each in its own due order. "It came about in this wise," he said at last. "When John of Poland chased the Turk from the gates of Vienna, peace broke out in the principalities, and many a wandering cavaliero like myself found his occupation gone. There was no war waging, save only some petty Italian skirmish, in which a soldier could scarce expect to reap either dollars or repute. So I wandered across the continent, much cast down at the strange peace which prevailed in every quarter. At last, however, on reaching the Lowlands, I chanced to hear that the Providence, owned and commanded by my two brothers, Nonus and Quartus, was about to start from Amsterdam for an adventure to the Guinea coast. I proposed to them that I should join them, and was accordingly taken into partnership on condition that I paid 1/3 of the cost of the cargo. While waiting at the port, I chanced to come across some of the exiles, who, having heard of my devotion to the Protestant cause, brought me to the Duke and to Master Rumbold, who committed these letters to my charge. This makes it clear how they came into my possession, but not how you and they came into the water, my father suggested. Why, that was but the veriest chance, the adventurer answered, with some little confusion of manner. It was the fortuna belli, or more properly Pachus. I had asked my brothers to put into Portsmouth that I might get rid of these letters, on which they replied, in a boorish and unmannerly fashion, that they were still waiting for the 1,000 guineas which represented my share of the venture. To this I answered, with brotherly familiarity, that it was a small thing, and should be paid for out of the profits of our enterprise. Their reply was that I had promised to pay the money down, and that money down they must have. I then proceeded to prove, both by the Aristotelian and by the Platonic or deductive method, that having no guineas in my possession, it was impossible for me to produce 1,000 of them, at the same time pointing out that the association of an honest man in the business was in itself an ample return for the money, since their own reputations had been somewhat blown on. I further offered in the same frank and friendly spirit to meet either of them with sword or with pistol, a proposal which should have satisfied any honor-loving cavaliero. Their base mercantile souls prompted them, however, to catch up 2 muskets, one of which Nonus discharged at me, and it is likely that Quartus would have followed suit had I not plucked the gun from his hand and unloaded it to prevent further mischief. In unloading it, I fear that one of the slugs blew a hole in brother Nonus. Seeing that there was a chance of further disagreements aboard the vessel, I at once decided to leave her, in doing which I was forced to kick off my beautiful jack-boots, which were said by Van Setters himself to be the finest pair that ever went out of his shop, square-toed, double-soled. Alas, alas! Strange that you should have been picked up by the son of the very man to whom you had a letter. The working of Providence, Saxon answered. I have 22 other letters which must all be delivered by hand. If you will permit me to use your house for a while, I shall make it my headquarters. Use it as though it were your own, said my father. Your most grateful servant, sir, he cried, jumping up and bowing with his hand over his heart. This is indeed a haven of rest, after the ungodly and profane company of my brothers. Shall we then put up a hymn, and retire from the business of the day? My father willingly agreed, and we sang O Happy Land, after which our visitor followed me to his room, bearing with him the unfinished bottle of Usquebaugh, which my mother had left on the table. He took it with him, he explained, as a precaution against Persian ague, contracted while battling against the Ottoman, and liable to recur at strange moments. I left him in our best spare bedroom, and returned to my father, who was still seated, heavy with thought, in his old corner. "What think you of my find, Dad?" I asked. "A man of parts and of piety," he answered, but in truth he has brought me news, so much after my heart, that he could not be unwelcome, were he the Pope of Rome. What news, then? This, he cried joyously, plucking the letter out of his bosom. I will read it to you, lad. Nay, perhaps I had best sleep the night upon it, and read it to-morrow when our heads are clearer. May the Lord guide my path, and confound the tyrant. Pray for light, boy, for Chapter 6 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 6 of The Letter That Came from the Lowlands. In the morning I was up betimes, and went forthwith, after the country fashion, to our guest's room, to see if there was aught in which I could serve him. On pushing at his door, I found that it was fastened, which surprised me the more, as I knew that there was neither key nor bolt upon the inside. On my pressing against it, however, it began to yield, and I could then see that a heavy chest, which was used to stand near the window, had been pulled round in order to shut out any intrusion. This precaution, taken under my father's roof, as though he were in a den of thieves, angered me, and I gave a butt with my shoulder, which cleared the box out of the way, and enabled me to enter the room. The man Saxon was sitting up in bed, staring about him as though he were not very certain for the moment where he was. He had tied a white kerchief round his head by way of night-bonnet, and his hard-visaged, clean-shaven face, looking out through this, together with his bony figure, gave him some resemblance to a gigantic old woman. The bottle of usquebaugh stood empty by his bedside. Clearly his fears had been realized, and he had had an attack of the Persian ague. "Ah, my young friend," he said at last, "is it then the custom of this part of the country to carry your visitors' rooms by storm or escalado in the early hours of the morning?" "Is it the custom," I answered sternly, "to barricade up your door when you're sleeping under the roof-tree of an honest man? What did you fear, that you should take such a precaution?" "Nay, you are indeed a spitfire," he replied, sinking back upon the pillow and drawing the clothes round him. "A Feuerkopf, as the Germans call it, or sometimes Tollkopf, which in its literal significance meaneth a fool's head. Your father was, as I have heard, a strong and a fierce man, when the blood of youth ran in his veins. But you, I should judge, are in no way behind him. Know then that the bearer of papers of import, documenta preciosa sed periculosa, is bound to leave naught to chance, but to guard in every way the charge which hath been committed to him. True it is that I am in the house of an honest man, but I know not who may come or who may go during the hours of the night. Indeed, for the matter of that, but enough is said, I shall be with you anon." "Your clothes are dry and are ready for you," I remarked. "Enough, enough," he answered. "I have no quarrel with the suit which your father has lent me. It may be that I have been used to better, but they will serve my turn. The camp is not the court." It was evident to me that my father's suit was infinitely better, both in texture and material, than that which our visitor had brought with him. As he had withdrawn his head, however, entirely beneath the bedclothes, there was nothing more to be said, so I descended to the lower room, where I found Toy Father busily engaged fastening a new buckle to his sword belt, while my mother and the maid were preparing the morning meal. "Come into the yard with me, Micah," quoth my father. "I would have a word with you." The workmen had not yet come to their work, so we strolled out into the sweet morning air, and seated ourselves on the low stone embankment on which the skins are dressed. "I have been out here this morning trying my hand at the broadsword exercise," said he. "I find that I am as quick as ever on a thrust, but my cuts are sadly stiff. I might be of use at a pinch, but alas, I am not the same swordsman who led the left troop of the finest horse regiment that ever followed a kettle drum. The Lord hath given, and the Lord hath taken away. Yet if I am old and worn, there is the fruit of my loins to stand in my place, and to wield the same sword in the same cause. You shall go in my place, Micah." "Go? Go whither?" "Hush, lad, and listen. Let not your mother know too much, for the hearts of women are soft. When Abraham offered up his eldest born, I trow that he said little to Sarah on the matter. Here is the letter. Know you who this Dicky Rumbold is?" "Surely I have heard you speak of him as an old companion of yours. The same, a staunch man and true. So faithful was he, faithful even to slaying, that when the army of the righteous dispersed, he did not lay aside his zeal with his buff coat. He took to business as a maltster at Hoddesdon, and in his house was planned the famous Rye House plot, in which so many good men were involved." "Was it not a foul assassination plot?" I asked. "Nay, nay, be not led away by terms. It is a vile invention of the malignants that these men planned assassination. What they would do they proposed doing in broad daylight, 30 of them against 50 of the Royal Guard, when Charles and James passed on their way to Newmarket. If the royal brothers got pistol, bullet, or sword stab, it would be in an open fight, and at the risk of their attackers. It was give and take, and no murder." He paused and looked inquiringly at me, but I could not truthfully say that I was satisfied, for an attack upon the lives of unarmed and unsuspecting men, even though surrounded by a bodyguard, could not, to my mind, be justified. "When the plot failed," my father continued, "Rumbold had to fly for his life, but he succeeded in giving his pursuers the slip, and in making his way to the Lowlands. There he found that many enemies of the government had gathered together. Repeated messages from England, especially from the western counties and from London, assured them that if they would but attempt an invasion, they might rely upon help both in men and in money. They were, however, at fault for some time for want of a leader of sufficient weight to carry through so large a project. But now at last they have one, who is the best that could have been singled out. None other than the well-beloved Protestant chieftain, James, Duke of Monmouth, son of Charles II. "Illegitimate son," I remarked. "That may or may not be. There are those who say that Lucy Walters was a lawful wife. Bastard or no, he holds the sound principles of the true church, and he's beloved by the people. Let him appear in the West, and soldiers will rise up like the flowers in the springtime." He paused, and led me away to the farther end of the yard, for the workmen had begun to arrive, and to cluster round the dipping trough. "Monmouth is coming over," he continued, "and he expects every brave Protestant man to rally to his standard. The Duke of Argyle is to command a separate expedition which will set the Highlands of Scotland in a blaze. Between them they hope to bring the persecutor of the faithful on his knees. But I hear the voice of the man Saxon, and I must not let him say that I have treated him in a churlish fashion. Here is the letter, lad. Read it with care. And remember that when brave men are striving for their rights, it is fitting that one of the old rebel house of Clarke should be among them. I took the letter, and wandering off into the fields, I settled myself under a convenient tree, and set myself to read it. This yellow sheet which I now hold in my hand is the very one which was brought by Decimus Saxon, and read by me that bright May morning under the hawthorn shade. I give it to you as it stands. To my friend and companion in the cause of the Lord Joseph Clarke. Know, friend, that aid and delivery is coming upon Israel, and that the wicked king and those who uphold him shall be smitten and entirely cast down, until their place in the land shall know them no more. Hasten, then, to testify to thy own faith, that in the day of trouble ye be not found wanting. It has chanced from time to time that many of the suffering church, both from our own land and from among the Scots, have assembled in this good Lutheran town of Amsterdam, until enough are gathered together to take a good work in hand. For amongst our own folk there are my Lord Grey of Wark, Wade, Dare of Taunton, Ayloffe, Holmes, Hollis, Goodenough, and others whom thou shalt know. Of the Scots there are the Duke of Argyle, who has suffered sorely for the Covenant, Sir Patrick Hume, Fletcher of Salton, Sir John Cochrane, Dr. Ferguson, Major Elphiston, and others. To these we would fain have added Locke and old Hal Ludlow, but they are, as those of the Laodicean church, neither cold nor warm. It has now come to pass, however, that Monmouth, who has long lived in dalliance with the Midianitish woman known by the name of Wentworth, has at last turned to higher things, and has consented to make a bid for the crown. It was found that the Scots preferred to follow a chieftain of their own, and it has therefore been determined that Argyle, MacCallum Moor, as the breechless savages of Inverary call him, shall command a separate expedition, landing upon the western coast of Scotland. There he hopes to raise 5,000 Campbells, and to be joined by all the Covenanters and western Whigs, men who would make troops of the old breed, had they but God-fearing officers, with an experience of the chance of fields and the usages of war. With such a following he should be able to hold Glasgow, and to draw away the king's force to the north. Ayloffe and I go with Argyle. It is likely that our feet may be upon Scottish ground before thy eyes read these words. The stronger expedition starts with Monmouth, and lands at a fitting place in the west, where we are assured that we have many friends. I cannot name the spot, lest this letter miscarry, but thou shalt hear anon. I have written to all good men along the coast, bidding them to be prepared to support the rising. The king is weak, and hated by the greater part of his subjects. It doth but need one good stroke to bring his crown in the dust. Monmouth will start in a few weeks, when his equipment is finished, and the weather favorable. If thou canst come, mine old comrade, I know well that thou wilt need no bidding of mine to bring thee to our banner. Should perchance a peaceful life and waning strength forbid thy attendance, I trust that thou wilt wrestle for us in prayer, even as the holy prophet of old. And perchance, since I hear that thou hast prospered according to the things of this world, thou mayest be able to fit out a pikeman or two, or to send a gift towards the military chest, which will be none too plentifully lined. We trust not to gold, but to steel, and to our own good cause. Yet gold will be welcome none the less. Should we fall like men and Christians. Should we succeed, we shall see how the perjured James, the persecutor of the saints, with a heart like a nether millstone, the man who smiled when the thumbs of the faithful were wrenched out of their sockets at Edinburgh, we shall see how manfully he can bear adversity when it falls to his lot. May the hand of the Almighty be over us. I know little of the bearer of this, save that he professes to be of the elect. Shouldst thou go to Monmouth's camp, see that thou take him with thee, for I hear that he hath had good experience in the German, Swedish, and Ottoman wars. Yours in the faith of Christ, Richard Rumbold. Present my services to thy spouse. Let her read Timothy chapter 2, 9th to 15th verses. This long letter I read very carefully, and then, putting it in my pocket, returned indoors to my breakfast. My father looked at me, as I entered, with questioning eyes, but I had no answer to return him, for my own mind was clouded and uncertain. That day Decimus Saxon left us, intending to make a round of the country and to deliver his letters, but promising to be back again ere long. We had a small mishap ere he went, for as we were talking of his journey, my brother Hosea must needs start playing with my father's powder flask, which in some way went off with a sudden fluff, spattering the walls with fragments of metal. So unexpected and loud was the explosion that both my father and I sprang to our feet, but Saxon, whose back was turned to my brother, sat foursquare in his chair without a glance behind him or a shade of change in his rugged face. As luck would have it, no one was injured, not even Hosea, but the incident made me think more highly of our new acquaintance. As he started off down the village street, his long stringy figure and strange gnarled visage, with my father's silver-braided hat cocked over his eye, attracted rather more attention than I cared to see, considering the importance of the missives which he bore and the certainty of their discovery should he be arrested as a masterless man. Fortunately, however, the curiosity of the country folk did but lead them to cluster round their doors and windows, staring open-eyed, while he, pleased at the attention which he excited, strode along with his head in the air and a cudgel of mine twirling in his hand. He had left golden opinions behind him. My father's good wishes had been won by his piety and by the sacrifices which he claimed to have made for the faith. My mother he had taught how wimples are worn amongst the Serbs, and had also demonstrated to her a new method of curing marigolds in use in some parts of Lithuania. For myself, I confess that I retained a vague distrust of the man, and was determined to avoid putting faith in him more than was needful. At present, however, we had no choice but to treat him as an ambassador from friends. And what was I to do? Should I follow my father's wishes and draw my maiden sword on behalf of the insurgents? Or should I stand aside and see how events shape themselves? It was more fitting that I should go than he, but on the other hand, I was no keen religious zealot. Papistry, church, dissent, I believed that there was good in all of them, but that not one was worth the spilling of human blood. James might be a perjurer and a villain, but he was, as far as I could see, the rightful king of England, and no tales of secret marriages or black boxes could alter the fact that his rival was apparently an illegitimate son, and as such ineligible to the throne. Who could say what evil act upon the part of a monarch justified his people in setting him aside. Who was the judge in such a case? Yet, on the other hand, the man had notoriously broken his own pledges, and that surely should absolve his subjects from their allegiance. It was a weighty question for a country-bred lad to have to settle, and yet settled it must be, and that speedily. I took up my hat and wandered away, down the village street, turning the matter over in my head. But it was no easy thing for me to think seriously of anything in the hamlet, for I was in some way, my dear children, though I say it myself, a favourite with the young and with the old, so that I could not walk 10 paces without some greeting or address. There were my own brothers trailing behind me, Baker Mitford's children tugging at my skirts, and the millwrights, 2 little maidens, one on either hand. Then, when I had persuaded these young rompers to leave me, out came Dame Fullerton, the widow, with a sad tale about how her grindstone had fallen out of its frame, and neither she nor her household could lift it in again. That matter I set straight and proceeded on my way. But I could not pass the sign of the Wheat Sheaf without John Lockerby, Reuben's father, plunging out at me, insisting upon my coming in with him for a morning cup. "The best glass of mead in the countryside, and brewed under my own roof," said he proudly, as he poured it into the flagon. "Why, bless you, Master Micah, a man with a frame like yours wants store o' good malt to keep it up wi', and malt like this is worthy of a good frame to contain it," quoth Reuben, who was at work among the flasks. "What think ye, Micah?" said the landlord. "There was the Squire o' Milton over here yester morning wi' Johnny Fernley o' the Bankside, and they will have it that there's a man in Fareham who could wrestle you the best of 3 and find your own grip for a good round stake." "Tut, tut," I answered. "You would have me like a prize mastiff, showing my teeth to the whole countryside. What matter if the man can throw me, or I him?" "What matter? Why, the honour of Havant," quoth he. "Is there no matter? But you are right," he continued, draining off his horn. "What is all this village life with its small successes to such as you? You're as much out of your place as a vintage wine at a harvest supper. The whole of broad England, and not the streets of Havant, is the fit stage for a man of your kidney. What have you to do with the beating of skins and the tanning of leather?" "My father would have you go forth as a knight-errant, Micah," said Reuben, laughing. "You might chance to get your own skin beaten and your own leather tanned." "Who ever knew so long a tongue in so short a body?" cried the innkeeper. "But in good sooth, Master Micah, I am in sober earnest when I say that you are indeed wasting the years of your youth, when life is sparkling and clear, and that you will regret it when you have come to the flat and flavourless dregs of old age." "There spoke the brewer," said Reuben. "But indeed, Micah, my father is right. For all that, he hath such a hops and water manner of putting it." "I will think over it," I answered, and with a nod to the kindly couple proceeded on my way. Zachariah Palmer was planing a plank as I passed. Looking up, he bade me good morrow. "I have a book for you, lad," he said. "I have but now finished the Comus," I answered, for he had lent me John Milton's poem. "But what is this new book, Daddy?" "It is by the learned Locke, and treateth of states and statecraft. It is but a small thing, but if wisdom could show in the scales, it would weigh down many a library. You shall have it when I have finished it, tomorrow, mayhap, or the day after. A good man is Master Locke. Is he not at this moment a wanderer in the Lowlands, rather than bow his knee to what his conscience approved not of? There are many good men among the exiles, are there not? Said I. The pick of the country, he answered. Ill fares the land that drives the highest and bravest of its citizens away from it. The day is coming, I fear, when every man will have to choose betwixt his beliefs and his freedom. I am an old man, Micah boy, but I may live long enough to see strange things in this once Protestant kingdom. But if these exiles had their way, I objected, they would place Monmouth upon the throne, and so unjustly alter the succession. Nay, nay, old Zachary answered, laying down his plane. If they use Monmouth's name, it is but to strengthen their cause, and to show that they have a leader of repute. Were James driven from the throne, the Commons of England in Parliament assembled would be called upon to name his successor. There are men at Monmouth's back who would not stir unless this were so. Then, Daddy, said I, since I can trust you, and since you will tell me what you really think, would it be well if Monmouth's standard be raised, that I should join it? The carpenter stroked his white beard and pondered for a while. It is a pregnant question, he said at last, and yet methinks that there is but one answer to it, especially for your father's son. Should an end be put to James's rule, it is not too late to preserve the nation and its old faith. But if the disease is allowed to spread, it may be that even the tyrant's removal would not prevent his evil seed from sprouting. I hold, therefore, that should the exiles make such an attempt, it is the duty of every man who values liberty of conscience to rally round them. And you, my son, the pride of the village, what better use could you make of your strength than to devote it to helping to relieve your country of this insurmountable yoke? It is treasonable and dangerous counsel which might lead to a short shrift and a bloody death. But as the Lord liveth, if you were child of mine, I should say the same. So spoke the old carpenter with a voice which trembled with earnestness, and went to work upon his plank once more, while I, with a few words of gratitude, went on my way, pondering over what he had said to me. I had not gone far, however, before the hoarse voice of Solomon Sprent broke in upon my meditations. "Hoy there, ahoy!" he bellowed, though his mouth was but a few yards from my ear. "Would you come across my hoss without slacking way? Clew up, d'ye see, clew up." "Why, Captain," I said, "I did not see you. I was lost in thought." "All adrift and without lookouts," quoth he, pushing his way through the break in the garden hedge. "Odds niggers, man, friends are not so plentiful, d'ye see, that you need pass 'em by without a dip of the ensign. So help me, if I had had a barker, I'd have fired a shot across your bows." "No offence, Captain," said I, for the veteran appeared to be nettled. "I have much to think of this morning." "And so have I, mate," he answered, in a softer voice. "What think ye of my rig, eh?" He turned himself slowly round in the sunlight as he spoke, and I perceived that he was dressed with unusual care. He had a blue suit of broadcloth trimmed with 8 rows of buttons, and breeches of the same material with great bunches of ribbon at the knee. His vest was of lighter blue, picked out with anchors in silver, and edged with a finger's breadth of lace. His boot was so wide that he might have had his foot in a bucket, and he wore a cutlass at his side, suspended from a buff belt, which passed over his right shoulder. "I've had a new coat of paint all over," said he with a wink. "Caramba! The old ship is watertight yet. What would you say now, were I to sling my hawser over a little scow and take her in tow?" "A cow?" I cried. "A cow? What do you take me for? A wench, man, and as tight a little craft as ever sailed into the port of wedlock." "I have heard no better news for many a long day," said I. "I did not even know that you were betrothed. When, thou, is the wedding to be?" "Go slow, friend. Go slow, and heave your lead line. You've got out of your channel, and are in shoal water. I never said as how I was betrothed." "What then?" I asked. "I'm getting up anchor now to run down to her and summon her. Look ye, lad," he continued, plucking off his cap and scratching his ragged locks, "I've had to do wi' wenches enow from the Levant to the Antilles, wenches such as a sailorman meets, who are all paint and pocket. It's but the heaving of a hand grenade, and they strike their colours. This is a craft of another guess build, and unless I steer wi' care, she may put one in between wind and water before I so much as know that I'm engaged. What think you, eh? Shall I lay myself boldly alongside, d'ye see, and ply her with small arms, or shall I work myself clear and try a long-range action? I'm none of your slippery, grease-tongued, longshore lawyers, but if so be as she's willing for a mate, I'll stand by her in wind and weather, whether my planks hold out." "I can scarce give advice in such a case," said I, "for my experience is less than yours. I should say, though, that you had best speak to her from your heart, in plain sailor language." "Aye, aye, she can take it or leave it. Phoebe Dawson it is, the sister of the blacksmith. Let us work back and have a drop of the right Nance before we go. I have an anchor newly come, which never paid the king a groat." "Nay, you had best leave it alone," I answered. "Say you so? Well, mayhap you're right. Throw off your moorings, then, and clap on sail, for we must go." "But I am not concerned," said I. "Not concerned? Not?" He was too much overcome to go on, and could but look at me with a face full of reproach. "I thought better of you, Micah. Would you let this crazy old hulk go into action, and not stand by to fire a broadside? What would you have me do then?" "Why, I would have you help me as the occasion may arise. If I start to board her, I would have to work across the bows, so as to rake her. Should I range up to the larboard quarter? Do you lie on the starboard? If I get crippled, do you draw her fire until I refit?" "What, man, you would not desert me?" The old seaman's tropes and maritime conceits were not always intelligible to me, but it was clear that he had set his heart upon my accompanying him, which I was equally determined not to do. At last, by much reasoning, I made him understand that my presence would be more hindrance than help, and would probably be fatal to his chances of success. "Well, well," he grumbled at last, "I've been concerned in no such expedition before, and it be the custom for single ships to engage. I'll stand to it alone. You shall come with me as consort, though, and stand to and fro in the offing, or sink me if I stir a step." My mind was full of my father's plans, and of the courses which lay before me, There seemed to be no choice, however, as old Solomon was in dead earnest, but to lay the matter aside for the moment and see the upshot of this adventure. "Mind, Solomon," said I don't cross the threshold." Aye, mate, you can please yourself. We have to beat up against the wind all the way. She's on the lookout, for I hailed her yesternight and let her know as how I should bear down on her about 7 bells of the morning watch. I was thinking as we trudged down the road that Phoebe would need to be learned in sea terms to make out the old man's meaning, when he pulled up short and clapped his hands to his pockets. "Zounds!" he cried, "I have forgot to bring a pistol." "In heaven's name," I said in amazement, "what could you want with a pistol?" "Why, to make signals with," said he. "Odds me, that I should have forgot it. How is one's consort to know what is going forward when the flagship carries no artillery? Had the lass been kind, I should have fired 1 gun, that you might know it." "Why," I answered, "if you come not out, I shall judge that all is well. If things go amiss, I shall see you soon." "Aye, or stay, I'll hoist a white jack at the porthole." A white jack means that she hath hauled down her colours. Nombre de Dios, when I was a powder boy in the old ship Lion, the day that we engaged the Spiritus Sanctus of 2 tier of guns, the first time that ever I heard the screech of ball, my heart never thumped as it does now. What say ye if we run back with a fair wind and broach that anchor of Nance? "Nay, stand to it, man," said I, for by this time we had come to the ivy-clad cottage, behind which was the village smithy. What, Solomon, an English seaman never feared a foe, either with petticoats or without them. "No, curse me if he did," quoth Solomon, squaring his shoulders. "Never a one, Don, devil, or Dutchman. So here goes for her." So saying, he made his way into the cottage, leaving me standing by the garden wicket, half amused and half annoyed at this interruption to my musings. As it proved, the sailor had no great difficulty with his suit, and soon managed to capture his prize, to use his own language. I heard from the garden the growling of his gruff voice, and a good deal of shrill laughter ending in a small squeak, which meant, I suppose, he was coming to close quarters. Then there was silence for a little while, and at last I saw a white kerchief waving from the window, and perceived, moreover, that it was Phoebe herself who was fluttering it. Well, she was a smart, kindly-hearted lass, and I was glad in my heart that the old seaman should have such a one to look after him. Here, then, was one good friend settled down finally for life. Another warned me that I was wasting my best years in the hamlet. A third, the most respected of all, advised me openly to throw in my lot with the insurgents, should the occasion arise. If I refused, I should have the shame of seeing my aged father setting off for the wars, whilst I lingered at home. And why should I refuse? Had it not long been the secret wish of my heart to see something of the great world, and what fairer chance could present itself? My wishes, my friend's advice, and my father's hopes all pointed in the one direction. "Father," said I, when I returned home, "I am ready to go where you will." "May the Lord be glorified," he said solemnly. "May he watch over your young life, and keep your heart steadfast to the cause which is assuredly his." And so, my dear grandsons, the great resolution was taken, and I found myself committed to one side in the national quarrel. End of Chapter 7 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 7 of the Horseman who rode from the west. My father set to work forthwith preparing for our equipment, furnishing Saxon out as well as myself on the most liberal scale, for he was determined that the wealth of his age should be as devoted to the cause as was the strength of his youth. These arrangements had to be carried out with the most extreme caution, for there were many prelatists in the village, and in the present disturbed state of the public mind, any activity on the part of so well-known a man would have at once attracted attention. So carefully did the wary old soldier manage matters, however, that we soon found ourselves in a position to start at an hour's notice without any of our neighbors being a whit the wiser. His first move was to purchase through an agent 2 suitable horses at Chichester Fair, which were conveyed to the stables of a trusty Whig farmer living near Portchester, who was ordered to keep them until they were called for. Of these animals one was a mottled grey, of great mettle and power, standing 17½ hands high, and well up to my weight, for in those days, my dears, I had not laid on flesh, and weighed a little under 16 stone for all my height and strength. A critic might have said that Covenant, for so I named my steed, was a trifle heavy about the head and neck, but I found him a trusty, willing brute, with great power and endurance. Saxon, who when fully accoutred could scarce have weighed more than 12 stone, had a light bay Spanish jennet of great speed and spirit. This mare he named Chloe, after a godly maiden of his acquaintance, though, as my father remarked, there was a somewhat ungodly and heathenish smack about the appellation. These horses and their harness were brought and held ready, without my father appearing in the matter in any way. This important point having been settled, there was the further question of arms to be discussed, which gave rise to much weighty controversy between Decimus Saxon and my father, each citing many instances from their own experiences where the presence or absence of some taslet or arm guard had been of the deepest import to the wearer. Your great-grandfather had set his heart upon my wearing the breastplate which still bore the dints of the Scottish spears at Dunbar, but on trying it on we found it was too small for me. I confess that this was a surprise, for when I looked back at the awe with which I had regarded my father's huge proportions, it was marvellous to me to have this convincing proof that I had outgrown him. By ripping down the side leather and piercing holes through which a lace could be passed, my mother managed to arrange it so that I could wear it without discomfort. A pair of taslets or high pieces, with guards for the upper arm and gauntlets, were all borrowed from the old parliamentary equipment, together with the heavy sword and a pair of horse pistols which formed the usual weapons of a cavalier. My father had chosen me a headpiece in Portsmouth, fluted with good barrets, padded inside with soft leather, very light and yet very strong. When fully equipped, both Saxon and my father agreed that I had all the requisite for a well-appointed soldier. Saxon had purchased a buff coat, a steel cap, and a pair of jack-boots, so that with the rapier and pistols which my father had presented him with, he was ready to take the field at any time. There would, we hoped, be no great difficulty in our reaching Monmouth's forces when the hour came. In those troublous times, the main roads were so infested by highwaymen and footpads that it was usual for travellers to carry weapons and even armour for their protection. There was no reason, therefore, why our appearance should excite suspicion. Should questions be asked, Saxon had a long story prepared, to the effect that we were travelling to join Henry Somerset, Duke of Beaufort, to whose household we belonged. This invention he explained to me with many points of corroboration, which I was to furnish, but when I said positively that I should rather be hanged as a rebel than speak a falsehood, he looked at me open-eyed and shook his head as one much shocked. A few weeks of campaigning, he said, would soon cure me of my squeamishness. For himself, no more truthful child had ever carried a horn-book, for he had learned to lie upon the Danube and looked upon it as a necessary part of the soldier's upbringing. For what are all stratagems, ambuscades, and outfalls but lying upon a large scale? He argued. What is an adroit commander but one who hath a facility for disguising the truth? When at the battle of Senlac William the Norman ordered his men to feign flight, in order that they might break his enemy's array, a wile much practised both by the Scythians of old and by the Croats of our own day. Pray, what is it but the acting of a lie? Or when Hannibal, having tied torches to the horns of great droves of oxen, caused the Roman consuls to imagine that his army was in retreat, was it not a deception or infraction of the truth? A point well brought out by a soldier of repute in the treatise. An in bello dolo uti liciat, an apud hostes falsi loquio uti liciat. And so, if after these great models, I, in order to gain mine ends, do announce that we are bound to Beaufort, when we are in truth making for Monmouth, is it not in accord with the usages of war and the customs of great commanders? All which specious argument I made no attempt to answer, beyond repeating that he might avail himself of the usage, but that he must not look at me for corroboration. On the other hand, I promised to hold my speech, and to say nothing which might hamper him, with which pledge he was forced to be contented. And now at last, my patient listeners, I shall be able to carry you out of the humble life of the village, and to cease my gossip of the men who were old when I was young, and who are now lying this many a year in the Bedhampton churchyard. You shall come with me now, and you shall see England as it was in those days, and you shall hear of how we set forth to the wars, and of all the adventures which overtook us. And if what I tell you should ever chance to differ from what you have read in the book of Mr. Coke, or of Mr. Old Mixon, or of any one else who has set these matters down in print, do ye bear in mind that I am telling of what I saw with these very eyes, and that I have helped to make history, which is a higher thing than to write it. It was then, towards nightfall upon the 12th day of June, 1685, that the news reached our part of the country that Monmouth had landed the day before at Lyme, a small seaport on the boundary between Dorsetshire and Devonshire. A great beacon blaze upon Portsdown Hill was the first news that we had of it. And then came a rattling and a drumming from Portsmouth, where the troops were assembled under arms. Mounted messengers clattered through the village street with their heads low on their horses' necks. For the great tidings must be carried to London, that the governor of Portsmouth might know how to act. We were standing at the doorway in the gloaming, watching the coming and the going, and the line of beacon fires which were lengthening away to the eastward, when a little man galloped up to the door and pulled his panting horse up. "Is Joseph Clarke here?" he asked. "I am he," said my father. "Are these men true?" he whispered, pointing with his whip at Saxon and myself. "Then the trysting place is Taunton. Pass it on to all whom ye know. Give my horse a bait and a drink, I beg of ye, for I must get on my way." My young brother, Hosea, looked at the tired creature while we brought the rider inside and drew him a stoup of beer. A wiry, sharp-faced man he was, with a birthmark upon his temple. His face and clothes were caked with dust, and his limbs were so stiff from the saddle that he could scarce put one foot before another. "One horse hath died under me," he said, "and this can scarcely last another 20 miles. I must be in London by morning, for we hope that Danvers and Wildman may be able to raise the city. Yester evening I left Monmouth's camp. His blue flag floats over Lyme." "What force hath he?" my father asked anxiously. "He hath brought over leaders. The force must come from you folk at home. He has with him Lord Grey of Wark, with Wade, the German Bice, and 80 or 100 more. Alas, that 2 who came are already lost to us. It is an evil, evil omen." "What is amiss, then?" "Dare, the goldsmith of Taunton, hath been slain by Fletcher of Salton in some child's quarrel about a horse. The peasants cried out for the blood of the Scot, and he was forced to fly aboard the ships. A sad mishap it is, for he was a skilful leader and a veteran soldier." "Aye, aye," cried Saxon impatiently. "There will be some more skilful leaders and veteran soldiers in the West presently to take his place. But if he knew the usages of war, how came it that he should fight upon a private quarrel at such a time?" He drew a flat brown book from his bosom and ran his long thin finger down the table of contents. "Subsectio nona. Here is the very case set forth. An in halo publico provocatus ad duellum privitae amicitiae causa declinare possit," in which the learned Fleming layeth it down that a man's private honor must give way to the good of the cause. Did it not happen, in my own case, that on the eve of the raising of the Anlagerung of Vienna, we stranger officers had been invited to the tent of the general? It chanced that a red-headed Irisher, one O'Daffy, an ancient in the regiment of Pappenheimer, did claim precedence of me on the ground of superiority of blood. On this I drew my glove across his face, not, mark you, in anger, but as showing that I differed in some degree from his opinion, at which dissent he did at once offer to sustain his contention. But I, having read this subsection to him, did make it clear to him that we could not in honour settle the point until the Turk was chased from the city. So after the onfall— "Nay, sir, I may hear the narrative some future day," said the messenger, staggering to his feet. "I hope to find a relay at Chichester, and time presses. Work for the cause now, or be slaves for ever. Farewell." He clambered into his saddle, and we heard the clatter of his hoofs dying away down the London road. "The time hath come for you to go, Micah," said my father solemnly. "Nay, wife, do not weep, but rather hearten the lad on his way by a blithe word and a merry face. I need not tell you to fight manfully and fearlessly in this quarrel. Should the tide of war set in this direction, you may find your old father riding by your side. Let us now bow down and implore the favor of the Almighty upon this expedition." We all knelt down in the low-roofed, heavy-raftered room, while the old man offered up an earnest, strenuous prayer for our success. Even now, as I speak to ye, that group rises up before mine eyes. I see once again your ancestor's stern, rugged face, with his brows knitted and his corded hands writhed together in the fervor of his supplication. My mother kneels beside him with the tears trickling down her sweet, placid face, stifling her sobs lest the sound of them make my leave-taking more bitter. The children are in the sleeping-room upstairs, and we hear the patter of their bare feet upon the floor. The man Saxon sprawls across one of the oaken chairs, half kneeling, half reclining, with his long legs trailing out behind, and his face buried in his hands. All round, in the flickering light of the hanging lamp, I see the objects which have been so familiar to me from childhood: the settle by the fireplace, the high-backed, stiff-elbowed chairs, the stuffed fox above the door, the picture of Christian viewing the promised land from the summit of the Delectable Mountains, all small trifles in themselves, but making up among them the marvellous thing we call home, the all-powerful lodestone, which draws the wanderer's heart from the farthest end of the earth. Should I ever see it again, save in my dreams, I who was leaving the sheltered cove to plunge into the heart of the storm? The prayer finished, we all rose, with the exception of Saxon, who remained with his face buried in his hands for a minute or so before starting to his feet. I shrewdly suspect that he had been fast asleep, though he explained that he had paused to offer up an additional supplication. My father placed his hands upon my head and invoked the blessings of heaven upon me. He then drew my companion aside, and I heard the jingling of coin, from which I judged that he was giving him something wherewith to start upon his travels. My mother clasped me to her heart and slipped a small square of paper into my hand, saying that I was to look at it at my leisure, and that I should make her happy if I would but conform to the instructions contained in it. This I promised to do, and tearing myself away, I set off down the darkened village street, with my long-limbed companion striding by my side. It was close upon 1 in the morning, and all the country folk had been long abed. Passing the Wheatsheaf and the house of old Solomon, I could not but wonder what they would think of my martial garb were they afoot. I had scarce time to form the same thought before Zachary Palmer's cottage, when his door flew open, and the carpenter came running out with his white hair streaming in the fresh night breeze. "I've been waiting for you, Micah," he cried. "I had heard that Monmouth was up, and I knew that you would not lose a night ere starting. God bless you, lad, God bless you. Strong of arm and soft of heart, tender to the weak and stern to the oppressor, you have the prayers and the love of all who know you." I pressed his extended hands, and the last I saw of my native hamlet was the shadowy figure of the carpenter as he waved his good wishes to me through the darkness. We made our way across the fields to the house of Whittier, the Whig farmer, where Saxon got into his war harness. We found our horses ready saddled and bridled, for my father had at the first alarm sent a message across that we should need them. By 2 in the morning we were breasting Portsdown Hill, armed, mounted, and fairly started.
Chapter 8 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 8 of Our Start for the Wars. All along the ridge of Portsdown Hill we had the lights of Portsmouth and of the harbour ships twinkling beneath us on the left, while on the right the forest of Barra was ablaze with the signal fires which proclaimed the landing of the invader. One great beacon throbbed upon the summit of Butser, while beyond that, as far as eye could reach, twinkling sparks of light showed how the tidings were being carried north into Berkshire and eastward into Sussex. Of these fires some were composed of faggots piled into heaps, and others of tar barrels set upon poles. We passed one of these last just opposite to Portchester, and the watchers around it, hearing the tramp of our horses and the clank of our arms, set up a loud huzza, thinking doubtless that we were king's officers bound for the west. Master Decimus Saxon had flung to the winds the precise demeanour which he had assumed in the presence of my father, and rattled away with many a jest and scrap of rhyme or song as we galloped through the darkness. "Gadzooks," said he frankly, "it is good to be able to speak freely without being expected to tag every sentence with a hallelujah or an amen." "You were ever the leader in those pious exercises," I remarked dryly. "Aye, indeed, you have nicked it there. If a thing must be done, then take a lead in it, whatever it may be. A plaguy good precept, which has stood me in excellent stead before now. I cannot bear in mind whether I told you how I was at one time taken prisoner by the Turks and conveyed to Stamboul. There were 100 of us or more, but the others either perished under the bastinado or are to this day chained to an oar in the Imperial Ottoman galleys, where they are like to remain until they die under the lash, or until some Venetian or Genoese bullet finds its way into their wretched carcasses. I alone came off with my freedom. "And pray, how did you make your escape?" I asked. "By the use of the wit wherewith Providence hath endowed me," he answered complacently. "For, seeing that their accursed religion is the blind side of these infidels, I did set myself to work upon it. To this end I observed the fashion in which our guard performed their morning and evening exercises, and having transformed my doublet into a praying cloth, I did imitate them, save only that I prayed at greater length and with more fervour." "What?" I cried in horror. "You did pretend to be a Mussulman?" "Nay, there was no pretence. I became a Mussulman. That, however, betwixt ourselves, as it might not stand me in very good stead with some Reverend Aminadab, font of grace, in the rebel camp, who is no admirer of Mahmoud." I was so astounded at the impudence of this confession, coming from the mouth of one who had been leading the exercises of a pious Christian family, that I was fairly bereft of speech. Decimus Saxon whistled a few bars of a sprightly tune, and then continued. "My perseverance in these exercises soon led to my being singled out from among the other prisoners, until I so prevailed upon my jailers that the doors were opened for me, and I was allowed out on condition of presenting myself at the prison gates once a day. What use, think ye, did I make of my freedom?" "Nay, you are capable of anything," said I. "I set off forthwith to their chief mosque, that of St. Sophia. When the doors opened and the muezzin called, I was ever the first to hurry into devotions, and the last to leave them. Did I see a Mussulman strike his head upon the pavement, I would strike mine twice. Did I see him bend and bow, I was ready to prostrate myself. In this way, ere long, the piety of the converted Giaour became the talk of the city, and I was provided with a hut in which to make my sacred meditations. Here I might have done well, and indeed I had well nigh made up my mind to set up as a prophet and write an extra chapter to the Koran, when some foolish trifle made the faithful suspicious of my honesty. It was but some nonsense of a wench being found in my hut by some who came to consult me upon a point of faith, but it was enough to set their heathen tongues wagging, so I thought it wisest to give them the slip in a Levantine coaster, and leave the Koran uncompleted. It is perhaps as well, for it would be a sore trial to have to give up Christian women and pork, for their garlic-breathing auris and accursed kebabs of sheep's flesh. We had passed through Fareham and Botley during this conversation, and were now making our way down the Bishopstoke road. The soil changes about here from chalk to sand, so that our horses' hoofs did but make a dull, subdued rattle, which was no bar to our talk, or rather to my companions, for I did little more than listen. In truth, my mind was so full of anticipations of what was before us, and of thoughts of the home behind, that I was in no humour for sprightly chatter. The sky was somewhat clouded, but the moon glinted out between the rifts, showing us the long road which wound away in front of us. On either side were scattered houses with gardens sloping down toward the road. The heavy, sickly scent of strawberries was in the air. "Hast ever slain a man in anger?" asked Saxon as we galloped along. "Never," I answered. "Ha! You will find that when you hear the clink of steel against steel and see your foeman's eyes, you will straightway forget all rules, maxims, and precepts of the fence which your father or others may have taught you." "I have learned little of the sort," said I. "My father did but teach me to strike an honest, downright blow. This sword can shear through a square inch of iron bar." "Scanderbeg's sword must have Scanderbeg's arm," he remarked. "I have observed that it is a fine piece of steel, one of the real old text compellers and psalm expounders, which the faithful drew in the days of yore, when they would prove their religion orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks." "You have not fenced much, then?" "Scarce at all," said I. "It is as well. With an old and tried swordsman like myself, knowledge of the use of his weapon is everything. But with a young Hotspur of your temper, strength and energy go for much. I have oft remarked that those who are most skilled at the shooting of the popinjay, the cleaving of the Turk's head, and other such sports, are ever laggards in the field. Had the popinjay a crossbow as well, and an arrow on the string, or had the Turk a fist as well as a head, our young gallant's nerves would scarce be as steady over the business. I make no doubt, Master Clarke, that we shall make trusty comrades. What saith old Butler? Never did trusty squire with knight, or knight with squire, e'er jump more right. I have scarce dared to quote Hudibras for these weeks past, lest I should set the covenant fermenting in the old man's veins. "If we are indeed to be comrades," said I sternly, "you must learn to speak with more reverence and less flippancy of my father, who would assuredly never have harboured you had he heard the tale which you have told me even now." "Belike not," the adventurer answered, chuckling to himself. "It is a long stride from a mosque to a conventicle. But be not so hot-headed, my friend. You lack that repose of character which will come to you, no doubt, in your more mature years. What man, within 5 minutes of seeing me, you would have smitten me on the head with an oar, and ever since you have been like a bandog at my heels, ready to hark if I do but set my foot over what you regard as the straight line. Remember that you go now among men who fight on small occasion of quarrel. A word awry may mean a rapier thrust." "Do you bear the same in mind?" I answered hotly. "My temper is peaceful, but covert threats and veiled menace I shall not abide." "Odds mercy!" he cried. "I see that you will start carving me anon, and take me to Monmouth's camp in sections. Nay, nay, we shall have fighting enow without falling out among ourselves. What houses are those on the left?" "The village of Swathling," I replied. "The lights of Bishopstoke lie to the right in the hollow." "Then we are 15 miles on our way, and methinks there is already some faint flush of dawn in the east. Hullo, what have we here? Beds must be scarce if folk sleep on the highways." A dark blur, which I had remarked upon the roadway in front of us, had resolved itself as we approached into the figure of a man, stretched at full length, with his face downwards, and his head resting upon his crossed arms. Some reveller, mayhap, from the village inn, I remarked. There's blood in the air, said Saxon, raising up his beak-like nose, like a vulture, which scents carrion. Methinks he sleeps the sleep which knows no waking. He sprang down from his saddle and turned the figure over upon his back, the cold, pale light of the early dawn shimmering upon his staring eyes and colourless face showed that the old soldier's instinct was correct, and that he had indeed drawn his last breath. "Here's a pretty piece of work," said Saxon, kneeling by the dead man's side and passing his hands over his pockets. Footpads, doubtless, not a stiver in his pockets, nor as much as a sleeve-length to help pay for the burial. "How was he slain?" I asked in horror, looking down at the poor vacant face, the empty house from which the tenant had departed. "A stab from behind, and a tap on the head from the butt of a pistol. He cannot have been dead long, and yet every groat is gone. A man of position, too, I should judge from his dress. Broadcloth coat by the feel, satin breeches, and silver buckles on his shoes. The rogues must have had some plunder with him. Could we but run across them, Clarke, it would be a great and grand thing." "It would indeed," said I heartily. "What greater privilege than to execute justice upon such cowardly murderers?" "Pooh, pooh!" he cried. "Justice is a slippery dame, and hath a two-edged sword in her hand. We may have enough of justice in our character as rebels to give us a surfeit of it. I would fain overtake these robbers, that we may relieve them of their spolia opima, together with any other wealth which they may have unlawfully amassed. My learned friend the Fleming layeth it down that it is no robbery to rob a robber. But where shall we conceal this body?" "Wherefore should we conceal it?" I asked. "Why, man, unused to war or the precautions of a warrior, you must yet see that should this body be found here, there will be a hue and cry through the country, and that strangers like ourselves will be arrested on suspicion. Should we clear ourselves, which is no very easy matter, the justice will at least want to know whence we come and whither we go, which may lead to inquiries that may bode us little good. I shall therefore take the liberty, mine unknown and silent friend, of dragging you into yon bushes, where for a day or two at least you are like to lie unobserved, and to bring no harm upon honest men." "For God's sake, do not treat it so unkindly," I cried, springing down from my horse and laying my hand upon my companion's arm. "There is no need to trail it in so unseemly a fashion. If it must be moved hence, I shall carry it with all due reverence." So saying, I picked the body up in my arms, and bearing it to a wayside clump of yellow gorse bushes, I laid it solemnly down and drew the branches over it to conceal it. "You have the thews of an ox and the heart of a woman," muttered my companion. "By the mass, that old white-headed psalm-singer was right, for if my memory serves me, he said words to that effect. A few handfuls of dust will hide the stains. Now we may jog upon our way without any fear of being called upon to answer for another man's sins. Let me but get my girth tightened, and we may soon be out of danger's way." "I have had to do," said Saxon, as we rode onwards, "with many gentry of this sort, with Albanian brigands, the banditti of Piedmont, the Landsknecht and Freiritter of the Rhine, Algerine picaroons, and other such folk. Yet I cannot call to mind one who hath ever been able to retire in his old age on a sufficient competence. It is but a precarious trade, and must end sooner or later in a dance on nothing in a tight cravat, with some kind friend tugging at your legs to ease you of any breath that you might have left. Nor does that end all, I remarked. No, there is Tophet behind, and the flames of hell. So our good friends the parsons tell us. Well, if a man is to make no money in this world, be hanged at the end of it, and finally burn for ever, he hath assuredly wandered onto a thorny track. If, on the other hand, one could always lay one's hands on a well-lined purse, as those rogues have done tonight, one might be content to risk something in the world to come. But what can the well-filled purse do for them? Said I. What will the few score pieces which these bloodthirsty wretches have filched from this poor creature avail them when their own hour of death comes round? True, said Saxon dryly. They may, however, prove useful in the meantime. This, you say, is Bishopstoke. What are the lights over yonder? They come, I think, from Bishop's Waltham, I answered. We must press on, for I would fain be in Salisbury before it is broad day. There we shall put our horses up until evening and have some rest, for there is nothing gained by man or beast coming jaded to the wars. All this day the western roads will be crowded with couriers, and mayhap patrolled by cavalry as well, so that we cannot show our faces upon it without a risk of being stopped and examined. Now, if we lie by all day and push on at dusk, keeping off the main road and making our way across Salisbury Plain and the Somersetshire Downs, we shall be less likely to come to harm. But what if Monmouth be engaged before we come up to him? I asked. Then we shall have missed a chance of getting our throats cut. Why, man, supposing that he has been routed and entirely dispersed, would it not be a merry conceit for us to appear upon the scene as two loyal yeomen, who had ridden all the way from Hampshire to strike in against the king's enemies? We might chance to get some reward in money or in land for our zeal. Nay, frown not, for I was but jesting. Breathe our horses by walking them up this hill. My jennet is as fresh as when we started, but those great limbs of thine are telling upon the grey. The patch of light in the east had increased and broadened, and the sky was mottled with little pink feathers of cloud. As we passed over the low hills by Chandler's Ford and Romsey, we could see the smoke of Southampton to the southeast, and the broad dark expanse of the New Forest, with the haze of morning hanging over it. A few horsemen passed us, pricking along, too much engrossed in their own errand to inquire ours. A couple of carts and a long string of pack horses, laden principally with bales of wool, came straggling along a by-road, and the drivers waved their broad hats to us and wished us Godspeed. At Dunbridge the folk were just stirring, and paused in taking down the cottage shutters to come to the garden railings and watch us pass. As we entered Deane, the great red sun pushed its rosy rim over the edge of the horizon, and the air was filled with the buzz of insects and the sweet scent of the morning. We dismounted at this latter village and had a cup of ale while resting and watering the horses. The landlord could tell us nothing about the insurgents, and indeed seemed to care very little about the matter one way or the other. As long as brandy pays a duty of 6 shillings and 8 a gallon, and freight and leakage comes to half a crown, while I am expected to sell it at 12 shillings, it matters little to me who is King of England. Give me a king that will prevent the hop blight, and I am his man. Those were the landlord's politics, and I dare say a good many more were of his way of thinking. From Dean to Salisbury is all straight road, with moor, morris, and fenland on either side, broken only by the single hamlet of Aldersbury, just over the Wiltshire border. Our horses, refreshed by the short rest, stepped out gallantly, and the brisk motion, with the sunlight and the beauty of the morning, combined to raise our spirits and cheer us after the depression of the long ride through the darkness and the incident of the murdered traveller. Wild duck, widgeon, and snipe flapped up from either side of the road at the sound of the horses' hoofs, and once a herd of red deer sprang to their feet from among the ferns and scampered away in the direction of the forest. Once, too, when passing a dense clump of trees, we saw a shadowy white creature half hidden by the trunks, which must, I fancy, have been one of those wild cattle of which I have heard the peasants speak, who dwell in the recesses of the southern woods, and are so fierce and intractable that none dare approach them. The breadth of the view, the keenness of the air, and the novelty of the sense of having great work to do, all combined to send a flush of life through my veins, such as the quiet village existence had never been able to give. My more experienced companion felt the influence too, for he lifted up a cracked voice and broke into a droning chant, which he assured me was an Eastern ode which had been taught him by the second sister of the Hospodar of Wallachia. "Anent Monmouth," he remarked, coming back suddenly to the realities of our position, "it is unlikely that he can take the field for some days, though much depends upon his striking a blow soon, and so raising the courage of his followers before the king's troops can come down upon him. He has, mark ye, not only his troops to find, but their weapons, which is like to prove a more difficult matter. Suppose he can raise 5,000 men, and he cannot stir with less, he will not have one musket in 5, so the rest must do as they can with pikes and bills, or such other rude arms as they can find. All this takes time, and though there may be skirmishes, there can scarce be any engagement of import before we arrive." "He will have been landed 3 or 4 days ere we reach him," said I. "Hardly time for him, with his small staff of officers, to enroll his men and divide them into regiments. I scarce expect to find him at Taunton, though we were so directed. Hast ever heard whether there were any rich papists in those parts?" "I know not," I replied. "If so, there might be plate chests and silver chargers, to say nothing of my lady's jewels and other such trifles, to reward a faithful soldier. What would war be without plunder? A bottle without the wine, a shell without the oyster. See the house yonder, that peeps through the trees. I warrant there is a store of all good things under that roof, which you and I might have for the asking, did we but ask with our swords in our grip. You are my witness that your father did give and not lend me this horse." "Why say you that, then?" "Lest he claim a half of whatever booty I may chance to gain. What saith my learned Fleming under the heading, An qui militi equum praebuit prede ab eo capte particeps esse debiit, which signifieth, whether he who lendeth a horse hath a claim on the plunder of him who borroweth it." In this discourse he cites a case wherein a Spanish commander, having lent a steed to one of his captains, and the said captain having captured the general of the enemy, the commander did sue him for a half share of the 20,000 crowns which formed the ransom of the prisoner. A like case is noted by the famous Petrinus Bellus in his book De Re Militari, much read by leaders of repute. I can promise you, I answered, that no such claim shall ever be made by my father upon you. See yonder, over the brow of the hill, how the sun shines upon the high cathedral tower, which points upwards with its great stone finger to the road that every man must travel. There is good store of silver and plate in these same churches, quoth my companion. I remember that at Leipzig, when I was serving my first campaign, I got a candlestick which I was forced to sell to a Jew broker for a fourth of its value. Yet even at his price it sufficed to fill my haversack with broad pieces. It chanced that Saxon's mare had gained a stride or two upon mine whilst he spoke, so that I was able to get a good view of him without turning my head. I had scarce had light during our ride to see how his harness sat upon him, but now I was amazed on looking at him to mark the change which it had wrought in the man. In his civil dress, his lankiness and length of limb gave him an awkward appearance, but on horseback, with his lean, gaunt face looking out from his steel cap, his breastplate and buff jacket filling out his figure, and his high boots of untanned leather reaching to the centre of his thighs, he looked the veteran man-at-arms which he purported to be. The ease with which he sat his horse, the high, bold expression upon his face, and the great length of his arms, all marked him as one who could give a good account of himself in a fray. In his words alone I could have placed little trust, but there was that in his bearing which assured even a novice like myself that he was indeed a trained man of war. "That is the Avon which glitters amongst the trees," I remarked. "We are about 3 miles from Salisbury town." "It is a noble spire," said he, glancing at the great stone spire in front of us. "The men of old would seem to have spent all their days in piling stones upon stones, and yet we read of tough battles and shrewd blows struck, showing that they had some time for soldierly relaxation, and were not always at this mason work." "The church was rich in those days," I answered, shaking my bridle, for Covenant was beginning to show signs of laziness. "But here comes one who might perhaps tell us something of the war." A horseman, who bore traces of having ridden long and hard, was rapidly approaching us. Both rider and steed were grey with dust and splashed with mire, yet he galloped with loosened rein and bent body, as one to whom every extra stride is of value. "What ho, friend!" cried Saxon, reining his mare across the road, so as to bar the man's passage. "What news from the west?" "I must not tarry," the messenger gasped, slackening his speed for an instant. "I bear papers of import from Gregory Alford, Mayor of Lyme, to His Majesty's Council. The rebels make great head and gather together like bees in the swarming time. There are some thousands in arms already, and all Devonshire is on the move. The rebel horse under Lord Grey hath been beaten back from Bridgeport by the Red Militia of Dorset, but every prick-eared Whig from the Channel to the Severn is making his way to Monmouth." With this brief summary of the news, he pushed his way past us and clattered on in a cloud of dust upon his mission. "The broth is fairly on the fire, then," quoth Decimus Saxon, as we rode onwards. Now that skins have been slit, the rebels may draw their swords and fling away their scabbards, for it's either victory for them, or their quarters will be dangling in every market town of the county. Hey, lad, we throw a main for a brave stake." "Marked ye that Lord Grey had met with a check?" said I. "Pshaw, it is of no import, a cavalry skirmish at the most, for it is impossible that Monmouth could have brought his main forces to Bridgeport, nor would he if he could, for it is out of his track. It was one of those 3 shots and a gallop affrays, where each side runs away and each claims the victory. But here we are in the streets of Salisbury. Now leave the talking to me, or your wrong-headed truthfulness may lay us by the heels before our time." Passing down the broad High Street, we dismounted in front of the Blue Boar Inn, and handed our tired horses over to the ostler, to whom Saxon, in a loud voice, and with many rough military oaths, gave strict injunctions as to their treatment. He then clanked into the inn parlour, and throwing himself into one chair, with his feet upon another, he summoned the landlord up before him, and explained our needs in a tone and manner which should give him a due sense of our quality. "Of your best, and at once," quoth he. "Have your largest double-couched chamber ready with your softest lavender-scented sheets, for we have had a weary ride, and must rest. And hark ye, landlord, no palming off your stale, musty goods as fresh, or of your washy French wines for the true Hainault vintage. I would have you to understand that my friend here and I are men who meet with some consideration in the world, though we care not to speak our names to every underling. Deserve well of us, therefore, or it may be the worse for you." This speech, combined with my companion's haughty manner and fierce face, had such an effect upon the landlord that he straightway sent us in the breakfast which had been prepared for 3 officers of the Blues, who were waiting for it in the next apartment. This kept them fasting for another half-hour, and we could hear their oaths and complaints through the partition while we were devouring their capon and venison pie. Having eaten a hearty meal and washed it down with a bottle of Burgundy, Chapter 9 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 9 of A Passage of Arms at the Blue Boar. I had slept several hours when I was suddenly aroused by a prodigious crash, followed by the clash of arms and shrill cries from the lower floor. Springing to my feet, I found that the bed upon which my comrade had lain was vacant, and that the door of the apartment was opened. As the uproar still continued, and as I seemed to discern his voice in the midst of it, I caught up my sword, and without waiting to put on either headpiece, steel breast, or arm plates, I hurried to the scene of the commotion. The hall and passage were filled with silly maids and staring drawers, attracted, like myself, by the uproar. Through these I pushed my way into the apartment where we had breakfasted in the morning, which was a scene of the wildest disorder. The round table in the centre had been tilted over upon its side, and 3 broken bottles of wine, with apples, pears, nuts, and the fragments of the dishes containing them, were littered over the floor. A couple of packs of cards and a dice-box lay amongst the scattered feast. Close by the door stood Decimus Saxon, with his drawn rapier in his hand and a second one beneath his feet, while facing him there was a young officer in a blue uniform, whose face was reddened with shame and anger, and who looked wildly about the room as though in search of some weapon to replace that of which he had been deprived. He might have served Cibber or Gibbons as a model for a statue of impotent rage. Two other officers, dressed in the same blue uniform, stood by their comrade, and as I observed that they had laid their hands upon the hilts of their swords, I took my place by Saxon's side and stood ready to strike in should the occasion arise. "Why would the maitre d'armes say the maitre d'escrime?" cried my companion. "Methinks he should lose his place for not teaching you to make a better show. Out on him! Is this the way that he teaches the officers of his Majesty's Guard to use their weapons?" "This raillery, sir," said the elder of the three, a squat, brown, heavy-faced man, "is not undeserved, and yet might perchance be dispensed with. I am free to say that our friend attacked you somewhat hastily, and that a little more deference should have been shown by so young a soldier to a cavalier of your experience." The other officer, who was a fine-looking, noble-featured man, expressed himself in much the same manner. "If this apology will serve," said he, "I am prepared to join in it. If, however, more is required, I shall be happy to take the quarrel upon myself." "Nay, nay, take your bradawl," Saxon answered good-humouredly, kicking the sword towards his youthful opponent. "But mark you, when you would lunge, direct your point upwards rather than down, or otherwise you must throw your wrist open to your antagonist, who can scarce fail to disarm you. In quarte, tierce, or secoon, the same holds good." The youth sheathed his sword, but was so overcome by his own easy defeat, and the contemptuous way in which his opponent had dismissed him, that he turned and hurried out of the room. Meanwhile Decimus Saxon and the two officers set to work, getting the table upon its legs, and restoring the room to some sort of order, in which I did what I could to assist them. "I held 3 queens for the first time to-day," grumbled the soldier of fortune. "I was about to declare them, when this young bantam flew at my throat. He hath likewise been the cause of our losing 3 flasks of most excellent muscadine. When he hath drunk as much bad wine as I have been forced to do, he will not be so hasty in wasting the good." "He is a hot-headed youngster," the older officer replied, "and a little solitary reflection, added to the lesson which you have taught him, may bring him profit. As for the muscadine, that loss will soon be repaired, the more gladly as your friend here will help us to drink it." "I was roused by the crash of weapons," said I, "and I scarce know now what has occurred." "Why, a mere tavern brawl, which your friend's skill and judgment prevented from becoming serious. I prithee, take the rush-bottomed chair, and do you, Jack, order the wine. If our comrade hath spilled the last, it is for us to furnish this, and the best the cellars contain. We have been having a hand at basset, which Mr. Saxon here playeth as skilfully as he wields the small sword. It chanced that the luck ran against young Horsford, which doubtless made him prone to be quick in taking offence. Your friend in conversation, when discoursing of his experiences in foreign countries, remarked that the French household troops were to his mind brought to a higher state of discipline than any of our own regiments, on which Horsford fired up, and after a hot word or two they found themselves, as you have seen, at drawn bilbo. The boy hath seen no service, and is therefore over-eager to give proof of his valour. Wherein, said the tall officer, he showed a want of thought towards me, for had the words been offensive, it was for me, who am a senior captain and brevet major, to take it up, and not for the slip of a cornet, who scarce knows enough to put his troop through the exercise. You say right, Ogilvy, said the other, resuming his seat by the table, and wiping the cards which had been splashed by the wine. Had the comparison been made by an officer of Louis's guard for the purpose of contumely and braggadocio, it would then indeed have become us to venture a passado, but when spoken by an Englishman of ripe experience, it becomes a matter of instructive criticism, which should profit rather than annoy. True, Ambrose, the other answered, without such criticism a force would become stagnant, and could never hope to keep level with those continental armies, which are ever striving amongst themselves for increased efficacy. So pleased was I at these sensible remarks on the part of the strangers, that I was right glad to have the opportunity of making their closer acquaintance over a flask of excellent wine. My father's prejudices had led me to believe that a king's officer was ever a compound of the coxcomb and the bully, but I found on testing it that this idea, like most others which a man takes upon trust, had very little foundation upon truth. As a matter of fact, had they been dressed in less warlike garb, and deprived of their swords and jack-boots, they would have passed as particularly mild-mannered men, for their conversation ran in the learned channels, and they discussed Boyle's researches in chemistry and the ponderation of air with much gravity and show of knowledge. At the same time, their brisk bearing and manly carriage showed that in cultivating the scholar they had not sacrificed the soldier. May I ask, sir, said one of them, addressing Saxon, whether in your wide experiences you have ever met with any of those sages and philosophers who have conferred such honour and fame upon France and Germany? My companion looked ill at ease, as one who feels that he has been taken off his ground. There was indeed one such at Nuremberg, he answered, one Gervinius, or Gervanus, who, the folk said, could turn an ingot of iron into an ingot of gold as easily as I turn this tobacco into ashes. Old Pappenheimer shut him up with a ton of metal, and threatened to put the thumbikins upon him unless he changed it into gold pieces. I can vouch for it that there was not a yellow boy there, for I was captain of the guard, and searched the whole dungeon through. To my sorrow I say it, for I had myself added a small iron brazier to the heap, thinking that if there should be any such change, it would be well that I should have some small share in the experiment. Alchemy, transmutation of metals, and the like have been set aside by true science, remarked the taller officer. Even old Sir Thomas Browne of Norwich, who is ever ready to plead the cause of the ancients, can find nothing to say in favour of it. From Trismegistus downwards, through Albertus Magnus, Aquinas, Raymond Lullius, Basil Valentine, Paracelsus, and the rest, there is not one who has left more than a cloud of words behind him. Nor did the rogue I mention, said Saxon. There was another, Van Helstatt, who was a man of learning, and cast horoscopes in consideration of some small fee or honorarium. I have never met so wise a man, for he would talk of the planets and constellations as though he kept them all in his own backyard. He made no more of a comet than if it were a mouldy China orange, and he explained their nature to us, saying that they were but common stars which had had a hole knocked in them, so that their insides or viscera protruded. He was indeed a philosopher. "And did you ever put his skill to the test?" asked one of the officers with a smile. "Not I, forsooth, for I have ever kept myself clear of black magic or diablerie of the sort. My comrade, Pierce Scotten, who was an oberst in the Imperial Cavalry Brigade, did pay him a rose noble to have his future expounded. If I remember aright, the stars said that he was over fond of wine and women. He had a wicked eye and a nose like a carbuncle. They foretold also that he would attain a marshal's baton and die at a ripe age, which might well have come true had he not been unhorsed a month later at Obergrostock and slain by the hoofs of his own troop. Neither the planets nor even the experienced farrier of the regiment could have told that the brute would have foundered so completely." The officers laughed heartily at my companion's views, and rose from their chairs, for the bottle was empty, and the evening beginning to draw in. "We have work to do here," said the one addressed as Ogilvy. "Besides, we must find this foolish boy of ours, and tell him that it is no disgrace to be disarmed by so expert a swordsman. We have to prepare the quarters for the regiment, who will be up to join Churchill's forces not later than tonight. Ye are yourselves bound for the west, I understand." "We belong to the Duke of Beaufort's household," said Saxon. "Indeed, I thought ye might belong to Portman's yellow regiment of militia. I trust that the Duke will muster every man he can, and make play until the royal forces come up." "How many will Churchill bring?" asked my companion carelessly. 800 horse at the most, but my Lord Feversham will follow after with close on 4,000 foot. "We may meet on the field of battle, if not before," said I, and we bade our friendly enemies a very cordial adieu. "A skilful equivoque that last of yours, Master Micah," quoth Decimus Saxon, "though smacking of double dealing in a truth lover like yourself. If we meet them in battle, I trust that it may be with show de frise of pikes and morgensterns before us, and a litter of caltrops in front of them, for Monmouth has no cavalry that could stand for a moment against the royal guards." "How came you to make their acquaintance?" I asked. "I slept a few hours, but I have learned in camps to do with little rest. Finding you in sound slumber, and hearing the rattle of the dice box below, I came softly down, and found means to join their party, whereby I am a richer man by 15 guineas, and might have had more had that young fool not lugged out at me, or had the talk not turned afterwards upon such unseemly subjects as the laws of chemistry and the like. Prithee, what have the horse guards blue to do with the laws of chemistry? Wessenberg of the Pandours would, even at his own mess table, suffer much free talk, more perhaps than fits in with the dignity of a leader. Had his officers ventured upon such matter as this, however, there would have been a drumhead court-martial, or a cashiering at the least." Without stopping to dispute either Master Saxon's judgment or that of Wessenberg of the Pandours, I proposed that we should order an evening meal, and should employ the remaining hour or two of daylight in looking over the city. The principal sight is, of course, the noble cathedral, which is built in such exact proportion that one would fail to understand its great size did one not actually enter it and pace round the long, dim aisles. So solemn were its sweeping arches and the long shafts of coloured light which shone through the stained glass windows, throwing strange shadows amongst the pillars, that even my companion, albeit not readily impressed, was silent and subdued. It was a great prayer in stone. On our way back to the inn, we passed the town lock-up with a railed space in front of it, in which 3 great black-muzzled bloodhounds were stalking about, with fierce crimsoned eyes and red tongues lolling out of their mouths. They were used, a bystander told us, for the hunting down of criminals upon Salisbury Plain, which had been a refuge for rogues and thieves, until this means had been adopted for following them to their hiding places. It was well nigh dark before we returned to the hostel, and entirely so by the time that we had eaten our suppers, paid our reckoning, and got ready for the road. Before we set off, I bethought me of the paper which my mother had slipped into my hand on parting, and drawing it from my pouch, I read it by the rushlight in our chamber. It still bore the splotches of the tears which she had dropped on it, poor soul, and ran in this wise: Instructions from Mistress Mary Clarke to her son Micah, on the 12th day of June, in the year of our Lord 1685. On occasion of his going forth, like David of old, to do battle with the Goliath of papistry, which hath overshadowed and thrown into disrepute that true and reverent regard for ritual which should exist in the real Church of England, as ordained by law. Let these points be observed by him, namely, to wit: 1. Change your hosen when the occasion serves. You have 2 pairs in your saddle-bag, and can buy more, for the wool work is good in the West. 2. A hare's foot suspended round the neck driveth away colic. 3. Say the Lord's Prayer night and morning. Also read the Scriptures, especially Job, the Psalms, and the Gospel according to St. Matthew. 4. Daffy's elixir possesses extraordinary powers in purifying the blood and working off all phlegms, humours, vapours, or rheums. The dose is 5 drops. A small phial of it will be found in the barrel of your left pistol, with wadding around it lest it come to harm. 5. 10 golden pieces are sewn into the hem of your under doublet. Touch them not, save as a last resource. 6. Fight stoutly for the Lord, and yet I pray you, Micah, be not too forward in battle, but let others do their turn also. Press not into the heart of the fray, and yet flinch not from the standard of the Protestant faith. And oh, Micah, my own bright boy, come back safe to your mother, or my very heart will break. And the deponent will ever pray. The sudden gush of tenderness in the last few lines made the tears spring to my eyes, and yet I could scarce forbear from smiling at the whole composition, for my dear mother had little time to cultivate the graces of style, and it was evidently her thought that in order to make her instructions binding, it was needful to express them in some sort of legal form. I had little time to think over her advice, however, for I had scarce finished reading it before the voice of Decimus Saxon and the clink of Chapter 10 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 10 of Our Perilous Adventure on the Plain. We were not half a mile from the town before the roll of kettle-drums and the blare of bugles swelling up musically through the darkness announced the arrival of the regiment of horse which our friends at the inn had been expecting. "It is well, perhaps," said Saxon, "that we gave them the slip, for that young springald might have smelled a rat and played us some ill turn. Have you chanced to see my silken kerchief?" "Not I," I answered. "Nay, then it must have fallen from my bosom during our ruffle. I can ill afford to leave it, for I travel light in such matters. 800 men, quoth the Major, and 3,000 to follow. Should I meet this same Oglethorpe or Ogilvy when the little business is over, I shall read him a lesson on thinking less of chemistry and more of the need of preserving military precautions. It is well always to be courteous to strangers and to give them information, but it is well also that the information should be false." "As his may have been," I suggested. "Nay, nay," the words came too glibly from his tongue. "So ho, Chloe, so ho. She is full of oats and would fain gallop, but it is so plaguy dark that we can scarce see where we are going." We had been trotting down the broad high road, shimmering vaguely white in the gloom, with the shadowy trees dancing past us on either side, scarce outlined against the dark background of cloud. We were now coming upon the eastern edge of the great plain, which extends 40 miles one way and 20 the other, over the greater part of Wiltshire and past the boundaries of Somersetshire. The main road to the west skirts this wilderness, but we had agreed to follow a less important track, which would lead us to our goal, though in a more tedious manner. Its insignificance would, we hoped, prevent it from being guarded by the King's horse. We had come to the point where this broad by-road branches off from the main highway when we heard the clatter of horses' hoofs behind us. "Here comes someone who is not afraid to gallop," I remarked. "Halt here in the shadow," cried Saxon, in a short, quick whisper. "Have your blade loose in the scabbard. He must have a set errand who rides so fast of nights." Looking down the road, we could make out through the darkness a shadowy blur which soon resolved itself into man and horse. The rider was well nigh abreast of us before he was aware of our presence, when he pulled up his steed in a strange, awkward fashion and faced round in our direction. "Is Micah Clarke there?" he said, in a voice which was strangely familiar to my ears. "I am Micah Clarke," said I. "And I am Reuben Lockarby," cried our pursuer in a mock heroic voice. "Ah, Micah, lad, I'd embrace you were it not that I should assuredly fall out of the saddle if I attempted it, and perchance drag you along. That sudden pull-up well nigh landed me on the roadway. I have been sliding off and clambering on ever since I bade good-bye to Havant. Sure, such a horse for slipping from under one was never bestridden by man." "Good heavens, Reuben!" I cried in amazement. "What brings you all this way from home?" "The very same cause which brings you, Micah, and also Don Decimo Saxon, late of the Solent, whom methinks I see in the shadow behind you. How fares it, O illustrious one?" "It is you, then, young cock of the woods," growled Saxon, in no very overjoyed voice. "No less a person," said Reuben. "And now, my gay cavalieros, round with your horses and trot on your way, for there is no time to be lost. We ought all to be at Taunton to-morrow." "But, my dear Reuben," said I, "it cannot be that you are coming with us to join Monmouth. What would your father say?" "This is no holiday jaunt, but one that may have a sad and stern ending. At the best, victory can only come through much bloodshed and danger. At the worst, we are as like to wind up upon a scaffold as not." "Forwards, lads, forwards!" cried he, spurring on his horse. "It is all arranged and settled. I am about to offer my august person, together with a sword which I borrowed and a horse which I stole, to his most Protestant Highness James, Duke of Monmouth. But how comes it all? I asked, as we rode on together. It warms my very heart to see you, but you were never concerned either in religion or in politics. Whence, then, this sudden resolution? Well, to tell the truth, he replied, I am neither a king's man nor a duke's man, nor would I give a button which sat upon the throne. I do not suppose that either one or the other would increase the custom of the wheat sheaf, or want Reuben Lockarby for a counsellor. I am a Micah Clarke man, though, from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet, and if he rides to the wars, may the plague strike me if I don't stick to his elbow. He raised his hand excitedly as he spoke, and instantly losing his balance, he shot into a dense clump of bushes by the roadside, whence his legs flapped helplessly in the darkness. That makes the 10th, said he, scrambling out and clambering into his saddle once more. My father used to tell me not to sit a horse too closely. A gentle rise and fall, said the old man. Egad, there is more fall than rise, and it is anything but gentle. Odds truth, exclaimed Saxon. How, in the name of all the saints in the calendar, do you expect to keep your seat in the presence of an enemy if you lose it on a peaceful high road? I can but try, my illustrious, he answered, rearranging his ruffled clothing. Perchance the sudden and unexpected character of my movements may disconcert the said enemy. Well, well, there may be more truth in that than you are aware of, quoth Saxon, riding upon Lockarby's bridle arm, so that there was scarce room for him to fall between us. I had sooner fight a man like that young fool at the inn, who knew a little of the use of his weapon, than one like Micah here or yourself, who know nothing. You can tell what the one is after, but the other will invent a system of his own, which will serve his turn for the nonce. Oberhauptmann Müller was reckoned to be the finest player at the small sword in the Kaiser's army, and could for a wager snick any button from an opponent's vest without cutting the cloth. Yet he was slain in an encounter with von Führer Zollner, who was a cornet in our own Pandore corps, and who knew as much of the rapier as you do of horsemanship. For the rapier, be it understood, is designed to thrust and not to cut, so that no man wielding it ever thinks of guarding a side stroke. But Zollner, being a long-armed man, smote his antagonist across the face with his weapon as though it had been a cane, and then, ere he had time to recover himself, fairly pinked him. Doubtless, if the matter were to do again, the Oberhauptmann would have got his thrust in sooner, but as it was, no explanation or excuse could get over the fact that the man was dead. If want of knowledge maketh a dangerous swordsman, quoth Reuben, then am I even more deadly than the unpronounceable gentleman whom you have mentioned. To continue my story, however, which I broke off in order to step down from my horse, I found out early in the morning that ye were gone, and Zachary Palmer was able to tell me whither. I made up my mind, therefore, that I would out into the world also. To this end I borrowed a sword from Solomon Sprent, and my father having gone to Gosport, I helped myself to the best nag in his stables, for I have too much respect for the old man to allow one of his flesh and blood to go ill provided to the wars. All day I have ridden since early morning, being twice stopped on suspicion of being ill affected, but having the good luck to get away each time. I knew that I was close at your heels, for I found them searching for you at the Salisbury Inn. Decimus whistled. Searching for us? Said he. Yes, it seems that they had some notion that ye were not what ye professed to be, so the inn was surrounded as I passed, but none knew which road ye had taken. Said I not so? Cried Saxon. That young viper hath stirred up the regiment against us. We must push on, for they may send a party on our track." "We are off the main road now," I remarked. "Even should they pursue us, they would be unlikely to follow this side track." "Yet it would be wise to show them a clean pair of heels," said Saxon, spurring his mare into a gallop. Lockarby and I followed his example, and we all three rode swiftly along the rough moorland track. We passed through scattered belts of pinewood, where the wild cat howled and the owl screeched, and across broad stretches of fenland and moor, where the silence was only broken by the booming cry of the bittern or the fluttering of wild duck far above our heads. The road was in parts overgrown with brambles, and was so deeply rutted and so studded with sharp and dangerous hollows that our horses came more than once upon their knees. In one place the wooden bridge which led over a stream had broken down, and no attempt had been made to repair it, so that we were compelled to ride our horses girth deep through the torrent. At first some scattered light had shown that we were in the neighbourhood of human habitations, but these became fewer as we advanced, until the last died away, and we found ourselves upon the desolate moor, which stretched away in unbroken solitude to the shadowy horizon. The moon had broken through the clouds, and now shone hazily through wreaths of mist, throwing a dim light over the wild scene, and enabling us to keep to the track, which was not fenced in any way, and could scarce be distinguished from the plain around it. We had slackened our pace under the impression that all fear of pursuit was at an end, and Reuben was amazing us by an account of the excitement which had been caused in Havant by our disappearance, when through the stillness of the night a dull, muffled rat-tat-tat struck upon my ear. At the same moment Saxon sprang from his horse and listened intently with sidelong head. "Boot and saddle!" he cried, springing into his seat again. "They are after us as sure as fate. A dozen troopers by the sound. We must shake them off, or goodbye to Monmouth." "Give them their heads," I answered, and striking spurs into our steeds, we thundered on through the darkness. Covenant and Chloe were as fresh as could be wished, and soon settled down into a long springy gallop. Our friend's horse, however, had been travelling all day, and its long-drawn, laboured breathing showed that it could not hold out for long. Through the clatter of our horses' hoofs I could still from time to time hear the ominous murmur from behind us. "This will never do, Reuben," said I, anxiously, as the weary creature stumbled, and the rider came perilously near to shooting over its head. "The old horse is nearly foundered," he answered ruefully. "We are off the road now, and the rough ground is too much for her." "Yes, we are off the track," cried Saxon over his shoulder, for he led us by a few paces. "Bear in mind that the bluecoats have been on the march all day, so that their horses may also be blown. How in Himmel came they to know which road we took?" As if in answer to his ejaculation, there rose out of the still night behind us a single clear bell-like note, swelling and increasing in volume until it seemed to fill the whole air with its harmony. "A bloodhound!" cried Saxon. A second, sharper, keener note, ending in an unmistakable howl, answered the first. "Another of them," said he. "They have loosed the brutes that we saw near the cathedral. Gad! We little thought when we peered over the rails at them a few hours ago that they would so soon be on our own track. Keep a firm knee and a steady seat, for a slip now would be your last." "Holy Mother!" cried Reuben. "I had steeled myself to die in battle, but to be dog's meat! It is something outside the contract." "They hold them in leash," said Saxon between his teeth, "else they would outstrip the horses and be lost in the darkness. Could we but come on running water, we might put them off our track." My horse cannot hold on at this pace for more than a very few minutes, Reuben cried. If I break down, do ye go on, for ye must remember that they are upon your track and not mine. They have found cause for suspicion of the two strangers of the inn, but none of me. Nay, Reuben, we shall stand or fall together, said I sadly, for at every step his horse grew more and more feeble. In this darkness they will make little distinction between persons. Keep a good heart, shouted the old soldier, who was now leading us by 20 yards or more. We can hear them, because the wind blows from that way, but it's odds whether they have heard us. Methinks they slacken in their pursuit. The sound of their horses has indeed grown fainter, said I joyfully. So faint that I can hear it no longer, my companion cried. We reined up our panting steeds and strained our ears, but not a sound could we hear save the gentle murmur of the breeze amongst the whin bushes and the melancholy cry of the night-jar. Behind us the broad rolling plain, half light and half shadow, stretched away to the dim horizon without sign of life or movement. We have either outstripped them completely, or else they have given up the chase, said I. What ails the horses that they should tremble and snort? My poor beast is nearly done for, Reuben remarked, leaning forward and passing his hand down the creature's reeking neck. For all that, we cannot rest, said Saxon. We may not be out of danger yet. Another mile or two may shake us clear, but I like it not. Like not what? These horses and their terrors. The beasts can at times both see and hear more than we, as I could show by diverse examples drawn from mine own experience on the Danube and in the Palatinate. Were the time and place more fitting? Let us on, then, before we rest. The weary horses responded bravely to the call and struggled onwards over the broken ground for a considerable time. At last we were thinking of pulling up in good earnest and of congratulating ourselves upon having tired out our pursuers, when of a sudden the bell-like baying broke upon our ears, far louder than it had been before, so loud indeed that it was evident that the dogs were close upon our heels. The accursed hounds, cried Saxon, putting spurs to his horse and shooting ahead of us. I feared as much. They have freed them from the leash. There is no escape from the devils, but we can choose the spot where we shall make our stand. Come on, Reuben, I shouted. We have only to reckon with the dogs now. Their masters have let them loose and turned back for Salisbury. Pray heaven they break their necks before they get there, he cried. They set dogs on us as though we were rats in a cockpit, yet they call England a Christian country. It's no use, Micah. Poor Dido can't stir another step. As he spoke, the sharp, fierce bay of the hounds rose again, clear and stern on the night air, swelling up from a low, hoarse growl to a high, angry yelp. There seemed to be a ring of exultation in their wild cry, as though they knew that their quarry was almost run to earth. Not another step, said Reuben Lockarby, pulling up and drawing his sword. If I must fight, I shall fight here. There could be no better place, I replied. Two great jagged rocks rose before us, jutting abruptly out of the ground and leaving a space of 12 or 15 feet behind them. Through this gap we rode, and I shouted loudly for Saxon to join us. His horse, however, had been steadily gaining upon ours, and at the renewed alarm had darted off again, so that he was already some 100 yards from us. It was useless to summon him, even could he hear our voices, for the hounds would be upon us before he could return. Never heed him, I said hurriedly. Do you rein your steed behind that rock, and I behind this. They will serve to break the force of the attack. Dismount not, but strike down and strike hard. On either side, in the shadow of the rock, we waited in silence for our terrible pursuers. Looking back at it, my dear children, I cannot but think that it was a great trial on such young soldiers as Reuben and myself to be put, on the first occasion of drawing our swords, into such a position. For I have found, and others have confirmed my opinion, that of all dangers that a man is called upon to face, that arising from savage and determined animals is the most unnerving. For with men there is ever the chance that some trait of weakness or of want of courage may give you an advantage over them. But with fierce beasts there is no such hope. We knew that the creatures to whom we were opposed could never be turned from our throats while there was breath in their bodies. One feels in one's heart, too, that the combat is an unequal one, for your life is precious at least to your friends, while their lives, what are they? All this and a great deal more passed swiftly through our minds as we sat with drawn swords, soothing our trembling horses as best we might, and waiting for the coming of the hounds. Nor had we long to wait. Another long, deep, thunderous bay sounded in our ears, followed by a profound silence, broken only by the quick, shivering breathing of the horses. Then suddenly and noiselessly a great tawny brute, with its black muzzle to the earth and its overhung cheeks napping on either side, sprang into the band of moonlight between the rocks, and on into the shadow beyond. It never paused or swerved for an instant, but pursued its course straight onwards without a glance to right or to left. Close behind it came a second, and behind that a third, all of enormous size, and looking even larger and more terrible than they were in the dim shifting light. Like the first, they took no notice of our presence, but bounded on along the trail left by Decimus Saxon. The first and second I let pass, for I hardly realized that they had so completely overlooked us. When the third, however, sprang out into the moonlight, I drew my right-hand pistol from its holster, and resting its long barrel across my left forearm, I fired at it as it passed. The bullet struck the mark, for the brute gave a fierce howl of rage and pain, but true to the scent it never turned or swerved. Lockerby fired also as it disappeared among the brushwood, but with no apparent effect. So swiftly and so noiselessly did the great hounds pass, that they might have been grim, silent spirits of the night, the phantom dogs of Herne the hunter, but for that one fierce yelp which followed my shot. "What brutes!" my companion ejaculated. "What shall we do, Micah?" "They have clearly been laid on Saxon's trail," said I. "We must follow them up, or they will be too many for him. Can you hear anything of our pursuers?" "Nothing. They have given up the chase, then, and let the dogs loose as a last resource. Doubtless the creatures are trained to return to the town. But we must push on, Reuben, if we are to help our companion." "One more spurt, then, little Dido," cried Reuben. "Can you muster strength for one more?" "Nay, I have not the heart to put spurs to you. If you can do it, I know you will." The brave mare snorted, as though she understood her rider's words, and stretched her weary limbs into a gallop. So stoutly did she answer the appeal that, though I pressed Covenant to his topmost speed, she was never more than a few strides behind him. "He took this direction," said I, peering anxiously out into the darkness. "He can scarcely have gone far, for he spoke of making a stand. Or perhaps, finding that we are not with him, he may trust to the speed of his horse." "What chance hath a horse of outstripping these brutes?" Reuben answered. "They must run him to earth, and he knows it. Hullo, what have we here?" A dark, dim form lay stretched in the moonlight in front of us. It was the dead body of a hound, the one evidently at which I had fired. "There is one of them disposed of," I cried joyously. "We have but two to settle with now." As I spoke, we heard the crack of two pistol shots some little distance to the left. Heading our steeds in that direction, we pressed on at the top of our speed. Presently, out of the darkness in front of us, there arose such a roaring and a yelping as sent the hearts into our mouths. It was not a single cry, such as the hounds had uttered when they were on the scent, but a continuous deep-mouthed uproar, so fierce and so prolonged that we could not doubt that they had come to the end of their run. "Pray God that they have not got him down," cried Reuben in a faltering voice. The same thought had crossed my own mind, for I have heard a similar, though lesser din come from a pack of otter hounds when they had overtaken their prey and were tearing it to pieces. Sick at heart, I drew my sword with the determination that, if we were too late to save our companion, we should at least revenge him upon the 4-footed fiends. Bursting through a thick belt of scrub and tangled gorse bushes, we came upon a scene so unlike what we had expected that we pulled up our horses in astonishment. A circular clearing lay in front of us, brightly illuminated by the silvery moonshine. In the centre of this rose a giant stone, one of those high, dark columns which are found all over the plain, and especially in the parts round Stonehenge. It could not have been less than 15 feet in height, and had doubtless been originally straight, but wind and weather, or the crumbling of the soil, had gradually suffered it to tilt over, until it inclined at such an angle that an active man might clamber up to the summit. On the top of this ancient stone, cross-legged and motionless, like some strange carved idol of former days, sat Decimus Saxon, puffing sedately at the long pipe which was ever his comfort in moments of difficulty. Beneath him, at the base of the monolith, as our learned men call them, the 2 great bloodhounds were rearing and springing, clambering over each other's backs in their frenzied and futile eagerness to reach the impassive figure perched above them, while they gave vent to their rage and disappointment in the hideous uproar which had suggested such terrible thoughts to our mind. We had little time, however, to gaze at this strange scene, for upon our appearance the hounds abandoned their helpless attempts to reach Saxon, and flew with a fierce snarl of satisfaction at Reuben and myself. One great brute, with flaring eyes and yawning mouth, his white fangs glistening in the moonlight, sprang at my horse's neck, but I met him fair with a single sweeping cut, which shore away his muzzle, and left him wallowing and writhing in a pool of blood. Reuben, meanwhile, had spurred his horse forward to meet his assailant, but the poor tired steed flinched at the sight of the fierce hound, and pulled up suddenly, with the result that her rider rolled headlong into the very jaws of the animal. It might have gone ill with Reuben had he been left to his own resources. At the most he could only have kept the cruel teeth from his throat for a very few moments. But seeing the mischance, I drew my remaining pistol, and springing from my horse, discharged it full into the creature's flank, while it struggled with my friend. With a last yell of rage and pain, it brought its fierce jaws together in one wild, impotent snap, and then sank slowly over upon its side, while Reuben crawled from beneath it, scared and bruised, but none the worse otherwise for his perilous adventure. "I owe you one for that, Micah," he said gratefully. "I may live to do as much for you." "And I owe ye both one," said Saxon, who had scrambled down from his place of refuge. "I pay my debts, too, whether for good or evil. I might have stayed up there until I had eaten my jack-boots for all the chance I had of ever getting down again. Sancta Maria! But that was a shrewd blow of yours, Clarke. The brute's head flew in halves like a rotten pumpkin. No wonder that they stuck to my track, for I have left both my spare girth and my kerchief behind me, which would serve to put them on Chloe's scent as well as mine own." "And where is Chloe?" I asked, wiping my sword. Chloe had to look out for herself. I found the brutes gaining on me, you see, and I let drive at them with my barkers. But with a horse flying at 20 miles an hour, what chance is there for a single slug finding its way home? Things looked black then, for I had no time to reload, and the rapier, though the king of weapons in the duello, is scarce strong enough to rely upon an occasion like this. As luck would have it, just as I was fairly puzzled, what should I come across but this handy stone, which the good priests of old did erect, as far as I can see, for no other purpose than to provide worthy cavalieros with an escape from such ignoble and scurvy enemies. I had no time to spare in clambering up it, for I had to tear my heel out of the mouth of the foremost of them, and might have been dragged down by it, had he not found my spur too tough a morsel for his chewing. But surely one of my bullets must have readied its mark. Lighting the touch paper in his tobacco box, he passed it over the body of the hound which had attacked me, and then of the other. "Why, this one is riddled like a sieve," he cried. "What do you load your petronels with, good Master Clarke?" "With 2 leaden slugs." "Yet 2 leaden slugs have made a score of holes at the least, and of all things in this world, here is the neck of a bottle stuck in the brute's hide." "Good heavens!" I exclaimed. "I remember. My dear mother packed a bottle of Daffy's elixir in the barrel of my pistol." "And you have shot it into the bloodhound," roared Reuben. "Ho! ho! When they hear that tale at the tap of the wheat sheaf, there will be some throats dry with laughter. Saved my life by shooting a dog with a bottle of Daffy's elixir. And a bullet as well, Reuben, though I dare warrant the gossips will soon contrive to leave that detail out. It is a mercy the pistol did not burst. But what do you propose to do now, Master Saxon?" "Why, to recover my mare, if it can anywise be done," said the adventurer. "Though on this vast moor in the dark she will be as difficult to find as a Scotsman's breeches or a flavourless line in Hudibras." "And Reuben Lockarby's steed can go no further," I remarked. "But do mine eyes deceive me, or is there a glimmer of light over yonder?" "A will-o'-the-wisp," said Saxon. "An ignis fatuus that bewitches and leads men into pools and ditches." "Yet I confess that it burns steady and clear, as though it came from lamp, candle, rushlight, lanthorn, or other human agency." "Where there is light, there is life," cried Reuben. "Let us make for it, and see what chance of shelter we may find there." "It cannot come from our dragoon friends," remarked Decimus. "A murrain on them! How came they to guess our true character? Or was it on the score of some insult to the regiment that young Fahnfuhrer has set them on our track? If I have him at my sword's point again, he shall not come off so free. Well, do ye lead your horses, and we shall explore this light, since no better course is open to us." Picking our way across the moor, we directed our course for the bright point which twinkled in the distance, and as we advanced we hazarded 1,000 conjectures as to whence it could come. If it were a human dwelling, what sort of being could it be who, not content with living in the heart of this wilderness, had chosen a spot so far removed from the ordinary tracks which crossed it? The roadway was miles behind us, and it was probable that no one save those driven by such a necessity as that which had overtaken us would ever find themselves in that desolate region. No hermit could have desired an abode more completely isolated from all communion with his kind. As we approached, we saw that the light did indeed come from a small cottage which was built in a hollow, so as to be invisible from any quarter save that from which we approached it. In front of this humble dwelling a small patch of ground had been cleared of shrub, and in the centre of this little piece of sward our missing steed stood grazing at her leisure upon the scanty herbage. The same light which had attracted us had doubtless caught her eye and drawn her towards it by hopes of oats and of water. With a grunt of satisfaction, Saxon resumed possession. Chapter 11 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 11 of the Lonely Man and the Gold Chest. The strong yellow glare which had attracted us across the moor found its way out through a single narrow slit alongside the door, which served the purpose of a rude window. As we advanced towards it, the light changed suddenly to red, and that again to green, throwing a ghastly pallor over our faces, and especially heightening the cadaverous effect of Saxon's austere features. At the same time, we became aware of a most subtle and noxious odor which poisoned the air all round the cottage. This combination of portents in so lonely a spot worked upon the old man-at-arms' superstitious feelings to such an extent that he paused and looked back at us inquiringly. Both Reuben and I were determined, however, to carry the adventure through, so he contented himself with falling a little behind us and pattering to himself some exorcism appropriate to the occasion. Walking up to the door, I rapped upon it with the hilt of my sword and announced that we were weary travellers who were seeking a night's shelter. The first result of my appeal was a sound as of someone bustling rapidly about, with the clinking of metal and noise of the turning of locks. This died away into a hush, and I was about to knock once more when a crackling voice greeted us from the other side of the door. "There is little shelter here, gentlemen, and less provisions," it said. "It is but 6 miles to Amesbury, where at the Cecil Arms ye shall find, I doubt not, all that is needful for man and for beast." "Nay, nay, mine invisible friend," quoth Saxon, who was much reassured by the sound of a human voice. "This is surely but a scurvy reception. One of our horses is completely foundered, and none of them are in very good plight, so that we could no more make for the Cecil Arms at Amesbury than for the Gruner Mann at Lubeck. I prithee, therefore, that you will allow us to pass the remainder of the night under your roof." At this appeal there was much creaking of locks and rasping of bolts, which ended in the door swinging slowly open and disclosing the person who had addressed us. By the strong light which shone out from behind him, we could see that he was a man of venerable aspect, with snow-white hair and a countenance which bespoke a thoughtful and yet fiery nature. The high, pensive brow and flowing beard smacked of the philosopher, but the keen, sparkling eye, the curved aquiline nose, and the lithe, upright figure, which the weight of years had been unable to bend, were all suggestive of the soldier. His lofty bearing and his rich though severe costume of black velvet were at strange variance with the humble nature of the abode which he had chosen for his dwelling-place. "Ho!" said he, looking keenly at us. "Two of ye unused to war, and the other an old soldier. Ye have been pursued, I see." "How did you know that, then?" asked Decimus Saxon. "Ah, my friend, I too have served in my time. My eyes are not so old but that they can tell when horses have been spurred to the utmost. Nor is it difficult to see that this young giant's sword hath been employed in something less innocent than toasting bacon. Your story, however, can keep. Every true soldier thinks first of his horse, so I pray that you will tether yours without, since I have neither ostler nor serving man to whom I may entrust them." The strange dwelling into which we presently entered had been prolonged into the side of the little hill against which it had been built, so as to form a very long, narrow hall. The ends of this great room, as we entered, were wrapped in shadow, but in the centre was a bright glare from a brazier full of coals, over which a brass pipkin was suspended. Beside the fire a long wooden table was plentifully covered with curved glass flasks, basins, tubings, and other instruments of which I knew neither the name nor the purpose. A long row of bottles containing various coloured liquids and powders were arranged along a shelf, whilst above it another shelf bore a goodly array of brown volumes. For the rest, there was a second rough-hewn table, a pair of cupboards, 3 or 4 wooden settles, and several large screens pinned to the walls and covered all over with figures and symbols, of which I could make nothing. The vile smell which had greeted us outside was very much worse within the chamber, and arose apparently from the fumes of the boiling, bubbling contents of the brazen pot. "Ye behold in me," said our host, bowing courteously to us, "the last of an ancient family. I am Sir Jacob Clancing of Snellaby Hall." "Smellaby it should be, methinks," whispered Reuben, in a voice which fortunately did not reach the ears of the old knight. "I pray that ye be seated," he continued, "and that ye lay aside your plates and headpieces, and remove your boots. Consider this to be your inn, and behave as freely. Ye will hold me excused if, for a moment, I turn my attention from you to this operation on which I am engaged, which will not brook delay." Saxon began forthwith to undo his buckles and to pull off his harness, while Reuben, throwing himself into a chair, appeared to be too weary to do more than unfasten his sword belt. For my own part, I was glad to throw off my gear, but I kept my attention all the while upon the movements of our host, whose graceful manners and learned appearance had aroused my curiosity and admiration. He approached the evil-smelling pot and stirred it up with a face which indicated so much anxiety that it was clear that he had pushed his courtesy to us so far as to risk the ruin of some important experiment. Dipping his ladle into the compound, he scooped some up, and then poured it slowly back into the vessel, showing a yellow turbid fluid. The appearance of it evidently reassured him, for the look of anxiety cleared away from his features, and he uttered an exclamation of relief. Taking a handful of a whitish powder from a trencher at his side, he threw it into the pipkin, the contents of which began immediately to seethe and froth over into the fire, causing the flames to assume the strange greenish hue which we had observed before entering. This treatment had the effect of clearing the fluid, for the chemist was enabled to pour off into a bottle a quantity of perfectly watery, transparent liquid, while a brownish sediment remained in the vessel and was emptied out upon a sheet of paper. This done, Sir Jacob Clancing pushed aside all his bottles and turned towards us with a smiling face and a lighter air. "We shall see what my poor larder can furnish forth," said he. "Meanwhile, this odour may be offensive to your untrained nostrils, so we shall away with it." He threw a few grains of some balsamic resin into the brazier, which at once filled the chamber with a most agreeable perfume. He then laid a white cloth upon the table, and taking from a cupboard a dish of cold trout and a large meat pasty, he placed them upon it, and invited us to draw up our settles and set to work. "I would that I had more toothsome fare to offer ye," said he. "Were we at Snellaby Hall, ye should not be put off in this scurvy fashion, I promise ye. This may serve, however, for hungry men, and I can still lay my hands upon a brace of bottles of the old Alicant." So saying, he brought a pair of flasks out from a recess, and having seen us served and our glasses filled, he seated himself in a high-backed oaken chair and presided with old-fashioned courtesy over our feast. As we supped, I explained to him what our errand was, and narrated the adventures of the night, without making mention of our destination. "You are bound for Monmouth's camp," he said quietly, when I had finished, looking me full in the face with his keen, dark eyes. "I know it, but ye need not fear lest I betray you, even were it in my power. What chance, think ye, hath the Duke against the King's forces?" "As much chance as a farmyard fowl against a spurred gamecock." "Did he rely only on those whom he hath with him?" Saxon answered. "He hath reason to think, however, that all England is like a powder magazine, and he hopes to be the spark to set it alight." The old man shook his head sadly. "The King hath great resources," he remarked. "Where is Monmouth to get his trained soldiers?" "There is the militia," I suggested. "And there are many of the old parliamentary breed who are not too far gone to strike a blow for their belief," said Saxon. "Do you but get half a dozen broad-brimmed, snuffle-nosed preachers into a camp, and the whole Presbytery tribe will swarm round them like flies on a honey-pot. No recruiting sergeants will ever raise such an army as did Noll's preachers in the eastern counties, where the promise of a seat by the throne was thought of more value than a 10-pound bounty. I would I could pay mine own debts with these same promises." "I should judge from your speech, sir," our host observed, "that you are not one of the sectaries. How comes it, then, that you are throwing the weight of your sword and your experience into the weaker scale?" "For the very reason that it is the weaker scale," said the soldier of fortune. "I should gladly have gone with my brother to the Guinea coast and had no say in the matter one way or the other, beyond delivering letters and such trifles. Since I must be doing something, I chose to fight for Protestantism and Monmouth. It is nothing to me whether James Stuart or James Walters sits upon the throne, but the court and army of the King are already made up. Now, since Monmouth hath both courtiers and soldiers to find, it may well happen that he may be glad of my services and reward them with honourable preferment." "Your logic is sound," said our host, "save only that you have omitted the very great chance which you will incur of losing your head if the Duke's party are borne down by the odds against them." "A man cannot throw a main without putting a stake on the board," said Saxon. "And you, young sir," the old man asked, "what has caused you to take a hand in so dangerous a game?" "I come of a Roundhead stock," I answered, "and my folk have always fought for the liberty of the people and the humbling of tyranny. I come in the place of my father." "And you, sir?" our questioner continued, looking at Reuben. "I have come to see something of the world, and to be with my friend and companion here," he replied. "And I have stronger reasons than any of ye," Sir Jacob cried, "for appearing in arms against any man who bears the name of Stuart. Had I not a mission here which cannot be neglected, I might myself be tempted to hie westward with ye, and put these grey hairs of mine once more into the rough clasp of a steel headpiece. For where now is the noble castle of Snellaby, and where those glades and woods amidst which the Clancings have grown up and lived and died ere ever Norman William set his foot on English soil? A man of trade, a man who, by the sweat of his half-starved workers, had laid by ill-gotten wealth, is now the owner of all that fair property. Should I, the last of the Clancings, show my face upon it, I might be handed over to the village beadle as a trespasser, or scourged off it, perhaps, by the bowstrings of insolent huntsmen." "And how comes so sudden a reverse of fortune?" I asked. "Fill up your glasses," cried the old man, suiting the action to the word. "Here's a toast for you. Perdition to all faithless princes. How came it about, ye ask? Why, when the troubles came upon the first Charles, I stood by him as though he had been mine own brother. At Edgehill, at Naseby, in 20 skirmishes and battles I fought stoutly in his cause, maintaining a troop of horse at my own expense, formed from among my own gardeners, grooms, and attendants. Then the military chest ran low, and money must be had to carry on the contest. My silver chargers and candlesticks were thrown into the melting pot, as were those of many another cavalier. They went in metal, and they came out as troopers and pikemen. So we tided over a few months, until again the purse was empty, and again we filled it amongst us. This time it was the home farm and the oak trees that went. Then came Marston Moor, and every penny and man was needed to repair that great disaster. I flinched not, but gave everything. This boiler of soap, a prudent fat-cheeked man, had kept himself free from civil broils, and had long had a covetous eye upon the castle. It was his ambition, poor worm, to be a gentleman, as though a gabled roof and a crumbling house could ever make him that. I let him have his way, however, and threw the sum received, every guinea of it, into the king's coffers. And so I held out until the final ruin of Worcester, when I covered the retreat of the young prince, and may indeed say that save in the Isle of Man, I was the last royalist who upheld the authority of the crown. The Commonwealth had set a price upon my head as a dangerous malignant, so I was forced to take my passage in a Harwich ketch, and arrived in the Lowlands with nothing save my sword and a few broad pieces in my pocket. A cavalier might do well even then, remarked Saxon. There are ever wars in Germany where a man is worth his hire. When the North Germans are not in arms against the Swedes or French, the South Germans are sure to be having a turn with the Janissaries. I did indeed take arms for a time in the employ of the United Provinces, by which means I came face to face once more with mine old foes, the Roundheads. Oliver had lent Reynolds' brigade to the French, and right glad was Louis to have the service of such seasoned troops. 'Fore God, I stood on the counterscarp at Dunkirk, and I found myself, when I should have been helping the defence, actually cheering on the attack. My very heart rose when I saw the bulldog fellows clambering up the breach with their pikes at the trail, and never quavering in their psalm tune, though the bullets sung round them as thick as bees in the hiving time. And when they did come to close hugs with the Flemings, I tell you they set up such a rough cry of soldierly joy that my pride in them as Englishmen overtopped my hatred of them as foes. However, my soldiering was of no great duration, for peace was soon declared, and I then pursued the study of chemistry, for which I had a strong turn, first with Vorhager of Leyden, and later with De Haye of Strasbourg, though I fear that these weighty names are but sounds to your ears. Truly, said Saxon, there seemeth to be some fatal attraction in this same chemistry, for we met 2 officers of the Blue Guards in Salisbury, who, though they were stout soldierly men in other respects, had also a weakness in that direction. Ha! cried Sir Jacob with interest. To what school did they belong? Nay, I know nothing of the matter, Saxon answered, save that they denied that Gervas of Nurnberg, whom I guarded in prison, or any other man, could transmute metals. For Gervas I cannot answer, said our host, but for the possibility of it I can pledge my knightly word. However, of that anon. The time came at last when the second Charles was invited back to his throne, and all of us, from Geoffrey Hudson, the court dwarf, up to my Lord Clarendon, were in high feather at the hope of regaining our own once more. For my own claim, I let it stand for some time, thinking that it would be a more graceful act for the king to help a poor cavalier who had ruined himself for the sake of his family without solicitation on his part. I waited and waited, but no word came, so at last I betook myself to the levee, and was duly presented to him. "Ah," said he, greeting me with the cordiality which he could assume so well, "you are, if I mistake not, Sir Jasper Killigrew." "Nay, your Majesty," I answered, "I am Sir Jacob Clancing, formerly of Snellaby Hall, in Staffordshire." And with that I reminded him of Worcester fight, and of many passages which had occurred to us in common. "Odds fish!" he cried, "how could I be so forgetful? And how are all at Snellaby?" I then explained to him that the hall had passed out of my hands, and told him in a few words the state to which I had been reduced. His face clouded over, and his manner chilled me at once. "They are all on me for money and for places," he said, "and truly the commons are so niggardly to me that I can scarce be generous to others. However, Sir Jacob, we shall see what can be done for thee." And with that he dismissed me. That same night the secretary of my Lord Clarendon came to me, and announced with much form and show that, in consideration of my long devotion and the losses which I had sustained, the King was graciously pleased to make me a lottery cavalier. "And pray, sir, what is a lottery cavalier?" I asked. "It is nothing less than a licensed keeper of a gambling house. This was his reward to me. I was to be allowed to have a den in the piazza of Covent Garden, and there to decoy the young sparks of the town and fleece them at ombre. To restore my own fortunes, I was to ruin others. My honour, my family, my reputation, they were all to weigh for nothing, so long as I had the means of bubbling a few fools out of their guineas." "I have heard that some of the lottery cavaliers did well," remarked Saxon reflectively. "Well or ill, it weighed no employment for me. I waited upon the King and implored that his bounty would take another form. His only reply was that for one so poor I was strangely fastidious. For weeks I hung about the court, I and other poor cavaliers like myself, watching the royal brothers squandering upon their gaming and their harlots sums which would have restored us to our patrimonies. I have seen Charles put upon one turn of a card as much as would have satisfied the most exacting of us. In the parks of St. James, or in the gallery at Whitehall, I still endeavoured to keep myself before his eyes, in the hope that some provision would be made for me. At last I received a second message from him. It was that unless I could dress more in the mode, he could dispense with my attendance. That was his message to the old broken soldier who had sacrificed health, wealth, position, everything in the service of his father and himself. "Shameful!" we cried, all three. "Can you wonder, then, that I cursed the whole Stuart race, false-hearted, lecherous, and cruel? For the hall, I could buy it back tomorrow if I chose. But why should I do so when I have no heir?" "Ho, you have prospered then," said Decimus Saxon, with one of his shrewd sidelong looks. "Perhaps you have yourself found out how to convert pots and pans into gold in the way you have spoken of. But that cannot be, for I see iron and brass in this room, which would hardly remain there could you convert it to gold." "Gold has its uses, and iron has its uses," said Sir Jacob oracularly. "The one can never supplant the other." "Yet these officers," I remarked, "did declare to us that it was but a superstition of the vulgar." "Then these officers did show that their knowledge was less than their prejudice. Alexander Suetonius, a Scot, was first of the moderns to achieve it. In the month of March, 1602, he did change a bar of lead into gold in the house of a certain Hansen at Rotterdam, who hath testified to it. He then not only repeated the same process before 3 learned men sent by the Kaiser Rudolph, but he taught Johann Wolfgang Dienheim of Freiburg and Gustenhofer of Strasbourg, which later taught it to my own illustrious master." "Who in turn taught it to you?" cried Saxon triumphantly. "I have no great store of metal with me, good sir, but there are my headpiece, back and breastplate, taslets and thigh pieces, together with my sword, spurs, and the buckles of my harness. I pray you to use your most excellent and praiseworthy art upon these, and I will promise within a few days to bring round a mass of metal which shall be more worthy of your skill." "Nay, nay," said the alchemist, smiling and shaking his head. "It can indeed be done, but only slowly and in order, small pieces at a time, and with much expenditure of work and patience. For a man to enrich himself at it, he must labor hard and long. Yet in the end I will not deny that he may compass it. And now, since the flasks are empty, and your young comrade is nodding in his chair, it will perhaps be as well for you to spend as much of the night as is left in repose." He drew several blankets and rugs from a corner and scattered them over the floor. "It is a soldier's couch," he remarked, "but ye may sleep on worse before ye put Monmouth on the English throne. For myself, it is my custom to sleep in an inside chamber, which is hollowed out of the hill." With a few last words and precautions for our comfort, he withdrew with the lamp, passing through a door which had escaped our notice at the further end of the apartment. Reuben, having had no rest since he left Havant, had already dropped upon the rugs and was fast asleep, with a saddle for a pillow. Saxon and I sat for a few minutes longer by the light of the burning brazier. "One might do worse than take to this same chemical business," my companion remarked, knocking the ashes out of his pipe. "See you yon iron-bound chest in the corner? What of it?" "It is 2/3 full of gold, which this worthy gentleman hath manufactured." "How know you that?" I asked incredulously. "When you did strike the door panel with the hilt of your sword, as though you would drive it in, you may have heard some scuttling about, and the turning of a lock. Well, thanks to my inches, I was able to look through yon slit in the wall, and I saw our friend throw something into the chest with a chink, and then lock it. It was but a glance at the contents, yet I could swear that the dull yellow light could come from no metal but gold. Let us see if it be indeed locked." Rising from his seat, he walked over to the box and pulled vigorously at the lid. "Forbear, Saxon, forbear!" I cried angrily. "What would our host say should he come upon you?" "Nay, then, he should not keep such things beneath his roof. With a chisel or a dagger now, this might be prized open." "By heavens," I whispered, "if you should attempt it, I shall lay you on your back." "Well, well, young Anak, it was but a passing fancy to see the treasure again. Now, if he were but well favoured to the king, this would be a fair prize of war. Marked ye not that he claimed to have been the last royalist who drew sword in England, and he confessed that he had been proscribed as a malignant. Your father, godly as he is, would have little compunction in despoiling such an Amalekite. Besides, bethink you, he can make more as easily as your good mother maketh cranberry dumplings." "Enough said," I answered sternly. "It will not bear discussion. Get ye to your couch, lest I summon our host and tell him what manner of man he hath entertained." With many grumbles, Saxon consented at last to curl his long limbs up upon a mat, whilst I lay by his side and remained awake until the mellow light of morning streamed through the chinks between the ill-covered rafters. Truth to tell, I feared to sleep, lest the free-booting habits of the soldier of fortune should be too strong for him, and he should disgrace us in the eyes of our kindly and generous entertainer. At last, however, his long-drawn breathing
Chapter 12 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 12. Of certain passages upon the Moor. In the morning, after a breakfast furnished by the remains of our supper, we looked to our horses and prepared for our departure. Ere we could mount, however, our kindly host came running out to us with a load of armour in his arms. "Come hither," he said, beckoning to Reuben. "It is not meet, lad, that you should go bare-breasted against the enemy when your comrades are girt with steel. I have here mine own old breastplate and headpiece, which should, methinks, fit you. For if you have more flesh than I am a larger framework of a man." "Ah," said I, "not so. Were it measured for you by Silas Thompson, the court armourer, it could not grip better. Now on with the headpiece. A close fit again. You are now a cavalier whom Monmouth or any other leader might be proud to see ride beneath his banner." Both helmet and body plates were of the finest Milan steel, richly inlaid with silver and with gold, and carved all over in rare and curious devices. So stern and soldierly was the effect that the ruddy, kindly visage of our friend staring out of such a panoply had an ill-matched and somewhat ludicrous appearance. "Nay, nay," cried the old cavalier, seeing a smile upon our features, "it is but right that so precious a jewel as a faithful heart should have a fitting casket to protect it." "I am truly beholden to you, sir," said Reuben. "I can scarce find words to express my thanks. Holy Mother! I have a mind to ride straight back to Havant, to show them how stout a man-at-arms hath been reared amongst them." "It is steel of proof," Sir Jacob remarked. "A pistol bullet might glance from it. And you," he continued, turning to me, "here is a small gift by which you shall remember this meeting. I did observe that you did cast a wistful eye upon my bookshelf. It is Plutarch's Lives of the Ancient Worthies, done into English by the ingenious Mr. Latimer. Carry this volume with you and shape your life after the example of the giant men whose deeds are here set forth. In your saddle-bag I place a small but weighty packet, which I desire you to hand over to Monmouth upon the day of your arrival in his camp. As to you, sir," addressing Decimus Saxon, "here is a slug of virgin gold for you, which may fashion into a pin or such like ornament. You may wear it with a quiet conscience, for it is fairly given to you and not filched from your entertainer whilst he slept." Saxon and I shot a sharp glance of surprise at each other at this speech, which showed that our words of the night before were not unknown to him. Sir Jacob, however, showed no signs of anger, but proceeded to point out our road and to advise us as to our journey. "You must follow this sheep track until you come on another and broader pathway which makes for the west," said he. "It is little used, and there is small chance of you falling in with any of your enemies upon it. This path will lead you between the villages of Fauvant and Hindon, and soon to Mere, which is no great distance from Bruton, upon the Somersetshire border." Thanking our venerable host for his great kindness towards us, we gave rein to our horses and left him once more to the strange solitary existence in which we had found him. So artfully had the site of his cottage been chosen, that when we looked back to give him a last greeting, both he and his dwelling had disappeared already from our view. Nor could we, among the many mounds and hollows, determine where the cottage lay, which had given us such welcome shelter. In front of us and on either side, the great uneven dun-coloured plain stretched away to the horizon, without a break in its barren gorse-covered surface. Over the whole expanse there was no sign of life, save for an occasional rabbit which whisked into its burrow on hearing our approach, or a few thin, hungry sheep, who could scarce sustain life by feeding on the coarse and wiry grass which sprang from the unfruitful soil. The pathway was so narrow that only one of us could ride upon it at a time, but we presently abandoned it altogether, using it simply as a guide and galloping along side by side over the rolling plain. We were all silent, Reuben meditating upon his new corslet, as I could see from his frequent glances at it, while Saxon, with his eyes half closed, was brooding over some matter of his own. For my own part, My thoughts ran upon the ignominy of the old soldier's designs upon the gold chest, and the additional shame which rose from the knowledge that our host had in some way divined his intention. No good could come of an alliance with a man so devoid of all feelings of honour or of gratitude. So strongly did I feel upon it that I at last broke the silence by pointing to a cross path, which turned away from the one which we were pursuing, and recommending him to follow it, since he had proved that he was no fit company for honest men. "By the living rood," he cried, laying his hand upon the hilt of his rapier, "have you taken leave of your senses? These are words such as no honourable cavaliero can abide." "They are none the less words of truth," I answered. His blade flashed out in an instant, while his mare bounded twice her length under the sharp dig of his spurs. "We have here," he cried, reining her round, with his fierce lean face all of a quiver with passion, "an excellent level stretch on which to discuss the matter. Out with your bilbo and maintain your words." "I shall not stir a hair's breadth to attack you," I answered. "Why should I, when I bear you no ill will? If you come against me, however, I will assuredly beat you out of your saddle, for all your tricksy sword play." I drew my broadsword as I spoke, and stood upon my guard, for I guessed that with so old a soldier the onset would be sharp and sudden. "By all the saints in heaven," cried Reuben, "whichever of ye strikes first at the other, I'll snap this pistol at his head. None of your jokes, Don Decimo, for by the Lord I'll let drive at you if you were my own mother's son. Put up your sword, for the trigger falls easy, and my finger is a-twitching." "Curse you for a spoil sport," growled Saxon, sulkily sheathing his weapon. "Nay, Clarke," he added after a few moments of reflection, "this is but child's play, that two camarados with a purpose in view should fall out over such a trifle. I, who am old enough to be your father, should have known better than to have drawn upon you, for a boy's tongue wags on impulse and without due thought. Do but say that you have said more than you meant." "My way of saying it may have been over plain and rough," I answered, for I saw that he did but want a little salve where my short words had galled him. "At the same time, our ways differ from your ways, and that difference must be mended, or you can be no true comrade of ours." "All right, Master Morality," quoth he. "I must e'en unlearn some of the tricks of my trade. Odds feet, man, if ye object to me, what the henker would you think of some whom I have known? However, let that pass. It is time that we were at the wars, for our good swords will not abide in their scabbards." The trenchant blade Toledo trusty, for want of fighting was grown rusty, and ate into itself for lack of somebody to hew and hack. You cannot think a thought but old Samuel hath been before you. "Surely we shall be at the end of this dreary plain presently," Reuben cried. "Its insipid flatness is enough to set the best of friends by the ears. We might be in the deserts of Libya instead of his most graceless Majesty's county of Wiltshire." "There is smoke over yonder upon the side of that hill," said Saxon, pointing to the southward. "Methinks I see one straight line of houses there," I observed, shading my eyes with my hand, "but it is distant, and the shimmer of the sun disturbs the sight." "It must be the hamlet of Hindon," said Reuben. "Oh, the heat of this steel coat! I wonder if it were very unsoldierly to slip it off and tie it about Dido's neck. I shall be baked alive else, like a crab in its shell. How say you, illustrious? Is it contravened by any of those 39 articles of war which you bear about your bosom?" "The bearing of the weight of your harness, young man," Saxon answered gravely, "is one of the exercises of war, and as such only attainable by such practice as you are now undergoing. You have many things to learn, and one of them is not to present petronels too readily at folks' heads when you are on horseback. The jerk of your charger's movement even now might have drawn your trigger, and so deprived Monmouth of an old and tried soldier." "There would be much weight in your contention," my friend answered, "were it not that I now bethink me that I had forgotten to recharge my pistol since discharging it at that great yellow beast yesternight." Decimus Saxon shook his head sadly. "I doubt we shall never make a soldier of you," he remarked. "You fall from your horse if the brute does but change his step. You show a levity which will not jump with the gravity of the true soldado. You present empty petronels as a menace, and finally you crave permission to tie your armour which the Cid himself might be proud to wear, around the neck of your horse. Yet you have heart and mettle, I believe, else you would not be here." "Gracias, Signor," cried Reuben with a bow which nearly unhorsed him. "The last remark makes up for all the rest, else had I been forced to cross blades with you to maintain my soldierly repute." "Touching that same incident last night," said Saxon, "of the chest filled, as I surmise, with gold, which I was inclined to take as lawful plunder, I am now ready to admit that I may have shown an undue haste and precipitance, considering that the old man treated us fairly." "Say no more of it," I answered, "if you will but guard against such impulses for the future." "They do not properly come from me," he replied, "but from Will Spotterbridge, who was a man of no character at all. Why marry in this wise? My father married the daughter of this same Will Spotterbridge, and so weakened a good old stock by an unhealthy strain. Will was a rakehell of Fleet Street in the days of James, a chosen light of Alsatia, the home of bullies and of brawlers. His blood hath through his daughter been transmitted to the 10 of us, though I rejoice to say that I, being the 10th, it had by that time lost much of its virulence, and indeed amounts to little more than a proper pride and a laudable desire to prosper." "How then has it affected the race?" I asked. "Why," he answered, "the Saxons of old were a round-faced, contented generation, with their ledgers in their hands for 6 days, and their Bibles on the 7th. If my father did but drink a cup of small beer more than his wont, or did break out upon provocation into any fond oath, as odd niggers, or heart alive, he would mourn over it as though it were the 7 deadly sins. Was this a man, think ye, in the ordinary course of nature, to beget 10 long lanky children, 9 of whom might have been first cousins of Lucifer, and foster brothers of Beelzebub?" "It was hard upon him," remarked Reuben. "On him? Nay, the hardship was all with us. If he, with his eyes open, chose to marry the daughter of an incarnate devil like Will Spotterbridge, because she chanced to be powdered and patched to his liking, what reason hath he for complaint? It is we who have the blood of this Hector of the taverns grafted upon our own good honest stream, who have most reason to lift up our voices." "Faith, by the same chain of reasoning," said Reuben, "one of my ancestors must have married a woman with a plaguy dry throat, for both my father and I are much troubled with the complaint." "You have assuredly inherited a plaguy pert tongue," growled Saxon. "From what I have told you, you will see that our whole life is a conflict between our natural Saxon virtue and the ungodly impulses of the Spotterbridge taint. That of which you have had cause to complain yesternight is but an example of the evil to which I am subjected." "And your brothers and sisters?" I asked. "How hath this circumstance affected them?" The road was bleak and long, so that the old soldier's gossip was a welcome break to the tedium of the journey. "They have all succumbed," said Saxon with a groan. "Alas, alas! They were a goodly company could they have turned their talents to better uses. Prima was our eldest born. She did well until she attained womanhood. Secundus was a stout seaman, and owned his own vessel when he was yet a young man. It was remarked, however, that he started on a voyage in a schooner and came back in a brig, which gave rise to some inquiry. It may be, as he said, that he found it drifting about in the North Sea, and abandoned his own vessel in favour of it, but they hung him before he could prove it. Tertia ran away with a north country drover, and hath been on the run ever since. Quartus and Nunus have been long engaged in busying themselves over the rescue of the black folk from their own benighted and heathen country, conveying them over by the shipload to the plantations, where they may learn the beauties of the Christian religion. They are, however, men of violent temper and profane speech, who cherish no affection for their younger brother. Quintus was a lad of promise, but he found a hogshead of rumbo, which was thrown up from a wreck, and he died soon afterwards. Sextus might have done well, for he became a clerk to Johnny Tranter, the attorney, but he was of an enterprising turn, and he shifted the whole business, papers, cash and all, to the Lowlands, to the no small inconvenience of his employer, who hath never been able to lay hands either on one or the other from that day to this. Septimus died young. As to Octavius, Will Spotterbridge broke out early in him, and he was slain in a quarrel over some dice, which were said by his enemies to be so weighted that the six must ever come upwards. Let this moving recital be a warning to ye, if ye are fools enough to saddle yourselves with a wife, to see that she hath no vice in her, for a fair face is a sorry make-weight against a foul mind. Reuben and I could not but laugh over this frank family confession, which our companion delivered without a sign of shame or embarrassment. Ye have paid a heavy price for your father's want of discretion, I remarked. But what in the name of fate is this upon our left? A gibbet by the look of it, said Saxon, peering across at the gaunt framework of wood which rose up from a little knoll. Let us ride past it, for it is little out of our way. They are rare things in England, though by my faith there were more gallows than milestones when Turenne was in the Palatinate. What between the spies and traitors who were bred by the war, the rascally Schwarzritter and Lanzknechte, the Bohemian vagabonds, and an occasional countryman who was put out of the way lest he do something amiss, there was never such a brave time for the crows. As we approached this lonely gibbet we saw that a dried-up wisp of a thing, which could hardly be recognized as having once been a human being, was dangling from the centre of it. This wretched relic of mortality was secured to the crossbar by an iron chain, and flapped drearily backwards and forwards in the summer breeze. We had pulled up our horses and were gazing in silence at this signpost of death, when what had seemed to us to be a bundle of rags thrown down at the foot of the gallows began suddenly to move, and turned towards us the wizened face of an aged woman, so marked with evil passions and so malignant in its expression that it inspired us with even more horror than the unclean thing which dangled above her head. Gott in Himmel, cried Saxon, it is ever thus. A gibbet draws witches as a magnet draws needles. All the hexerei of the countryside will sit round one, like cats round a milk pail. Beware of her, she hath the evil eye. Poor soul, it is the evil stomach that she hath, said Reuben, walking his horse up to her. Who ever saw such a bag of bones? I warrant that she is pining away for want of a crust of bread. The creature whined, and thrust out two skinny claws to grab the piece of silver which our friend had thrown down to her. Her fierce dark eyes and beak-like nose, with the gaunt bones over which the yellow parchment-like skin was stretched tightly, gave her a fear-inspiring aspect, like some foul bird of prey, or one of those vampires of whom the story-tellers write. What use is money in the wilderness? I remarked. She cannot feed herself upon a silver piece. She tied the coin hurriedly into the corner of her rags, as though she feared that I might try to wrest it from her. It will buy bread, she croaked. But who is there to sell it, good mistress? I asked. They sell it at Havant, and they sell it at Hindon, she answered. I bide here o' days, but I travel at night. I warrant she does, and on a broomstick, quoth Saxon. But tell us, mother, who is it who hangs above your head? It is he who slew my youngest born, cried the old woman, casting a malignant look at the mummy above her, and shaking a clenched hand at it, which was hardly more fleshy than its own. It is he who slew my bonny boy. Out here upon the wide moor he met him, and he took his young life from him, when no kind hand was near to stop the blow. On that ground there my lad's blood was shed, and from that watering hath grown this goodly gallows tree, with its fine ripe fruit upon it. And here, come rain, come shine, shall I his mother sit, while two bones hang together of the man who slew my heart's darling. She nestled down in her rags as she spoke, and leaning her chin upon her hand, stared up with an intensity of hatred at the hideous remnant. Come away, Reuben, I cried, for the sight was enough to make one loathe one's kind. She's a ghoul, not a woman. Pah! It gives one a foul taste in the mouth, quoth Saxon. Who is for a fresh gallop over the downs? Away with care and carrion. Sir John got on his bonny brown steed, to Monmouth for a rider, a brave buff coat upon his back, a broadsword by his side. Ha, ha, young man, we rebels can, Pull down King James's prider. Hark, away, lads, with a loose rein and a bloody heel. We spurred our steeds and galloped from the unholy spot as fast as our brave beasts could carry us. To all of us the air had a purer flavour and the heath a sweeter scent by contrast with the grim couple whom we had left behind us. What a sweet world would this be, my children, were it not for man and his cruel ways. When we at last pulled up we had set some 3 or 4 miles between the gibbet and ourselves. Right over against us, on the side of a gentle slope, stood a bright little village, with a red-roofed church rising up from amidst a clump of trees. To our eyes, after the dull sward of the plain, it was a glad sight to see the green spread of the branches and the pleasant gardens which girt the hamlet round. All morning we had seen no sight of a human being save the old hag upon the moor, and a few peat cutters in the distance. Our belts too were beginning to be loose upon us, and the remembrance of our breakfast more faint. This, said I, must be the village of Mere, which we were to pass before coming to Bruton. We shall soon be over the Somersetshire border. I trust that we shall soon be over a dish of beefsteaks, groaned Reuben. I am well nigh famished. So fair a village must needs have a passable inn, though I have not seen one yet upon my travels which would compare with the old wheat sheaf. Neither inn nor dinner for us just yet, said Saxon. Look yonder to the north, and tell me what you see. On the extreme horizon there was visible a long line of gleaming, glittering points which shone and sparkled like a string of diamonds. These brilliant specks were all in rapid motion, and yet kept their positions to each other. What is it then? We both cried. Horses upon the march, quoth Saxon. It may be our friends from Salisbury, who have made a long day's journey, or, as I am inclined to think, it may be some other body of the king's horse. They are far distant, and what we see is but the sun shining on their casques. Yet they are bound for this very village, if I mistake not. It would be wisest to avoid entering it, lest the rustics set them upon our track. Let us skirt it and push on for Bruton, where we may spare time for bite and sup. Alas, alas for our dinners, cried Reuben ruefully. I have fallen away until my body rattles about inside this shell of armour like a pea in a pod. However, lads, it is all for the Protestant faith. One more good stretch to Bruton, and we may rest in peace, said Saxon. It is ill dining when a dragoon may be served up as a grace after meat. Our horses are still fresh, and we should be there in little over an hour. We pushed on our way accordingly, passing at a safe distance from Mere, which is the village where the second Charles did conceal himself after the Battle of Worcester. The road beyond was much crowded by peasants who were making their way out of Somersetshire, and by farmers' waggons, which were taking loads of food to the west, ready to turn a few guineas either from the king's men or from the rebels. We questioned many as to the news from the war, but though we were now on the outskirts of the disturbed country, we could gain no clear account of how matters stood, save that all agreed that the rising was on the increase. The country through which we rode was a beautiful one, consisting of low swelling hills, well tilled and watered by numerous streamlets. Crossing over the river Brew by a good stone bridge, we at last reached the small country town for which we had been making, which lies embowered in the midst of a broad expanse of fertile meadows, orchards, and sheep-walks. From the rising ground by the town we looked back over the plain without seeing any traces of the troopers. We learned, too, from an old woman of the place, that though a troop of the Wiltshire yeomanry had passed through the day before, there were no soldiers quartered at present in the neighbourhood. Thus assured, we rode boldly into the town, and soon found our way to the principal inn. I have some dim remembrance of an ancient church upon an eminence, and of a quaint stone cross within the market-place, but assuredly of all the recollections which I retain of Bruton, there is none so pleasing as Chapter 13 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 13 of Sir Gervas Jerome, Knight Baronet of the County of Surrey. The inn was very full of company, being occupied not only by many government agents and couriers on their way to and from the seat of the rising, but also by all the local gossips, who gathered there to exchange news and consume Dame Hobson, the landlady's home brood. In spite, however, of this stress of custom, and the consequent uproar, the hostess conducted us into her own private room, where we could consume her excellent cheer in peace and quietness. This favour was due, I think, to a little sly manoeuvring, and a few whispered words from Saxon, who, amongst other accomplishments, which he had picked up during his chequered career, had a pleasing knack of establishing friendly relations with the fair sex, irrespective of age, size, or character. Gentle and simple, church and dissent, Whig and Tory, if they did but wear a petticoat, our comrade never failed, in spite of his 50 years, to make his way into their good graces by the help of his voluble tongue mid assured manner. "We are your grateful servants, mistress," he said, when the smoking joint and the batter pudding had been placed upon the table. "We have robbed you of your room. Will you not honour us so far as to sit down with us and share our repast?" "Nay, kind sir," said the portly dame, much flattered by the proposal. "It is not for me to sit with gentles like yourselves. Beauty has a claim which persons of quality, and above all cavallerios of the sword, are the first to acknowledge," cried Saxon, with his little twinkling eyes fixed in admiration upon her buxom countenance. "Nay, by my troth, you shall not leave us. I shall lock the door first. If you will not eat, you shall at least drink a cup of Alicant with me." "Nay, sir, it is too much honour," cried Dame Hobson with a simper. "I shall go down to the cellars and bring a flask of the best." "Nay, by my manhood you shall not," said Saxon, springing up from his seat. "What are all these infernal lazy drawers here for, if you are to descend to menial offices?" Handing the widow to a chair, he clanked away into the tap-room, where we heard him swearing at the men-servants, and cursing them for a droning set of rascals, who had taken advantage of the angelic goodness of their mistress, and her incomparable sweetness of temper. "Here is the wine, fair mistress," said he, returning presently with a bottle in either hand. "Let me fill your glass. Ha! It flows clear and yellow like a prime vintage. These rogues can stir their limbs when they find that there is a man to command them." "Would that there were ever such," said the widow meaningly, with a languishing look at our companion. "Here is to you, sir, and to ye too, young sirs," she added, sipping at her wine. "May there be a speedy end to the insurrection, for I judge from your gallant equipment that ye be serving the king." "His business takes us to the west," said Reuben, "and we have every reason to hope that there will be a speedy end to the insurrection." "Ay, ay, though blood will be shed first," she said, shaking her head. "They tell me that the rebels are as many as 7,000, and that they swear to give and take no quarter, the murderous villains. Alas, how any gentleman can fall to such bloody work when he might have a clean honourable occupation, such as innkeeping or the like, is more than my poor mind can understand. There is a sad difference betwixt the man who lieth on the cold ground, not knowing how long it may be before he is 3 feet deep in it, and he who passeth his nights upon a warm feather bed, with mayhap a cellar beneath it stocked with even such wines as we are drinking now." She again looked hard at Saxon as she spoke, while Reuben and I nudged each other beneath the table. "This business hath doubtless increased your trade, fair mistress," quoth Saxon. "Ay, and in the way that payeth best," said she. "The few kilderkins of beer, which are drunk by the common folk, make little difference one way or the other. But now, when we have lieutenants of counties, officers, mayors, and gentry spurring it for very life down the highways, I have sold more of my rare old wines in 3 days than ever I did before in a calendar month. It is not ale or strong waters, I promise you, that those gentles drink, but Prignac, Languedoc, Tent, Muscadine, Chianti, and Tokay. Never a flask under the half-guinea." "So indeed," quoth Saxon thoughtfully. "A snug home and a steady income." "Would that my poor Peter had lived to share it with me," said Dame Hobson, laying down her glass and rubbing her eyes with the corner of her kerchief. "He was a good man, poor soul, though in very truth and between friends, he did at last become as broad and as thick as one of his own puncheons. All well, the heart is the thing. Marry, come up. If a woman were ever to wait until her own fancy came her way, there would be more maids than mothers in the land. Prithee, good dame, how runs your own fancy? Asked Reuben mischievously. Not in the direction of fat, young man, she answered smartly, with a merry glance at our plump companion. She has hit you there, Reuben, said I. I would have no pert young springald, she continued, but one who hath knowledge of the world, and ripe experience. Tall he should be, and of sinewy build, free of speech that he might lighten the weary hours, and help entertain the gentles when they crack a flagon of wine. Of business habits he must be too, forsooth, for is there not a busy hostel and 200 good pounds a year to pass through his fingers? If Jane Hobson is to be led to the altar again, it must be by such a man as this. Saxon had listened with much attention to the widow's words, and had just opened his mouth to make some reply to her, when a clattering and bustle outside announced the arrival of some traveller. Our hostess drank off her wine and pricked up her ears, but when a loud authoritative voice was heard in the passage, demanding a private room and a draught of sack, her call to duty overcame her private concerns, and she bustled off with a few words of apology to take the measure of the newcomer. "Body of me, lads," quoth Decimus Saxon, the moment that she disappeared, "ye can see how the land lies. I have half a mind to let Monmouth carve his own road, and to pitch my tent in this quiet English township." "Your tent indeed!" cried Reuben. "It is a brave tent that is furnished with cellars of such wine as we are drinking. And as to the quiet, my illustrious, if you take up your residence here I'll warrant that the quiet soon comes to an end. You have seen the woman," said Saxon, with his brow all in a wrinkle with thought. "She hath much to commend her. A man must look to himself. 200 pounds a year are not to be picked off the roadside every June morning. It is not princely, but it is something for an old soldier of fortune who hath been in the wars for 35 years, and foresees the time when his limbs will grow stiff in his harness. What saith our learned Fleming? En mulier. But what in the name of the devil have we here?" Our companion's ejaculation was called forth by a noise as of a slight scuffle outside the door, with a smothered "Oh, sir!" and "What will the maids think?" The contest was terminated by the door being opened and Dame Hobson re-entering the room with her face in a glow, and a slim young man dressed in the height of fashion at her heels. "I am sure, good gentlemen," said she, "that ye will not object to this young nobleman drinking his wine in the same room as ye, since all the others are filled with the townsfolk and commonalty." "Faith, I must needs be mine own usher," said the stranger, sticking his gold-laced cap under his left arm and laying his hand upon his heart, while he bowed until his forehead nearly struck the edge of the table. "Your very humble servant, gentlemen, Sir Gervas Jerome, Knight Baronet of His Majesty's County of Surrey, and at one time Custos Rotolorum of the district of Beecham Ford." "Welcome, sir," quoth Reuben, with a merry twinkle in his eye. "You have before you Don Decimo Saxon of the Spanish nobility, together with Sir Micah Clarke and Sir Reuben Lockarby, both of His Majesty's County of Hampshire." "Proud and glad to have met ye, gentlemen," cried the newcomer with a flourish. "But what is this upon the table? Alicant? Fie, fie, it is a drink for boys. Let us have some good sack, with plenty of body in it. Claret for youth, say I, sack for maturity, and strong waters in old age. Fly, my sweetest, move those dainty feet of thine, for egad my throat is like leather. Odzoons, I drank deep last night, and yet it is clear that I could not have drunk enough, for I was as dry as concordance when I awoke." Saxon sat silently at the table, looking so viciously at the stranger out of his half-closed glittering eyes, that I feared that we should have another such brawl as occurred at Salisbury, with perhaps a more unpleasant ending. Finally, however, his ill humour at the gallant's free and easy attention to our hostess spent itself in a few uttered oaths, and he lit his long pipe, the never-failing remedy of a ruffled spirit. As to Reuben and myself, we watched our new companion half in wonder and half in amusement, for his appearance and manners were novel enough to raise the interest of inexperienced youngsters like ourselves. I have said that he was dressed in the height of fashion, and such indeed was the impression which a glance would give. His face was thin and aristocratic, with a well-marked nose, delicate features, and gay, careless expression. Some little paleness of the cheeks and darkness under the eyes, the result of hard travel or dissipation, did but add a chastening grace to his appearance. His white periwig, velvet and silver riding-coat, lavender vest, and red satin knee-breeches were all of the best style and cut. But when looked at closely, each and all of these articles of attire bore evidence of having seen better days. Beside the dust and stains of travel, there was a shininess or a fading of colour here and there, which scarce accorded with the costliness of their material, or the bearing of their wearer. His long riding boots had a gaping seam in the side of one of them, whilst his toe was pushing its way through the end of the other. For the rest, he wore a handsome silver-hilted rapier at his side, and had a frilled cambric shirt, somewhat the worse for wear, and open at the front, as was the mode with the gallants of those days. All the time he was speaking, he mumbled a toothpick, which, together with his constant habit of pronouncing his O's as A's, made his conversation sound strange in our ears. Whilst we were noting these peculiarities, he was reclining upon Dame Hodson's best taffeta-covered settee, tranquilly combing his wig with a delicate ivory comb, which he had taken from a small satin bag which hung upon the right of his sword-belt. "Lard preserve us from country inns," he remarked. "What with the boars that swarm in every chamber, and the want of mirrors and jasmine water, and other necessaries, blister me if one has not to do one's toilet in the common room. Oons, I'd as soon travel in the lands of the Great Mogul." "When you shall come to be my age, young sir," Saxon answered, "you may know better than to decry a comfortable country hostel." "Very like, sir, very like," the gallant answered with a careless laugh. "For all that, being mine own age, I feel the wilds of Wiltshire and the inns of Bruton to be a sorry change after the Mall, and the fair of Pontax or the Coquetry. Ah, lad, here comes the sack. Open it, my pretty Hebe, and send a drawer with fresh glasses, for these gentlemen must do me the honour of drinking with me. A pinch of snuff, sirs? Ay, ye may well look hard at the box. A pretty little thing, sirs, from a certain lady of title, who shall be nameless, though if I were to say that her title begins with a D and her name with a C, a gentleman of the court might hazard a guess." Our hostess, having brought fresh glasses, withdrew, and Decimus Saxon soon found an opportunity for following her. Sir Gervas Jerome continued, however, to chatter freely to Reuben and myself over the wine, rattling along as gaily and airily as though we were old acquaintances. "Sink me if I have not frighted your comrade away," he remarked. "Or is it possible that he hath gone on the slot of the plump widow? Methought he looked in no very good temper when I kissed her at the door. Yet it is a civility which I seldom refuse to anything which wears a cap. Your friend's appearance smacked more of Mars than of Venus, though, indeed, those who worship the god are wont to be on good terms with the goddess. A hardy old soldier, I should judge, from his feature and attire." "One who hath seen much service abroad," I answered. "Ha! Ye are lucky to ride to the wars in the company of so accomplished a cavalier. For I presume that it is to the wars that ye are riding, since ye are all so armed and accoutred." "We are indeed bound for the west," I replied with some reserve, for in Saxon's absence I did not care to be too loose-tongued. "And in what capacity?" he persisted. "Will ye risk your crowns in defence of King James's one, or will ye strike in, hit or miss, with those rogues of Devon and Somerset? Stop my vital breath, if I would not as soon side with the clown as with the crown, with all due respect to your own principles." "You are a daring man," said I, "if you air your opinions thus in every inn parlour. Dost not know that a word of what you have said, whispered to the nearest justice of the peace, might mean your liberty, if not your life?" "I don't care the rind of a rotten orange for life or liberty either," cried our acquaintance, snapping his finger and thumb. "Burn me if it wouldn't be a new sensation to bandy words with some heavy-chopped country justice, with the popish plot still stuck in his gizzard, and be thereafter consigned to a dungeon, like the hero in John Dryden's latest. I have been round-housed many a time by the watch in the old Hawkebite days, but this would be a more dramatic matter, with high treason, block and axe all looming in the background." "And rack and pincers for a prologue," said Reuben. "This ambition is the strangest that I have ever heard tell of." "Anything for a change," cried Sir Gervas, filling up a bumper. "Here's to the maid that's next our hearts, and here's to the heart that loves the maids. War, wine, and women. 'Twould be a dull world without them. But you have not answered my question. Why, truly, sir, said I, frank as you have been with us, I can scarce be equally so with you, without the permission of the gentleman who has just left the room. He is the leader of our party. Pleasant as our short intercourse has been, these are parlous times, and hasty confidences are apt to lead to repentance. A Daniel come to judgment, cried our new acquaintance. What ancient words from so young a head! You are, I'll warrant, 5 years younger than a scatterbrain like myself, and yet you talk like the 7 wise men of Greece. Wilt take me as a valet? A valet? I exclaimed. I, a valet, a manservant. I have been waited upon so long that it is my turn to wait now, and I would not wish a more likely master. By the laird, I must in applying for a place give an account of my character, and a list of my accomplishments. So my rascals ever did with me, though in good truth I seldom listen to their recital. Honesty, there I score a trick. Sober, Ananias himself could scarce say that I am that. Trustworthy, indifferently so. Steady, about as much so as Garraway's weathercock. Hang it, man, I am choke-full of good resolutions, but a sparkling glass or a roguish eye will deflect me, as the mariners say of the compass. So much for my weaknesses. Now let me see what qualifications I can produce. A steady nerve, save only when I have my morning qualms, and a cheerful heart, I score 2 on that. I can dance saraband, minuet, or coranto, thence, ride, and sing French chansons. Good laird, whoever heard a valet urge such accomplishments? I can play the best game of piquet in London. So said Sir George Etheridge, when I won a cool 1,000 off him at the Groom Parter. But that won't advance me much either. What is there then to commend me? Why, marry, I can brew a bowl of punch, and I can broil a devilled fowl. It is not much, but I can do it well. Truly, good sir, I said with a smile, neither of these accomplishments is like to prove of much use to us on our present errand. You do, however, but jest, no doubt, when you talk of descending to such a position. Not a whit, not a whit, he replied earnestly. To such base uses do we come, as Will Shakespeare has it. If you would be able to say that you have in your service Sir Gervas Jerome, Knight Baronet, and sole owner of Beechamford Park, with a rent roll of 4,000 good pounds a year, he is now up for sale, and will be knocked down to the bidder who pleases him best. Say but the word, and we'll have another flagon of sack to clinch the bargain. But, said I, if you are indeed owner of this fair property, why should you descend to so menial an occupation? The Jews, O most astute and yet most slow-witted master, the 10 tribes have been upon me, and I have been harried and wasted, bound, ravished, and despoiled. Never was Agag, king of Amalek, more completely in the hands of the chosen, and the sole difference is that they have hewed into pieces mine estate instead of myself. Have you lost all, then? Reuben asked, open-eyed. Why, no, not at all, by no means all, he answered with a merry laugh. I have a gold Jacobus and a guinea or 2 in my purse. 'Twill serve for a flask or so yet. There is my silver-hilted rapier, my rings, my gold snuff-box, and my watch by Tompion, at the sign of the 3 crowns. It was never bought under 100, I'll warrant. Then there are such relics of grandeur as you see upon my person, though they begin to look as frail and worn as a waiting woman's virtue. In this bag, too, I retain the means for preserving that niceness and elegance of person which made me, though I say it, as well-groomed a man as ever set foot in St. James's Park. Here are French scissors, eyebrow brush, toothpick case, patch-box, powder bag, comb, puff, and my pair of red-heeled shoes. What could a man wish for more? These, with a dry throat, a cheerful heart, and a ready hand, are my whole stock in trade. Reuben and I could not forbear from laughing at the curious inventory of articles which Sir Gervas had saved from the wrecks of his fortune. He, upon seeing our mirth, was so tickled by his own misfortunes that he laughed in a high treble key until the whole house resounded with his merriment. By the mass, he cried at last, I have never had so much honest amusement out of my prosperity as hath been caused in me by my downfall. Fill up your glasses. We have still some distance to travel this evening, and must not drink more, I observed, for Prudence told me that it was dangerous work for 2 sober country lads to keep pace with an experienced toper. So, said he in surprise, I should have thought that would be a raison de plus, as the French say, but I wish your long-legged friend would come back, even if he were intent upon slitting my weasand for my attention to the widow. He is not a man to flinch from his liquor, I'll warrant. Curse this Wiltshire dust that clings to my periwig. Until my comrade returns, Sir Gervas, said I, you might, since the subject does not appear to be a painful one to you, let us know how these evil times, which you bear with such philosophy, came upon you. The old story, he answered, flicking away a few grains of snuff with his deeply laced cambric handkerchief. The old story. My father, a good, easy country baronet, finding the family purse somewhat full, must needs carry me up to town to make a man of me. There, as a young lad, I was presented at court, and being a slim, active youngster with a pert tongue and assured manner, I caught the notice of the Queen, who made me one of her pages of honour. This post I held until I grew out of it, when I withdrew from town. But egad, I found I must get back to it again, for Beechamford Park was as dull as a monastery after the life which I had been living. In town I stayed then with such boon companions as Tommy Lawson, my Lord Halifax, Sir Jasper Lamarck, little Geordie Chichester, ay, and old Sidney Godolphin of the Treasury, for with all his staid ways and long-winded budgets he could drain a cup with the best of us, and was as keen on a main of cocks as on a committee of ways and means. Well, it was rare sport while it lasted, and think me if I wouldn't do the same again, if I had my time once more. It is like sliding down a greased plank, though, for at first a man goes slow enough, and thinks he can pull himself up, but presently he goes faster and faster, until he comes with a crash onto the rocks of ruin at the bottom. And did you run through £4,000 a year? I exclaimed. Oddsbodikins, man, you speak as if this paltry sum were all the wealth of the Indies. Why, from Ormond or Buckingham, with their 20,000, down to ranting Dicky Talbot, there was not one of my set who could not have bought me out. Yet I must have my coach and four, my town-house, my liveried servants, and my stable full of horses. To be in the mode, I must have a poet, and throw him a handful of guineas for his dedication. Well, poor devil, he is one who will miss me. I warrant his heart was as heavy as his verses when he found me gone, though perchance he has turned a few guineas by this time by writing a satire upon me. It would have a ready sale among my friends. Gad's life, I wonder how my levies get on, and whom all my suitors have fastened on to now. There they were morning after morning, the French pimp, the English bully, the needy man of letters, the neglected inventor. I never thought to have got rid of them, but indeed I have shaken them off very effectually now. When the honey-pot is broken, it is farewell to the flies. And your noble friends? I asked. Did none of them stand by you in your adversity? Well, well, I have naught to complain of, exclaimed Sir Gervas. They were brave-hearted boys for the most part. I might have had their names on my bills as long as their fingers could hold a pen, but slip me if I like bleeding my own companions. They might have found a place for me, too, had I consented to play second fiddle, where I had been used to lead the band. Ay, faith, I care not what I turn my hand to amongst strangers, but I would fain leave my memory sweet in town. As to what you propose, of serving us as a valet, said I, it is not to be thought of. We are, in spite of my friend's swaggishness, but 2 plain blunt countrymen, and have no more need of a valet than one of those poets which you have spoken of. On the other hand, if you should care to attach yourself to our party, we shall take you where you will see service, which shall be more to your taste than the curling of periwigs or the brushing of eyebrows. Nay, nay, my friend, speak not with unseemly levity of the mysteries of the toilet, he cried. Ye would yourselves be none the worse for a touch of mine ivory comb, and a closer acquaintance with the famous skin-purifying wash of Murphy, which I am myself in the habit of using. I am beholden to you, sir, said Reuben, but the famous spring-water wash by Providence is quite good enough for the purpose. And Dame Nature hath placed a wig of her own upon me, I added, which I should be very loth to change. Goths, pure Goths, cried the exquisite, throwing up his white hands. But here comes a heavy tread, with the clink of armour in the passage. 'Tis our friend, the knight of the wrathful countenance, if I mistake not. It was indeed Saxon, who strode into the room to tell us that our horses were at the door, and that all was ready for our departure. Taking him aside, I explained to him in a whisper what had passed between the stranger and ourselves, with the circumstances which had led me to suggest that he should join our party. The old soldier frowned at the news. "What have we to do with such a coxcomb?" he said. "We have hard fare and harder blows before us. He is not fit for the work." "You said yourself that Monmouth will be weak in horse," I answered. "Here is a well-appointed cavalier, who is to all appearances a desperate man, and ready for anything. Why should we not enrol him?" "I fear," said Saxon, "that his body may prove to be like the bran of a fine cushion, of value only for what it has around it. However, it is perhaps for the best. The handle to his name may make him welcome in the camp, for, from what I hear, there is some dissatisfaction at the way in which the gentry stand aloof from the enterprise." "I had feared," I remarked, still speaking in a whisper, "that we were about to lose one of our party instead of gaining one in this Bruton Inn." "I have thought better of it," he answered with a smile. "Nay, I'll tell you of it anon. Well, Sir Gervas Jerome," he added aloud, turning to our new associate, "I hear that you are coming with us. For a day you must be content to follow without question or remark. Is that agreed?" "With all my heart," cried Sir Gervas. "Then here's a bumper to our better acquaintance," cried Saxon, raising his glass. "I pledge ye all," quoth the gallant. "Here's to a fair fight, and may the best men win." "Donnerblitz, men," said Saxon, "I believe there's mettle in you for all your gay plumes. I do conceive a liking for you. Give me your hand." The soldier of fortune's great brown grip enclosed the delicate hand of our new friend in a pledge of comradeship. Then, having paid our reckoning and bade our cordial adieu to Dame Hobson, who glanced methought somewhat reproachfully or expectantly at Saxon, we sprang on our steeds and continued our journey.
Chapter 14 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Lewin, Brood, Staffordshire, England. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 14 of The Stiff-Legged Parson and His Flock. Our road lay through Castle Carey and Somerton, which are small towns lying in the midst of a most beautiful pastoral country, well wooded and watered by many streams. The valleys along the centre of which the road lies are rich and luxuriant, sheltered from the winds by long rolling hills, which are themselves highly cultivated. Here and there we passed the ivy-clad turret of an old castle, or the peaked gables of a rambling country house protruding from amongst the trees, and marking the country seat of some family of repute. More than once, when these mansions were not far from the road, we were able to perceive the unrepaired dints and fractures on the walls received during the stormy period of the civil troubles. Fairfax, it seems, had been down that way, and had left abundant traces of his visit. I have no doubt that my father would have had much to say of these signs of Puritan wrath had he been riding at our side. The road was crowded with peasants who were travelling in two strong currents, one setting from east to west, and the other from west to east. The latter consisted principally of aged people and of children, who were being sent out of harm's way to reside in the less disturbed counties until the troubles should be over. Many of these poor folk were pushing barrows in front of them, in which a few bedclothes and some cracked utensils represented the whole of their worldly goods. Others, more prosperous, had small carts drawn by the wild shaggy colts which are bred on the Somerset moors. What with the spirit of the half-tamed beasts and the feebleness of the drivers, accidents were not uncommon, and we passed several unhappy groups who had been tumbled with their property into a ditch, or who were standing in anxious debate round a cracked shaft or a broken axle. The countrymen who were making for the west were, upon the other hand, men in the prime of life, with little or no baggage. Their brown faces, heavy boots, and smock frocks proclaimed most of them to be mere hinds, though here and there we overtook men who, by their top boots and corduroys, may have been small farmers or yeomen. These fellows walked in gangs, and were armed for the most part with stout oak cudgels, which were carried as an aid to their journey, but which in the hands of powerful men might become formidable weapons. From time to time one of these travellers would strike up a psalm tune, when all the others within earshot would join in, until the melody rippled away down the road. As we passed, some scowled angrily at us, while others whispered together and shook their heads, in evident doubt as to our character and aims. Now and again among the people we marked the tall broad-brimmed hat and Geneva mantle, which were the badges of the Puritan clergy. "We are in Monmouth's country at last," said Saxon to me, for Reuben Lockarby and Sir Gervas Jerome had ridden on ahead. "This is the raw material which we shall have to lick into soldiership." "And no bad material either," I replied, taking note of the sturdy figures and bold hearty faces of the men. "Think ye that they are bound for Monmouth's camp, then?" "Ay, they are. See you yon long-limbed parson on the left, him with the penthouse hat? Markest thou not the stiffness wherewith he moves his left leg?" "Why, yes, he is travel-worn, doubtless." "Oh," laughed my companion, "I have seen such a stiffness before now. The man hath a straight sword within the leg of his breeches, a regular parliamentary tuck, I'll warrant. When he is on safe ground he will produce it, ay, and use it too. But until he is out of all danger of falling in with the king's horse, he is shy of strapping it to his belt. He is one of the old breed by his cut, who call fire and sword and desolation a godly thorough reformation. Old Samuel hath them to a pen-stroke. There is another ahead of him there, with the head of a scythe inside his smock. Can you not see the outline? I warrant there is not one of the rascals but hath a pike-head or sickle-blade concealed somewhere about him. I begin to feel the breath of war once more, and to grow younger with it. Hark ye, lad, I am glad that I did not tarry at the inn." "You seem to be in two minds about it," said I. "Ay, ay, she was a fine woman, and the quarters were comfortable. I do not gainsay it. But marriage, d'ye see, is a citadel that it's plaguey easy to find one's way into, but once in, old Tilly himself could not bring one out again with credit. I've known such a device on the Danube, where at the first onfall the Mamelukes had abandoned the breach for the very purpose of ensnaring the imperial troops in the narrow streets beyond, from which few ever returned. Old birds are not caught with such wiles. I did succeed in gaining the ear of one of the gossips, and asking him what he could tell me of the good dame and her inn. It seemed that she is somewhat of a shrew upon occasion, and that her tongue had more to do with her husband's death than the dropsy which the leech put it down to. Again, a new inn hath been started in the village, which is well managed, and is likely to draw the custom from her. It is, too, as you have said, a dull, sleepy spot. All these reasons weighed with me, and I decided that it would be best to raise my siege of the widow, and to retreat whilst I could yet do so with the credit and honours of war. "'Tis best so," said I. "You could not have settled down to a life of toping and ease. But our new comrade, what do you think of him?" "Faith," Saxon answered, "we shall extend into a troop of horse if we add to our number every gallant who is in want of a job. As to this Sir Gervas, however, I think, as I said at the inn, that he hath more mettle in him than one would judge at first sight. These young sprigs of the gentry will always fight, but I doubt if he is hardened enough, or hath constancy enough for such a campaign as this is like to be. His appearance, too, will be against him in the eyes of the saints, and though Monmouth is a man of easy virtue, the saints are like to have the chief voice in his councils. Now do but look at him as he reins up that showy grey stallion and gazes back at us. Mark his riding hat tilted over his eye, his open bosom, his whip dangling from his buttonhole, his hand on his hip, and as many oaths in his mouth as there are ribbons to his doublet. Above all, mark the air with which he looks down upon the peasants beside him. He will have to change his style if he is to fight by the side of the fanatics. But hark! I am much mistaken if they have not already got themselves into trouble. Our friends had pulled up their horses to await our coming. They had scarce halted, however, before the stream of peasants who had been moving along abreast of them slackened their pace, and gathered round them with a deep ominous murmur and threatening gestures. Other rustics, seeing that there was something afoot, hurried up to help their companions. Saxon and I put spurs to our horses, and pushing through the throng, which was becoming every instant larger and more menacing, made our way to the aid of our friends, who were hemmed in on every side by the rabble. Reuben had laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword, while Sir Gervas was placidly chewing his toothpick and looking down at the angry mob with an air of amused contempt. "A flask or two of scent amongst them would not be amiss," he remarked. "I would I had a casting bottle." "Stand on your guard, but do not draw," cried Saxon. "What the henker hath come over the chawbacons? They mean mischief. How now, friends? Why this uproar?" This question, instead of allaying the tumult, appeared to make it tenfold worse. All round us, 20 deep, were savage faces and angry eyes, with the glint here and there of a weapon half drawn from its place of concealment. The uproar, which had been a mere hoarse growl, began to take shape and form. "Down with the Papists!" was the cry. "Down with the Prelatists! Smite the Erastian butchers! Smite the Philistine horsemen! Down with them!" A stone or two had already whistled past our ears, and we had been forced in self-defence to draw our swords, when the tall minister, whom we had already observed, shoved his way through the crowd, and by dint of his lofty stature and commanding voice prevailed upon them to be silent. "How say ye?" he asked, turning upon us. "Fight ye for Baal or for the Lord? He who is not with us is against us." "Which is the side of Baal, most reverend sir, and which of the Lord?" asked Sir Gervas Jerome. "Methinks if you were to speak plain English instead of Hebrew, we might come to an understanding sooner." "This is no time for light words," the minister cried, with a flush of anger upon his face. "If you would keep your skins whole, tell me, are ye for the bloody usurper James Stuart, or are ye for his most Protestant Majesty King Monmouth?" "What? Hath he come to the title already?" exclaimed Saxon. "Know then that we are 4 unworthy vessels upon our way to offer our services to the Protestant cause." "He lies, good Master Pettigrew, he lies most foully," shouted a burly fellow from the edge of the crowd. "Who ever saw a good Protestant in such a punchinello dress as yonder? Is not Amalekite written upon his raiment? Is he not attired as becometh the bridegroom of the harlot of Rome? Why then should we not smite him?" "I thank you, my worthy friend," said Sir Gervas, whose attire had moved this champion's wrath. "If I were nearer, I should give you some return for the notice which you have taken of me." "What proof have we that you are not in the pay of the usurper, and on your way to oppress the faithful?" asked the Puritan divine. "I tell you, man," said Saxon impatiently, "that we have travelled all the way from Hampshire to fight against James Stuart. We will ride with ye to Monmouth's camp, and what better proof could ye desire than that?" "It may be ye do but seek an opportunity of escaping from our bondage," the minister observed, after conferring with 1 or 2 of the leading peasants. "It is our opinion, therefore, that before coming with us ye must deliver unto us your swords, pistols, and other carnal weapons." "Nay, good sir, that cannot be," our leader answered. "A cavalier may not with honour surrender his blade or his liberty in the manner ye demand. Keep close to my bridle arm, Clarke, and strike home at any rogue who lays hands on you." A hum of anger rose from the crowd, and a score of sticks and scythe blades were raised against us, when the minister again interposed and silenced his noisy following. "Did I hear aright?" he asked. "Is your name Clarke?" "It is," I answered. "Your Christian name?" "Micah." "Living at?" "Havant." The clergyman conferred for a few minutes with a grizzly-bearded, harsh-faced man dressed in black buckram, who stood at his elbow. "If you're really Micah Clarke of Havant," quoth he, "you will be able to tell us the name of an old soldier, skilled in the German wars, who was to have come with ye to the camp of the faithful." "Why, this is he," I answered. "Decimus Saxon is his name." "Ay, ay, Master Pettigrew," cried the old man. "The very name given by Dicky Rumbold. He said that either the old Roundhead Clarke or his son would go with him. But who are these?" "This is Master Reuben Lockarby, also of Havant, and Sir Gervas Jerome of Surrey," I replied. "They are both here as volunteers desiring to serve under the Duke of Monmouth." "Right glad I am to see ye, then," said the stalwart minister heartily. "Friends, I can answer for these gentlemen that they favour the honest folk and the old cause." At these words the rage of the mob turned in an instant into the most extravagant adulation and delight. They crowded round us, patting our riding boots, pulling at the skirts of our dress, pressing our hands, and calling down blessings upon our heads, until their pastor succeeded at last in rescuing us from their attentions, and in persuading them to resume their journey. We walked our horses in the midst of them, whilst the clergyman strode along betwixt Saxon and myself. He was, as Reuben remarked, well fitted to be an intermediary between us, for he was taller, though not so broad as I was, and broader, though not so tall as the adventurer. His face was long, thin, and hollow-cheeked, with a pair of great thatched eyebrows and deep-sunken melancholy eyes, which lit up upon occasion with a sudden quick flash of fiery enthusiasm. "Joshua Pettigrew is my name, gentlemen," said he. "I am an unworthy worker in the Lord's vineyard, testifying with voice and with arm to his holy covenant. These are my faithful flock, whom I am bringing westward, that they might be ready for the reaping when it pleases the Almighty to gather them in." "And why have you not brought them into some show of order or formation?" asked Saxon. "They are straggling along the road like a line of geese upon a common when Michaelmas is nigh. Have ye no fears? Is it not written that your calamity cometh suddenly? Suddenly shall ye be broken down without remedy." "Ay, friend, but is it not also written, Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not into thine own understanding? Mark ye, if I were to draw up my men in military fashion, it would invite attention and attack from any of James Stuart's horse who may come our way. It is my desire to bring my flock to the camp, and obtain pieces for them before exposing them to so unequal a contest." "Truly, sir, it is a wise resolution," said Saxon grimly. "For if a troop of horse came down upon these good people, the pastor would find himself without his flock." "Nay, that could never be," cried Master Pettigrew with fervour. "Say rather that pastor, flock, and all would find their way home along the thorny track of martyrdom to the New Jerusalem. Know, friend, that I have come from Monmouth in order to conduct these men to his standard. I received from him, or rather from Master Ferguson, instructions to be on the look-out for ye, and for several others of the faithful we expect to join us from the east. By what route came ye?" "Over Salisbury Plain, and so through Bruton." "And saw ye or met ye any of our people upon the way?" "None," Saxon answered. "We left the Blue Guards at Salisbury, however, and we saw either them or some other horse regiment near this side of the plain at the village of Mere." "Ah, there is a gathering of the Eagles," cried Master Joshua Pettigrew, shaking his head. "They are men of fine raiment, with war horses and chariots and trappings, like the Assyrians of old, yet shall the angel of the Lord breathe upon them in the night. Yea, he shall cut them off utterly in his wrath, and they shall be destroyed." "Amen! Amen!" cried as many of the peasants as were within earshot. "They have elevated their own, Master Pettigrew," said the grizzly-haired Puritan. "They have set up their candlestick on high, the candlestick of a perverse ritual and of an idolatrous service. Shall it not be dashed down by the hands of the righteous? Lo, this same candle waxed big and burned sooty, even as an offence to the nostrils in the days of our fathers," cried a burly red-faced man, whose dress proclaimed him to be one of the yeoman class. "So was it when old Noll did get his snuffing shears to work upon it. It is a wick which can only be trimmed by the sword of the faithful." A grim laugh from the whole party proclaimed the appreciation of the pious waggery of their companion. "Ah, Brother Sandcroft," cried the pastor, "there is much sweetness and manner hidden in thy conversation, but the way is long and dreary. Shall we not lighten it by a song of praise? Where is Brother Thistlethwaite, whose voice is as the cymbal, the tabor, and the dulcimer?" "Lo, most pious Master Pettigrew," said Saxon, "I have myself at times ventured to lift my voice before the Lord." Without any further apology, he broke out in stentorian tones into the following hymn, the refrain of which was caught up by pastor and congregation. "The Lord, he is a morion that guards me from all wound. The Lord, he is a coat of mail that circles me all round. Who then fears to draw the sword and fight the battle of the Lord? The Lord, he is the buckler true that swings on my left arm. The Lord, he is the plate of proof that shieldeth me from harm. Who then fears to draw the sword and fight the battle of the Lord? Who then dreads the violent, or fears the man of pride? Or shall I flee from 2 or 3, if he be by my side? Who then fears to draw the sword and fight the battle of the Lord? My faith, it's like a citadel girt round with moat and wall. No mine or sap or breach or gap can e'er prevail at all. Who then fears to draw the sword and fight the battle of the Lord? Saxon ceased, but the Reverend Joshua Pettigrew waved his long arms and repeated the refrain, which was taken up again and again by the long column of marching peasants. "It is a godly hymn," said our companion, who had, to my disgust and to the evident astonishment of Reuben and Sir Gervas, resumed the snuffling, whining voice which he had used in the presence of my father. "It hath availed much on the field of battle." "Truly," returned the clergyman, "if your comrades are of as sweet a savour as yourself, you will be worth a brigade of pikes to the faithful," a sentiment which raised a murmur of assent from the Puritans around. "Since, sir," he continued, "you have had much experience in the wiles of war, I shall be glad to hand over to you the command of this small body of the faithful, until such time as we reach the army." "It is time, too, in good faith, that ye had a soldier at your head," Decimus Saxon answered quietly. "My eyes deceive me strangely if I do not see the gleam of sword and cuirass upon the brow of yonder declivity." Chapter 15 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 15 of Our Brush with the King's Dragoons. Some little distance from us a branch road ran into that along which we and our motley assemblage of companions in arms were travelling. This road curved down the side of a well-wooded hill, and then over the level for a quarter of a mile or so before opening on the other. Just at the brow of the rising ground there stood a thick bristle of trees, amid the trunks of which there came and went a bright shimmer of sparkling steel, which proclaimed the presence of armed men. Farther back, where the road took a sudden turn and ran along the ridge of the hill, several horsemen could be plainly seen, outlined against the evening sky. So peaceful, however, was the long sweep of countryside, mellowed by the golden light of the setting sun, with a score of village steeples and manor houses peeping out from among the woods, that it was hard to think that the thundercloud of war was really lowering over that fair valley, and that at any instant the lightning might break from it. The country folk, however, appeared to have no difficulty at all in understanding the danger to which they were exposed. The fugitives from the west gave a yell of consternation, and ran wildly down the road, or whipped up their beasts of burden in the endeavour to place as safe a distance as possible between themselves and the threatened attack. The chorus of shrill cries and shouts, with the cracking of whips, creaking of wheels, and the occasional crash when some cartload of goods came to grief, made up a most deafening uproar, above which our leader's voice resounded in sharp, eager exhortation and command. When, however, the loud brazen shriek from a bugle broke from the wood, and the head of a troop of horse began to descend the slope, the panic became greater still, and it was difficult for us to preserve any order at all amidst the wild rush of the terrified fugitives. "Stop that cart, Clarke!" cried Saxon vehemently, pointing with his sword to an old waggon piled high with furniture and bedding, which was lumbering down, drawn by two raw-boned colts. At the same moment I saw him drive his horse into the crowd and catch at the reins of another similar one. Giving Covenant's bridle a shake, I was soon abreast of the cart which he had indicated, and managed to bring the furious young horses to a standstill. "Bring it up!" cried our leader, working with the coolness which only a long apprenticeship to war can give. "Now, friends, cut the traces." A dozen knives were at work in a moment, and the kicking, struggling animals scampered off, leaving their burdens behind them. Saxon sprang off his horse, and set the example in dragging the waggon across the roadway, while some of the peasants, under the direction of Reuben Lockarby and of Master Joshua Pettigrew, arranged a couple of other carts to block the way 50 yards further down. The latter precaution was to guard against the chance of the royal horse riding through the fields and attacking us from behind. So speedily was the scheme conceived and carried out, that within a few minutes of the first alarm we found ourselves protected front and rear by a lofty barricade, while within this improvised fortress was a garrison of 150 men. "What firearms have we amongst us?" asked Saxon hurriedly. "A dozen pistols at the most," replied the elderly Puritan, who was addressed by his companions as Hope above Williams. "John Rodway, the coachman, hath his blunderbuss. There are also 2 godly men from Hungerford, who are keepers of game, and who have brought their pieces with them." "They are here, sir," cried another, pointing to 2 stout bearded fellows who were ramming charges into their long-barrelled muskets. "Their names are Watt and Nat Millman." "2 who can hit their mark are worth a battalion who shoot wide," our leader remarked. "Get under the waggon, my friends, and rest your pieces upon the spokes. Never draw trigger until the sons of Belial are within 3 pikes' length of ye." "My brother and I," quoth one of them, "can hit a running doe at 200 paces. Our lives are in the hand of the Lord, but 2 at least of these hired butchers we shall send before us." "As gladly as ever we slew stoat or wildcat," cried the other, slipping under the waggon. "We are keeping the Lord's preserves now, brother Watt, and truly these are some of the vermin that infest them." "Let all who have pistols line the waggon," said Saxon, tying his mare to the hedge, an example which we all followed. "Clarke, do you take charge upon the right with Sir Gervas, while Lockarby assists Master Pettigrew upon the left. Ye others shall stand behind with stones. Should they break through our barricades, slash at the horses with your scythes. Once down, the riders are no match for ye." A low, sullen murmur of determined resolution rose from the peasants, mingled with pious ejaculations and little scraps of hymn or of prayer. They had all produced from under their smocks rustic weapons of some sort. 10 or 12 had petronels, which from their antique look and rusty condition threatened to be more dangerous to their possessors than to the enemy. Others had sickles, scythe blades, flails, half-pikes or hammers, while the remainder carried long knives and oaken clubs. Simple as were these weapons, history has proved that in the hands of men who are deeply stirred by religious fanaticism they are by no means to be despised. One had but to look at the stern, set faces of our followers, and the gleam of exultation and expectancy which shone from their eyes, to see that they were not the men to quail, either from superior numbers or equipment. "By the mass," whispered Sir Gervas, "it is magnificent. An hour of this is worth a year in the Mall. The old Puritan bull is fairly at bay. Let us see what sort of sport the bull pups make in the baiting of him. I'll lay 5 pieces to 4 on the chawbacons." "Nay, it's no matter for idle betting," said I shortly, for his light-hearted chatter annoyed me at so solemn a moment. 5 to 4 on the soldiers, then," he persisted. "It's too good a match not to have a stake on it one way or the other." "Our lives are at stake," said I. "Faith, I had forgot it," he replied, still mumbling his toothpick. "To be or not to be, as Will of Stratford says. Kynaston was great on the passage, but here is the bell that rings the curtain up." Whilst we had been making our dispositions, the troop of horse, for there appeared to be but one, had trotted down the cross-road, and had drawn up across the main highway. They numbered, as far as I could judge, about 90 troopers, and it was evident from their 3-cornered hats, steel plates, red sleeves, and bandoliers, that they were dragoons of the regular army. The main body halted a quarter of a mile from us, while 3 officers rode to the front and held a short consultation, which ended in one of them setting spurs to his horse and cantering down in our direction. A bugler followed a few paces behind him, waving a white kerchief and blowing an occasional blast upon his trumpet. "Here comes an envoy," cried Saxon, who was standing up in the waggon. "Now, my brethren, we have neither kettledrum nor tinkling brass, but we have the instrument wherewith Providence hath endowed us. Let us show the redcoats that we know how to use it. Who then dreads the violent, or fears the man of pride? Or shall I flee from 2 or 3, if he be by my side?" 70 voices broke in a hoarse roar upon the chorus. "Who then fears to draw the sword, and fight the battle of the Lord?" I could well believe at that moment that the Spartans had found the lame singer Tyrtaeus the most successful of their generals, for the sound of their own voices increased the confidence of the country folk, while the martial words of the old hymn roused the dogged spirit in their breasts. So high did their courage run that they broke off their song with a loud warlike shout, waving their weapons above their heads, and ready, I verily believe, to march out from their barricades and make straight for the horsemen. In the midst of this clamour and turmoil, the young dragoon officer, a handsome olive-faced lad, rode fearlessly up to the barrier, and, pulling up his beautiful roan steed, held up his hand with an imperious gesture which demanded silence. "Who is the leader of this conventicle?" he asked. "Address your message to me, sir," said our leader from the top of the waggon, "but understand that your white flag will only protect you while you use such language as may come from one courteous adversary to another. Say your say, or retire." "Courtesy and honour," said the officer with a sneer, "are not extended to rebels who are in arms against their lawful sovereign. If you are the leader of this rabble, I warn you, if they are not dispersed within 5 minutes by this watch," he pulled out an elegant gold timepiece, "we shall ride down upon them and cut them to pieces." "The Lord can protect his own," Saxon answered, amid a fierce hum of approval from the crowd. "Is this all thy message?" "It is all, and you will find it enough, you Presbyterian traitor," cried the dragoon cornet. "Listen to me, misguided fools," he continued, standing up upon his stirrups and speaking to the peasants at the other side of the waggon. "What chance have ye with your whittles and cheese-scrapers? Ye may yet save your skins if ye will but deliver up your leaders, throw down what ye are pleased to call your arms, and trust to the king's mercy." "This exceedeth the limitations of your privileges," said Saxon, drawing a pistol from his belt and cocking it. "If you say another word to seduce these people from their allegiance, I fire." "Hope not to benefit Monmouth," cried the young officer, disregarding the threat, and still addressing his words to the peasants. "The whole royal army is drawing round him, and—" "Have a care," shouted our leader in a deep, harsh voice. "His head within a month shall roll upon the scaffold. "But you shall never live to see it," said Saxon, and stooping over, he fired straight at the cornet's head. At the flash of the pistol, the trumpeter wheeled round and galloped for his life, while the roan horse turned and followed with its master still seated firmly in the saddle. "Verily, you have missed the midnight," cried Hope above Williams. "He is dead," said our leader, pouring a fresh charge into his pistol. "It is the law of war, Clarke," he added, looking round at me. "He hath chosen to break it, and must pay forfeit." As he spoke, I saw the young officer lean gradually over in his saddle, until, when about half-way back to his friends, he lost his balance and fell heavily in the roadway, turning over 2 or 3 times with the force of his fall, and lying at last still and motionless, a dust-coloured heap. A loud yell of rage broke from the troopers at the sight, which was answered by a shout of defiance from the Puritan peasantry. "Down on your faces!" cried Saxon. "They are about to fire." The crackle of musketry and a storm of bullets pinging on the hard ground or cutting twigs from the hedges on either side of us lent emphasis to our leader's order. Many of the peasants crouched behind the feather beds and tables which had been pulled out of the cart. Some lay in the waggon itself, and some sheltered themselves behind or underneath it. Others again lined the ditches on either side, or lay flat upon the roadway, while a few showed their belief in the workings of Providence by standing upright without flinching from the bullets. Amongst these latter were Saxon and Sir Gervas, the former to set an example to his raw troops, and the latter out of pure laziness and indifference. Reuben and I sat together in the ditch, and I can assure you, my dear grandchildren, that we felt very much inclined to bob our heads when we heard the bullets piping all around them. If any soldier ever told you that he did not the first time that he was under fire, then that soldier is not a man to trust. After sitting rigid and silent, however, as if we had both stiff necks, for a few minutes, the feeling passed completely away, and from that day to this it has never returned to me. You see, familiarity breeds contempt with bullets, as with other things, and though it is no easy matter to come to like them, like the King of Sweden or my Lord Cutts, it is not so very hard to become indifferent to them. The cornet's death did not long remain unavenged. A little old man with a sickle, who had been standing near Sir Gervas, gave a sudden sharp cry, and springing up into the air with a loud "Glory to God!" fell flat upon his face, dead. A bullet had struck him just over the right eye. Almost at the same moment one of the peasants in the waggon was shot through the chest, and sat up coughing blood all over the wheel. I saw Master Joshua Pettigrew catch him in his long arms and settle some bedding under his head, so that he lay breathing heavily and pattering forth prayers. The minister showed himself a man that day, for amid the fierce carbine fire he walked boldly up and down, with a drawn rapier in his left hand, for he was a left-handed man, and his Bible in the other. "This is what you are dying for, dear brothers," he cried continually, holding the brown volume up in the air. "Are ye not ready to die for this?" And every time he asked the question, a low eager murmur of assent rose from the ditches, the waggon, and the road. "They aim like yokels at a Wappenshaw," said Saxon, seating himself on the side of the waggon. "Like all young soldiers, they fire too high. When I was an adjutant, it was my custom to press down the barrels of the muskets until my eye told me that they were level. These rogues think that they have done their part if they do but let the gun off, though they are as like to hit the plovers above us as ourselves." "5 of the faithful have fallen," said Hope above Williams. "Shall we not sally forth and do battle with the children of Antichrist? Are we to lie here like so many popinjays at a fair for the troopers to practise upon?" "There's a stone barn over yonder on the hillside," I remarked. "If we who have horses, and a few others, were to keep the dragoons in play, the people might be able to reach it, and so be sheltered from the fire." "At least let my brother and me have a shot or two back at them," cried one of the marksmen beside the wheel. To all our entreaties and suggestions, however, our leader only replied by a shake of the head, and continued to swing his long legs over the side of the waggon, with his eyes fixed intently upon the horsemen, many of whom had dismounted, and were leaning their carbines over the cruppers of their chargers. "This cannot go on, sir," said the pastor, in a low, earnest voice. "2 more men have just been hit." "If 50 more men are hit, we must wait until they charge," Saxon answered. "What would you do, man? If you leave this shelter, you will be cut off and utterly destroyed. When you have seen as much of war as I have done, you will learn to put up quietly with what is not to be avoided. I remember on such another occasion, when the rearguard, or Nachhut, of the imperial troops was followed by Croats who were in the pay of the Grand Turk, I lost half my company before the mercenary renegades came to close fighting. Ha, my brave boys, they're mounting. We shall not have to wait long now." The dragoons were indeed climbing into their saddles again, and forming across the road with the evident intention of charging down upon us. At the same time, about 30 men detached themselves from the main body and trotted away into the fields upon our right. Saxon growled a hearty oath under his breath as he observed them. "They have some knowledge of warfare after all," said he. "They mean to charge us flank and front. Master Joshua, see that your scythesmen line the quickset hedge upon the right. Stand well up, my brothers, and flinch not from the horses. You men with the sickles, lie in the ditch there, and cut at the legs of the brutes. A line of stone throwers behind that. A heavy stone is as sure as a bullet at close quarters. If ye would see your wives and children again, make that hedge good against the horsemen. Now for the front attack. Let the men who carry petronels come into the waggon. 2 of yours, Clarke, and 2 of yours, Lockerby. I can spare one also. That makes 5. Now here are 10 others of a sort, and 3 muskets. 20 shots in all. Have you no pistols, Sir Gervas?" "No, but I can get a pair," said our companion, and springing upon his horse, he forced his way through the ditch, past the barrier, and so down the road in the direction of the dragoons. The movement was so sudden and so unexpected that there was a dead silence for a few seconds, which was broken by a general howl of hatred and execration from the peasants. "Shoot upon him! Shoot down the false Amalekite!" they shrieked. "He hath gone to join his kind. He hath delivered us up into the hands of the enemy. Judas! Judas!" As to the horsemen, who were still forming up for a charge and waiting for the flanking party to get into position, they sat still and silent, not knowing what to make of the gaily dressed cavalier who was speeding towards them. We were not left long in doubt, however. He had no sooner reached the spot where the cornet had fallen than he sprang from his horse and helped himself to the dead man's pistols and to the belt which contained his powder and ball. Mounting at his leisure, amid a shower of bullets which puffed up the white dust all around him, he rode onwards towards the dragoons, and discharged one of his pistols at them. Wheeling round, he politely raised his cap and galloped back to us, none the worse for his adventure, though a ball had grazed his horse's fetlock, and another had left a hole in the skirt of his riding-coat. The peasants raised a shout of jubilation as he rode in, and from that day forward our friend was permitted to wear his gay trappings and to bear himself as he would, without being suspected of having mounted the livery of Satan, or of being wanting in zeal for the cause of the saints. "They are coming," cried Saxon. "Let no man draw trigger until he sees me shoot. If any does, I shall send a bullet through him, though it was my last shot and the troopers were amongst us." As our leader uttered this threat, and looked grimly around upon us with an evident intention of executing it, a shrill blare of a bugle burst from the horsemen in front of us, and was answered by those upon our flank. At the signal, both bodies set spurs to their horses and dashed down upon us at the top of their speed. Those in the field were delayed for a few moments, and thrown into some disorder by finding that the ground immediately in front of them was soft and boggy. But having made their way through it, they reformed upon the other side, and rode gallantly at the hedge. Our own opponents, having a clear course before them, never slackened for an instant, but came thundering down with a jingling of harness and a tempest of oaths upon our rude barricades. Ah, my children, when a man in his age tries to describe such things as these, and to make others see what he has seen, it is only then that he understands what a small stock of language a plain man keeps by him for his ordinary use in the world, and how unfit it is to meet any call upon it. For though at this moment I can myself see that white Somersetshire road, with the wild whirling charge of the horsemen, the red angry faces of the men, and the gaping nostrils of the horses all wreathed and framed in clouds of dust, I cannot hope to make it clear to your young eyes, which have never looked, and I trust never shall look upon such a scene. When, too, I think of the sound, a mere rattle and jingle at first, but growing in strength and volume with every step, until it came upon us with a thunderous rush and roar which gave the impression of irresistible power, I feel that that too is beyond the power of my feeble words to express. To inexperienced soldiers like ourselves it seemed impossible that our frail defence and our feeble weapons could check for an instant the impetus and weight of the dragoons. To right and left I saw white-set faces, open-eyed and rigid, unflinching, with a stubbornness which rose less from hope than from despair. All round rose exclamations and prayers. "Lord, save thy people! Mercy, Lord, mercy! Be with us this day! Receive our souls, O merciful Father!" Saxon lay across the waggon with his eyes glinting like diamonds, and his petronel presented at the full length of his rigid arm. Following his example, we all took aim as steadily as possible at the first rank of the enemy. Our only hope of safety lay in making that one discharge so deadly that our opponents should be too much shaken to continue their attack. Would the man never fire? They could be no more than 10 paces from us. I could see the buckles of the men's plate and the powder charges in their bandoliers. One more stride yet, and at last our leader's pistol flashed, and we poured in a close volley, supported by a shower of heavy stones from the sturdy peasants behind. I could hear them splintering against cask and cuirass, like hail upon a casement. The cloud of smoke, veiling for an instant the line of galloping steeds and gallant riders, drifted slowly aside to show a very different scene. A dozen men and horses were rolling in one wild, blood-spurting heap, the unwounded falling over those whom our balls and stones had brought down. Struggling, snorting chargers, iron-shod feet, staggering figures rising and falling, wild, hatless, bewildered men, half stunned by a fall and not knowing which way to turn. That was the foreground of the picture, while behind them the remainder of the troop were riding furiously back, wounded and hale, all driven by the one desire of getting to a place of safety where they might rally their shattered formation. A great shout of praise and thanksgiving rose from the delighted peasants, and surging over the barricade, they struck down or secured the few uninjured troopers who had been unable or unwilling to join their companions in their flight. The carbines, swords, and bandoliers were eagerly pounced upon by the victors, some of whom had served in the militia, and knew well how to handle the weapons which they had won. The victory, however, was by no means completed. The flanking squadron had ridden boldly at the hedge, and a dozen or more had forced their way through, in spite of the showers of stones and the desperate thrusts of the pikemen and scythemen. Once amongst the peasants, the long swords and the armour of the dragoons gave them a great advantage, and though the sickles brought several of the horses to the ground, the soldiers continued to lay about them freely, and to beat back the fierce but ill-armed resistance of their opponents. A dragoon sergeant, a man of great resolution and of prodigious strength, appeared to be the leader of the party, and encouraged his followers both by word and example. A stab from a half-pike brought his horse to the ground, but he sprang from the saddle as it fell, and avenged its death by a sweeping back-cut from his broadsword. Waving his hat in his left hand, he continued to rally his men and to strike down every Puritan who came against him, until a blow from a hatchet brought him to his knees, and a flail stroke broke his sword close by the hilt. At the fall of their leader, his comrades turned and fled through the hedge, but the gallant fellow, wounded and bleeding, still showed fight, and would assuredly have been knocked upon the head for his pains had I not picked him up and thrown him into the waggon, where he had the good sense to lie quiet until the skirmish was at an end. Of the dozen who broke through, not more than 4 escaped, and several others lay dead or wounded upon the other side of the hedge, impaled by scythe blades, or knocked off their horses by stones. Altogether 9 of the dragoons were slain and 14 wounded, while we retained 7 unscathed prisoners, 10 horses fit for service, and a score or so of carbines, with good store of match, powder, and ball. The remainder of the troop fired a single straggling irregular volley, and then galloped away down the cross-road, disappearing among the trees from which they had emerged. All of this, however, had not been accomplished without severe loss upon our side. 3 men had been killed and 6 wounded, one of them very seriously by the musketry fire. 5 had been cut down when the flanking party broke their way in, and only one of these could be expected to recover. In addition to this, one man had lost his life through the bursting of an ancient petronel, and another had his arm broken by the kick of a horse. Our total losses, therefore, were 8 killed and the same wounded, which could not but be regarded as a very moderate number when we consider the fierceness of the skirmish and the superiority of our enemy, both in discipline and in equipment. So elated were the peasants by their victory that those who had secured horses were clamorous to be allowed to follow the dragoons, the more so as Sir Gervas, Jerome, and Reuben were both eager to lead them. Decimus Saxon refused, however, to listen to any such scheme, nor did he show more favour to the Reverend Joshua Pettigrew's proposal that he should, in his capacity as pastor, mount immediately upon the waggon and improve the occasion by a few words of healing and unction. It is true, good Master Pettigrew, that we owe much praise and much outpouring, and much sweet and holy contending, for this blessing which hath come upon Israel, said he. But the time hath not yet arrived. There is an hour for prayer and an hour for labour. Hark ye, friend, to one of the prisoners, to what regiment do you belong? It's not for me to reply to your questions, the man answered sulkily. Nay, then, we'll try if a string round your scalp and a few twists of a drumstick will make you find your tongue, said Saxon, pushing his face up to that of the prisoner, and staring into his eyes with so savage an expression that the man shrank away affrighted. It is a troop of the 2nd Dragoon Regiment, he said. Where is the regiment itself? We left it on the Ilchester and Langport road. You hear, said our leader. We have not a moment to spare, or we may have the whole crew upon our ears. Put our dead and wounded in the carts, and we can harness 2 of these chargers to them. We shall not be in safety until we are in Taunton town. Even Master Joshua saw that the matter was too pressing to permit of any spiritual exercises. The wounded men were lifted into the waggon and laid upon the bedding, while our dead were placed in the cart which had defended our rear. The peasants who owned these, far from making any objection to this disposal of their property, assisted us in every way, tightening girths and buckling traces. Within an hour of the ending of the skirmish, we found ourselves pursuing our way once more, and looking back through the twilight at the scattered black dots upon the white road,
Chapter 16 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 16 of Our Coming to Taunton. The purple shadows of evening had fallen over the countryside, and the sun had sunk behind the distant Quantock and Brendan hills, as our rude column of rustic infantry plodded through Curry Rivell, Rangedge, and Henlade. At every wayside cottage and red-tiled farmhouse the people swarmed out as we passed, with jugs of milk or beer, shaking hands with our yokels, and pressing food and drink upon them. In the little villages old and young came buzzing to greet us, and cheered loud and long for King Monmouth and the Protestant cause. The stay-at-homes were mostly elderly folks and children, but here and there a young labourer, whom hesitation or duties had kept back, was so carried away by our martial appearance and by the visible trophies of our victory that he snatched up a weapon and joined our ranks. The skirmish had reduced our numbers, but it had done much to turn our rabble of peasants into a real military force. The leadership of Saxon and his stern, short words of praise or of censure had done even more. The men kept some sort of formation and stepped together briskly in a compact body. The old soldier and I rode at the head of the column, with Master Pettigrew still walking between us. Then came the cartful of our dead, whom we were carrying with us to ensure their decent burial. Behind this walked 20 of scythe and sickle men, with their rude weapons over their shoulders, preceding the wagon in which the wounded were carried. This was followed by the main body of the peasants, and the rear was brought up by 10 or 12 men under the command of Lockerby and Sir Gervas, mounted upon captured chargers, and wearing the breastplates, swords, and carbines of the dragoons. I observed that Saxon rode with his chin upon his shoulder, casting continual uneasy glances behind him, and halting at every piece of rising ground to make sure that there were no pursuers at our heels. It was not until, after many weary miles of marching, the lights of Taunton could be seen twinkling far off in the valley beneath us, that he at last heaved a deep sigh of relief and expressed his belief that all danger was over. "I am not prone to be fearful upon small occasion," he remarked, "but hampered as we are with wounded men and prisoners, it might have puzzled Petrinus himself to know what we should have done had the cavalry overtaken us. I can now, Master Pettigrew, smoke my pipe in peace, without pricking up my ears at every chance rumble of a wheel or shout of a village roisterer." "Even had they pursued us," said the minister stoutly, "as long as the hand of the Lord shall shield us, why should we fear them?" "Aye, aye," Saxon answered impatiently, "but the devil prevaileth at times. Were not the chosen people themselves overthrown and led into captivity? How say you, Clarke?" "One such skirmish is enough for a day," I remarked. "Faith, if instead of charging us they had continued that carbine fire, we must either have come forth or been shot where we lay. For that reason I forbade our friends with the muskets to answer it," said Saxon. "Our silence led them to think that we had but a pistol or two among us, and so brought them to charge us. Thus our volley became the more terrifying, since it was unexpected. I'll wager there was not a man amongst them who did not feel that he had been led into a trap. Mark you how the rogues wheeled and fled with one accord, as though it had been part of their daily drill." "The peasants stood to it like men," I remarked. "There is nothing like a tincture of Calvinism for stiffening a line of battle," said Saxon. "Look at the Swede when he is at home. What more honest, simple-hearted fellow could you find, with no single soldierly virtue, save that he could put away more spruce beer than you would care to pay for? Yet if you do but cram him with a few strong, homely texts, place a pike in his hand, and give him a Gustavus to lead him, there is no infantry in the world that can stand against him. On the other hand, I have seen young Turks, untrained to arms, strike in on behalf of the Koran as lustily as these brave fellows behind us did for the Bible, which Master Pettigrew held up in front of them." "I trust, sir," said the minister gravely, "that you do not, by these remarks, intend to institute any comparison between our sacred scriptures and the writings of the impostor Mahomet." or to infer that there is any similarity between the devil-inspired fury of the infidel Saracens and the Christian fortitude of the struggling faithful. "By no means," Saxon answered, grinning at me over the minister's head. "I was but showing how closely the evil one can imitate the workings of the Spirit." "Too true, Master Saxon, too true," the clergyman answered sadly. "Amid the conflict and discord, it is hard to pick out the true path. But I marvel much that amidst the snares and temptations that beset a soldier's life, you have kept yourself unsullied, with your heart still set upon the true faith." "It was through no strength of my own," said Saxon piously. "In very truth, such men as you are much needed in Monmouth's army," Master Joshua exclaimed. "They have there several, as I understand, from Holland, Brandenburg, and Scotland, who have been trained in arms, but who care so little for the cause which we uphold that they curse and swear in a manner that affrights the peasants, and threatens to call down a judgment upon the army. Others there are who cling close to the true faith, and have been born again among the righteous. But, alas, they have had no experience of camps and fields. Our blessed Master can work by means of weak instruments, yet the fact remains that a man may be a chosen light in a pulpit, and yet be of little avail in an onslaught such as we have seen this day. I can myself arrange my discourse to the satisfaction of my flock, so that they grieve when the sand is run out. But I am aware that this power would stand me in little stead when it came to the raising of barricades and the use of carnal weapons. In this way it comes about, in the army of the faithful, that those who are fit to lead are hateful to the people, while those to whose words the people will hearken know little of war. Now we have this day seen that you are ready of head and of hand, of much experience of battle, and yet of demure and sober life, full of yearnings after the word, and strivings against Apollyon. I therefore repeat that you shall be a very Joshua amongst them, or as a Samson, destined to tear down the twin pillars of prelacy and popery, so as to bury this corrupt government in its fall." Decimus Saxon's only reply to this eulogy was one of those groans which were supposed, among the zealots, to be the symbol of intense inner conflict and emotion. So austere and holy was his expression, so solemn his demeanour, and so frequent the upturnings of his eyes, clasping of his hands, and other signs which marked the extreme sectary, that I could not but marvel at the depths and completeness of the hypocrisy which had cast so complete a cloak over his rapacious self. For very mischief's sake, I could not refrain from reminding him that there was one at least who valued his professions at their real value. "Have you told the worthy minister," said I, "of your captivity amongst the Mussulmans, and of the noble way in which you did uphold the Christian faith at Stamboul?" "Nay," cried our companion, "I would fain hear the tale. I marvel much that one so faithful and unbending as thyself was ever let loose by the unclean and bloodthirsty followers of Mahomet." "It does not become me to tell the tale," Saxon answered with great presence of mind, casting at the same time a most venomous sidelong glance at me. "It is for my comrades in misfortune, and not for me to describe what I endured for the faith. I have little doubt, Master Pettigrew, that you would have done as much had you been there. The town of Taunton lies very quiet beneath us, and there are few lights for so early an hour, seeing that it has not yet gone 10. It is clear that Monmouth's forces have not reached it yet, else had there been some show of campfires in the valley. For though it is warm enough to lie out in the open, the men must have fires to cook their victual. The army could scarce have come so far, said the pastor. They have, I hear, been much delayed by the want of arms and by the need of discipline. Bethink ye, it was on the 11th day of the month that Monmouth landed at Lyme, and it is now but the night of the 14th. There was much to be done in the time. 4 whole days, growled the old soldier, yet I expected no better, seeing that they have, so far as I can hear, no tried soldiers amongst them. By my sword, Tilly or Wallenstein would not have taken 4 days to come from Lyme to Taunton, though all James Stuart's cavalry barred the way. Great enterprises are not pushed through in this halting fashion. The blow should be sharp and sudden. But tell me, worthy sir, all that you know about the matter, for we have heard little upon the road, save rumour and surmise. Was there not some fashion of onfall at Bridport? There was indeed some shedding of blood at that place. The first 2 days were consumed, as I understand, in the enrolling of the faithful and the search for arms wherewith to equip them. You may well shake your head, for the hours were precious. At last 500 men were broken into some sort of order and marched along the coast under the command of Lord Grey of Wark and Wade the lawyer. At Bridport they were opposed by the Red Dorset militia and part of Portman's yellow-coats. If all be true that is said, neither side had much to boast of. Grey and his cavalry never tightened bridle until they were back in Lyme once more, though it is said their flight had more to do with the hard mouths of their horses than with the soft hearts of the riders. Wade and his footmen did bravely, and had the best of it against the king's troops. There was much outcry against Grey in the camp, but Monmouth can scarce afford to be severe upon the only nobleman who hath joined his standard. Pshaw! cried Saxon peevishly. There was no great stock of noblemen in Cromwell's army, I trow, and yet they held their own against the king, who had as many lords by him as there are haws in a thicket. If ye have the people on your side, why should ye crave for these bewigged fine gentlemen, whose white hands and delicate rapiers are of as much service as so many ladies' bodkins? Faith, said I, if all the fops are as careless for their lives as our friend Sir Gervas, I could wish no better comrades in the field. In good sooth, yes, cried Master Pettigrew heartily. What though he be clothed in a Joseph's coat of many colours, and hath strange turns of speech? No man could have fought more stoutly, or shown a bolder front against the enemies of Israel. Surely the youth hath good in his heart, and will become a seat of grace and a vessel of the Spirit, though at present he be entangled in the net of worldly follies and carnal vanities. It is to be hoped so, quoth Saxon devoutly. And what else can you tell us of the revolt, worthy sir? Very little, save that the peasants have flocked in such numbers that many have had to be turned away for want of arms. Every tithing man in Somersetshire is searching for axes and scythes. There is not a blacksmith but is at his forge from morn to night at work upon pike-heads. There are 6,000 men of a sort in the camp, but not 1 in 5 carries a musket. They have advanced, I hear, upon Axminster, where they must meet the Duke of Albemarle, who hath set out from Exeter with 4,000 of the train bands. Then we shall be too late, after all, I exclaimed. You will have enough of the battles before Monmouth exchanges his riding hat for a crown, and his laced roquelaure for the royal purple, quoth Saxon. Should our worthy friend here be correctly informed, and such an engagement take place, it will but be the prologue to the play. When Feversham and Churchill come up with the King's own troops, it is then that Monmouth takes the last spring that lands him either on the throne or the scaffold. Whilst this conversation had been proceeding, we had been walking our horses down the winding track which leads along the eastern slope of Taunton Dean. For some time past we had been able to see in the valley beneath us the lights of Taunton town and the long silver strip of the river Tone. The moon was shining brightly in a cloudless heaven, throwing a still and peaceful radiance over the fairest and richest of English valleys. Lordly manorial houses, pinnacled towers, clusters of nestled thatch-roofed cottages, broad, silent stretches of cornland, dark groves with the glint of lamp-lit windows shining from their recesses. It all lay around us like the shadowy, voiceless landscapes which stretch before us in our dreams. So calm and so beautiful was the scene that we reined up our horses at the bend of the pathway. The tired and footsore peasants came to a halt, while even the wounded raised themselves in the wagon in order to feast their eyes upon this land of promise. Suddenly, in the stillness, a strong, fervent voice was heard, calling upon the source of all life to guard and preserve that which he had created. It was Joshua Pettigrew, who had flung himself upon his knees, and who, while asking for future guidance, was returning thanks for the safe deliverance which his flock had experienced from the many perils which had beset them upon their journey. I would, my children, that I had one of those magic crystals of which we have read, that I might show you that scene, the dark figures of the horsemen, the grave, earnest bearing of the rustics as they knelt in prayer or leaned upon their rude weapons, the half-cowed, half-sneering expression of the captive dragoons, the line of white, pain-drawn faces that peeped over the side of the wagon, and the chorus of groans, cries, and ejaculations which broke in upon the steady, earnest voice of the pastor. Above us, the brilliant heavens. Beneath us, the beautiful sloping valley, stretching away in the white moonlight as far as the eye could reach. Could I but paint such a scene with the brush of a Verrio or Laguerre, I should have no need to describe it in these halting and feeble words. Master Pettigrew had concluded his thanksgiving, and was in the act of rising to his feet, when the musical peal of a bell rose up from the sleeping town before us. For a minute or more it rose and fell in its clear, sweet cadence. Then a second with a deeper, harsher note joined in, and then a third, until the air was filled with the merry jingling. At the same time a buzz of shouting or huzzaing could be heard, which increased and spread until it swelled into a mighty uproar. Lights flashed in the windows, drums beat, and the whole place was astir. These sudden signs of rejoicing, coming at the heels of the minister's prayer, were seized upon as a happy omen by the superstitious peasants, who set up a glad cry, and pushing onwards, were soon within the outskirts of the town. The footpaths and causeway were black with throngs of the townsfolk, men, women, and children, many of whom were bearing torches and lanthorns, all flocking in the same direction. Following them, we found ourselves in the market-place, where crowds of apprentice lads were piling up faggots for a bonfire, while others were broaching 2 or 3 great puncheons of ale. The cause of this sudden outbreak of rejoicing was, we learned, that news had just come in that Albemarle's Devonshire militia had partly deserted and partly been defeated at Axminster that very morning. On hearing of our own successful skirmish, the joy of the people became more tumultuous than ever. They rushed in amongst us, pouring blessings on our heads, in their strange, burring, west country speech, and embracing our horses as well as ourselves. Preparations were soon made for our weary companions. A long, empty wool warehouse, thickly littered with straw, was put at their disposal, with a tub of ale and a plentiful supply of cold meats and wheaten bread. For our own part, we made our way down East Street through the clamorous hand-shaking crowd to the White Hart Inn, where, after a hasty meal, we were right glad to seek our couches. Late into the night, however, our slumbers were disturbed by the rejoicings of the mob, who, having burned the effigies of Lord Sunderland and of Gregory Alford, Mayor of Lyme, Chapter 17 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 17 of the Gathering in the Market Square. The fair town in which we now found ourselves was, although Monmouth had not yet reached it, the real centre of the rebellion. It was a prosperous place with a great woolen and kersey trade, which gave occupation to as many as 7,000 inhabitants. It stood high, therefore, amongst English boroughs, being inferior only to Bristol, Norwich, Bath, Exeter, York, Worcester, and Nottingham amongst the country towns. Taunton had long been famous not only for its own resources and for the spirit of its inhabitants, but also for the beautiful and highly cultivated country which spread around it, and gave rise to a gallant breed of yeomen. From time immemorial the town had been a rallying point for the party of liberty, and for many years it had leaned to the side of republicanism in politics and of Puritanism in religion. No place in the kingdom had fought more stoutly for the Parliament, and though it had been twice besieged by Goring, the burghers, headed by the brave Robert Blake, had fought so desperately that the Royalists had been compelled each time to retire discomfited. On the second occasion, the garrison had been reduced to dog's flesh and horse flesh, but no word of surrender had come either from them or their heroic commander, who was the same Blake under whom the old seaman Solomon Sprent had fought against the Dutch. After the Restoration, the Privy Council had shown their recollection of the part played by the Somersetshire town by issuing a special order that the battlements which fenced round the maiden stronghold should be destroyed. Thus, at the time of which I speak, nothing but a line of ruins and a few unsightly mounds represented the massive line of wall which had been so bravely defended by the last generation of townsmen. There were not wanting, however, many other relics of those stormy times. The houses on the outskirts were still scarred and splintered from the effects of the bombs and grenades of the Cavaliers. Indeed, the whole town bore a grimly martial appearance, as though she were a veteran among boroughs who had served in the past, and was not averse to seeing the flash of guns and hearing the screech of shot once more. Charles' counsel might destroy the battlements which his soldiers had been unable to take, but no royal edict could do away with the resolute spirit and strong opinions of the burghers. Many of them, born and bred amidst the clash of civil strife, had been fired from their infancy by the tales of the old war, and by reminiscences of the great assault when Lunsford's babe-eaters were hurled down the main breach by the strong arms of their fathers. In this way there was bred in Taunton a fiercer and more soldierly spirit than is usual in an English country town, and this flame was fanned by the unwearied ministerings of a chosen band of nonconformist clergymen, amongst whom Joseph Alleine was the most conspicuous. No better focus for a revolt could have been chosen, for no city valued so highly those liberties and that creed which was in jeopardy. A large body of the burghers had already set out to join the rebel army, but a good number had remained behind to guard the city, and these were reinforced by gangs of peasants, like the one to which we had attached ourselves, who had trooped in from the surrounding country, and now divided their time between listening to their favourite preachers and learning to step in line and to handle their weapons. In yard, street, and market square there was marching and drilling, night, morning, and noon. As we rode out after breakfast, the whole town was ringing with the shouting of orders and the clatter of arms. Our own friends of yesterday marched into the market-place at the moment we entered it, and no sooner did they catch sight of us than they plucked off their hats and cheered lustily, nor would they desist until we cantered over to them and took our places at their head. "They have vowed that none other should lead them," said the minister, standing by Saxon's stirrup. "I could not wish to lead stouter fellows," said he. "Let them deploy into double line in front of the town hall. So, smartly there, rear rank," he shouted, facing his horse towards them. "Now swing round into position. Keep your ground, left flank, and let the others pivot upon you. So, as hard and as straight as an Andrea Ferrara. I prithee, friend, do not carry your pike as though it were a hoe, though I trust you will do some weeding in the Lord's vineyard with it. And you, sir, your musketoon should be sloped upon your shoulder, and not borne under your arm like a dandy's cane. Did ever an unhappy soldier find himself called upon to make order among so motley a crew? Even my good friend the Fleming cannot so avail here, nor does Petrinus, in his De Re Militari, lay down any injunctions as to the method of drilling a man who is armed with a sickle or a scythe. Soldier scythe, port scythe, present scythe, mow, whispered Reuben to Sir Gervas, and the pair began to laugh, heedless of the angry frowns of Saxon. "Let us divide them," he said, "into 3 companies of 80 men. Or stay, how many musketeers have we in all? 55. Let them stand forward and form the first line or company. Sir Gervas Jerome, you have officered the militia of your country, and have doubtless some knowledge of the manual exercise. If I am commandant of this force, I hand over the captaincy of this company to you. It shall be the first line in battle, a position which I know you will not be averse to." "Gad, they'll have to powder their heads," said Sir Gervas with decision. "You shall have the entire ordering of them," Saxon answered. "Let the first company take 6 paces to the front. So. Now let the pikemen stand out. 87, a serviceable company. Lockerby, do you take these men in hand, and never forget that the German wars have proved that the best of horse has no more chance against steady pikemen than the waves against a crag. Take the captaincy of the 2nd company and ride at their head." "Faith, if they don't fight better than their captain rides," whispered Reuben, "it will be an evil business. I trust they will be firmer in the field than I am in the saddle. The 3rd company of scythemen I commit to your charge, Captain Micah Clarke," continued Saxon. "Good Master Joshua Pettigrew will be our field chaplain. Shall not his voice and his presence be to us as manna in the wilderness, and as springs of water in dry places? The under-officers I see that you have yourselves chosen, and your captains shall have power to add to the number from those who smite boldly and spare not. Now one thing I have to say to you, and I speak it that all may hear, and that none may hereafter complain that the rules he serves under were not made clear to him. For I tell you now that when the evening bugle calls and the helm and pike are laid aside, I am as you, and you as I, fellow workers in the same field, and drinkers from the same wells of life. Lo, I will pray with you, or preach with you, or hearken with you, or expound to you, or do aught that may become a brother pilgrim upon the weary road. But hark you, friends, when we are in arms and the good work is to be done on the march, in the field, or on parade, then let your bearing be strict, soldierly, and scrupulous, quick to hear and alert to obey. For I shall have no sluggards or laggards, and if there be any such, my hand shall be heavy upon them, yea, even to the cutting of them off. I say there shall be no mercy for such. Here he paused and surveyed his force with a set face, and his eyelids drawn low over his glinting, shifting eyes. If then, he continued, there is any man among you who fears to serve under a hard discipline, let him stand forth now, and let him betake him to some easier leader. For I say to you that whilst I command this corps, Saxon's regiment of Wiltshire foot shall be worthy to testify in this great and soul-raising cause. The colonel stopped and sat silent upon his mare. The long lines of rustic faces looked up, some stolidly, some admiringly, some with an expression of fear at his stern, gaunt face and baneful eyes. None moved, however, so he continued. Worthy Master Timewell, the mayor of this fair town of Taunton, who has been a tower of strength to the faithful during these long and spirit-trying times, is about to inspect us when the others shall have assembled. Captains, to your companies then. Close up there on the musketeers, with 3 paces between each line. Scythemen, take ground to your left. Let the under-officers stand on the flanks and rear. So, 'tis smartly done for a first venture, though a good adjutant with a prugel, after the imperial fashion, might find work to do. Whilst we were thus rapidly and effectively organizing ourselves into a regiment, other bodies of peasantry, more or less disciplined, had marched into the market square, and had taken up their position there. Those on our right had come from Frome and Radstock, in the north of Somersetshire, and were a mere rabble armed with flails, hammers, and other such weapons, with no common sign of order or cohesion, save the green boughs which waved in their hat-bands. The body upon our left, who bore a banner amongst them, announcing that they were men of Dorset, were fewer in number, but better equipped, having a front rank, like our own, entirely armed with muskets. The good townsmen of Taunton, with their wives and their daughters, had meanwhile been assembling on the balconies and at the windows which overlooked the square, whence they might have a view of the pageant. The grave, square-bearded, broad-clothed burghers and their portly dames in velvet and 3-piled taffeta looked down from every post of vantage, while here and there a pretty, timid face, peeping out from a Puritan coif, made good the old claim that Taunton excelled in beautiful women as well as in gallant men. The sidewalks were crowded with the commoner folk, old white-bearded wool-workers, stern-faced matrons, country lasses with their shawls over their heads, and swarms of children, who cried out with their treble voices for King Monmouth and the Protestant succession. "By my faith," said Sir Gervas, reining back his steed until he was abreast of me, "our square-toed friends need not be in such post-haste to get to heaven when they have so many angels among them on earth. Gad's wounds, Are they not beautiful? Never a patch or a diamond amongst them, and yet what would not our faded belles of the Mall or the Piazza give for their innocence and freshness? Nay, for heaven's sake, do not smile and bow at them, said I. These courtesies may pass in London, but they may be misunderstood among simple Somerset maidens and their hot-headed, hard-handed kinsfolk. I had hardly spoken before the folding doors of the town hall were thrown open, and a procession of the city fathers emerged into the market-place. 2 trumpeters in party-coloured jerkins preceded them, who blew a flourish upon their instruments as they advanced. Behind came the aldermen and councilmen, grave and reverend elders, clad in their sweeping gowns of black silk, trimmed and tippeted with costly furs. In rear of these walked a pursy little red-faced man, the town clerk, bearing a staff of office in his hand, while the line of dignitaries was closed by the tall and stately figure of Stephen Timewell, Mayor of Taunton. There was much in this magistrate's appearance to attract attention, for all the characteristics of the Puritan party to which he belonged were embodied and exaggerated in his person. Of great height he was, and very thin, with a long-drawn, heavy, eyelidded expression, which spoke of fasts and vigils. The bent shoulders and the head sunk upon the breast proclaimed the advances of age, but his bright, steel-grey eyes and the animation of his eager face showed how the enthusiasm of religion could rise superior to bodily weakness. A peaked, straggling grey beard descended half-way to his waist, and his long, snow-white hairs fluttered out from under a velvet skull-cap. The latter was drawn tightly down upon his head, so as to make his ears protrude in an unnatural manner on either side, a custom which had earned for his party the title of prick-eared, so often applied to them by their opponents. His attire was of studious plainness and sombre in colour, consisting of his black mantle, dark velvet breeches, and silk hosen, with velvet bows upon his shoes, instead of the silver buckles then in vogue. A broad chain of gold around his neck formed the badge of his office. In front of him strutted the fat, red-vested town clerk, one hand upon his hip, the other extended and bearing his wand of office, looking pompously to right and left, and occasionally bowing, as though the plaudits were entirely on his own behalf. This little man had tied a huge broadsword to his girdle, which clanked along the cobblestones when he walked, and occasionally inserted itself between his legs, when he would gravely cock his foot over it again, and walk on without any abatement of his dignity. At last, finding these interruptions become rather too frequent, he depressed the hilt of his great sword in order to elevate the point, and so strutted onwards like a bantam cock with a single straight feather in its tail. Having passed round the front and rear of the various bodies, and inspected them with a minuteness and attention which showed that his years had not dulled his soldier's faculties, the mayor faced round with the evident intention of addressing us. His clerk instantly darted in front of him, and waving his arms began to shout, "Silence, good people! Silence for his most worshipful, the Mayor of Taunton! Silence for the worthy Master Stephen Timewell!" until in the midst of his gesticulations and cries he got entangled once more with his overgrown weapon, and went sprawling on his hands and knees in the kennel. "Silence yourself, Master Tetheridge," said the chief magistrate severely. "If your sword and your tongue were both clipped, it would be as well for yourself and us. Shall I not speak a few words in season to these good people, but you must interrupt with your discordant bellowings?" The busybody gathered himself together and slunk behind the group of councilmen, while the mayor slowly ascended the steps of the market cross. From this position he addressed us, speaking in a high piping voice, which gathered strength as he proceeded, until it was audible at the remotest corners of the square. "Friends in the faith," he said, "I thank the Lord that I have been spared in my old age to look down upon this goodly assembly. For we of Taunton have ever kept the flame of the covenant burning amongst us, obscured it may be at times by time-servers and Laodiceans, but none the less burning in the hearts of our people. All round us, however, there was a worse than Egyptian darkness, where popery and prelacy, Arminianism, Erastianism, and simony might rage and riot unchecked and unconfined. But what do I see now? Do I see the faithful cowering in their hiding places and straining their ears for the sound of the horse hoofs of their oppressors? Do I see a time-serving generation with lies on their lips and truth buried in their hearts? No, I see before me godly men, not from this fair city only, but from the broad country round, and from Dorset, and from Wiltshire, and some even, as I hear, from Hampshire, all ready and eager to do mighty work in the cause of the Lord. And when I see these faithful men, and when I think that every broad piece in the strong boxes of my townsmen is ready to support them, and when I know that the persecuted remnant throughout the country is wrestling hard in prayer for us, then a voice speaks within me and tells me that we shall tear down the idols of Dagon and build up in this England of ours such a temple of the true faith that not popery, nor prelacy, nor idolatry, nor any other device of the evil one shall ever prevail against it." A deep, irrepressible hum of approval burst from the close ranks of the insurgent infantry, with a clang of arms as musketoon or pike was grounded upon the stone pavement. Saxon half turned his fierce face, raising an impatient hand, and the hoarse murmur died away among our men, though our less disciplined companions to right and left continued to wave their green boughs and to clatter their arms. The Taunton men opposite stood grim and silent, but their set faces and bent brows showed that their townsman's oratory had stirred the deep, fanatic spirit which distinguished them. "In my hands," continued the mayor, drawing a roll of paper from his bosom, "is the proclamation which our royal leader hath sent in advance of him. In his great goodness and self-abnegation, he had, in his early declaration given forth at Lyme, declared that he should leave the choice of a monarch to the Commons of England, but having found that his enemies did most scandalously and basely make use of this his self-denial, and did assert that he had so little confidence in his own cause that he dared not take publicly the title which is due to him, he hath determined that this should have an end. Know, therefore, that it is hereby proclaimed that James, Duke of Monmouth, is now and henceforth rightful King of England, that James Stuart, the Papist and fratricide, is a wicked usurper, upon whose head, dead or alive, a price of 5,000 guineas is affixed, and that the Assembly now sitting at Westminster and calling itself the Commons of England is an illegal assembly, and its acts are null and void in the sight of the law. God bless King Monmouth and the Protestant religion." The trumpeters struck up a flourish, and the people huzzaed, but the mayor raised his thin white hands as a signal for silence. "A messenger hath reached me this morning from the king," he continued. "He sends a greeting to all his faithful Protestant subjects, and having halted at Axminster to rest after his victory, he will advance presently and be with ye in 2 days at the latest. Ye will grieve to hear that good Alderman Ryder was struck down in the thick of the fray. He hath died like a man and a Christian, leaving all his worldly goods together with his cloth works and household property, to the carrying on of the war. Of the other slain, there were not more than 10 of Taunton birth. 2 gallant young brothers have been cut off, Oliver and Ephraim Hollis, whose poor mother— "Grieve not for me, good Master Timewell," cried a female voice from the crowd. "I have 3 others as stout, who shall all be offered in the same quarrel." "You are a worthy woman, Mistress Hollis," the mayor answered, "and your children shall not be lost to you. The next name upon my list is Jessie Trefail, then come Joseph Miller and Aminadab Holt." An elderly musketeer in the first line of the Taunton foot pulled his hat down over his brows and cried out in a loud, steady voice, "The Lord hath given, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." "It is your only son, Master Holt," said the mayor, "but the Lord also sacrificed his only son, that you and I might drink the waters of eternal life. The others are Path of Light Reagan, James Fletcher, Salvation Smith, and Robert Johnstone." The old Puritan gravely rolled up his papers, and having stood for a few moments with his hands folded across his breast in silent prayer, he descended from the market cross and moved off, followed by the aldermen and councilmen. The crowd began likewise to disperse in sedate and sober fashion, with grave, earnest faces and downcast eyes. A large number of the country folk, however, more curious or less devout than the citizens, gathered round our regiment to see the men who had beaten off the dragoons. "See the man with a face like a gerfalcon," cried one, pointing to Saxon. "'Tis he that slew the Philistine officer yestreen, and brought the faithful off victorious." "Mark ye yon other one," cried an old dame, "him with the white face and the clothes like a prince. He's one of the quality, what comes o' the way fra London to testify to the Protestant creed. He's a main pious gentleman, he is, and if he had bided in the wicked city, they'd had cut his head off, like they did the good Lord Rousel, or put him in chains with the worthy Master Baxter." "Marry, come up, gossip," cried a third. "The Gertman on the grey horse is the soldier for me. He has the smooth cheeks of a wench, and limbs like Goliath o' Gath. I'll warrant he could pick up my old Gaffer Jones, and away with him at his saddle-bow, as easy as Towser does a rotten. But here's good Maister Tetheridge the clerk, and on great business too, for he's a man that spares no time no trouble in the great cause." "Room, good people, room," cried the little clerk, bustling up with an air of authority. "Hinder not the high officials of the corporation in the discharge of their functions, neither should ye hamper the flanks of fighting men, seeing that you thereby prevent that deploying and extending of the line which is now advocated by many high commanders. I prithee, who commands this cohort, or legion rather, seeing that you have auxiliary horse attached to it?" "'Tis a regiment, sirrah," said Saxon sternly, "Colonel Saxon's regiment of Wiltshire foot, which I have the honour to command." "I beg your colonelship's pardon," cried the clerk nervously, edging away from the swarthy-faced soldier. "I have heard speak of your colonelship, and of your doings in the German wars. I have myself trailed a pike in my youth, and have broken a head or two, aye, and a heart or two also, when I wore buff and bandolier." "Discharge your message," said our colonel shortly. "'Tis from his most worshipful the mayor, and is addressed to yourself and to your captains, who are doubtless these tall cavaliers whom I see on either side of me. Pretty fellows, by my faith. But you and I know well, Colonel, that a little trick of fence will set the smallest of us on a level with the brawniest. Now I warrant that you and I, being old soldiers, could, back to back, make it good against these 3 gallants." "Speak, fellow," snarled Saxon, and reaching out a long sinewy arm, he seized the loquacious clerk by the lappet of his gown, and shook him until his long sword clattered again. "How, Colonel, how?" cried Master Tetheridge, while his vest seemed to acquire a deeper tint from the sudden pallor of his face. "Would you lay an angry hand upon the mayor's representative? I wear a bilbo by my side, as you can see. I am also somewhat quick and choleric, and warn you therefore not to do aught which I might perchance construe into a personal slight. As to my message, it was that his most worshipful the mayor did desire to have word with you and your captains in the town hall." "We shall be there anon," said Saxon, and turning to the regiment, he set himself to explain some of the simpler movements and exercises, teaching his officers as well as his men, for though Sir Gervas knew something of the manual, Lockarby and I brought little but our good will to the task. When the order to dismiss was at last given, our companies marched back to their barracks in the wool warehouse, while we
Chapter 18, Part 1 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Tyson. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 18, Part 1 of Master Stephen Timewell, Mayor of Taunton. Within the town hall all was bustle and turmoil. At one side, behind a low table covered with green baize, sat two scriveners with great rolls of paper in front of them. A long line of citizens passed slowly before them, each in turn putting down a roll or bag of coins, which was duly noted by the receivers. A square iron-bound chest stood by their side, into which the money was thrown, and we noted as we passed that it was half full of gold pieces. We could not but mark that many of the givers were men whose threadbare doublets and pinched faces showed that the wealth which they were dashing down so readily must have been hoarded up for such a purpose, at the cost of a scanty fare and hard living. Most of them accompanied their gift by a few words of prayer, or by some pithy text anent the treasure which rusteth not, or the lending to the Lord. The town clerk stood by the table, giving forth the vouchers for each sum, and the constant clack of his tongue filled the hall as he read aloud the names and amounts, with his own remarks between. "Abraham Willis," he shouted as we entered, "put him down 26 pounds and 10 shillings. You shall receive 10 per centum upon this earth, Master Willis, and I warrant that it shall not be forgotten hereafter. John Standish, 2 pounds. William Simons, 2 guineas. Standfast Healing, 45 pounds. That is a rare blow which you have struck into the ribs of prelacy, good Master Healing. Solomon Warren, 5 guineas. James White, 5 shillings, the widow's mite, James. Thomas Bakewell, 10 pounds. Nay, Master Bakewell, surely out of 3 farms on the banks of Tone, and grazing land in the fattest part of Athelney, you can spare more than this for the good cause. We shall doubtless see you again. Alderman Smithson, 90 pounds. Aha! There is a slap for the Scarlet Woman. A few more such, and her throne shall be a ducking-stool. We shall break her down, worthy Master Smithson, even as Jehu the son of Nimshi broke down the house of Baal." So he babbled on with praise, precept, and rebuke, though the grave and solemn burghers took little notice of his empty clamour. At the other side of the hall were several long wooden drinking troughs, which were used for the storing of pikes and scythes. Special messengers and tithing men had been sent out to scour the country for arms, who, as they returned, placed their prizes here under the care of the armourer general. Besides the common weapons of the peasants, there was a puncheon half full of pistols and petronels, together with a good number of muskets, screw-guns, snap-hances, birding-pieces, and carbines, with a dozen bell-mouthed brass blunderbusses and a few old-fashioned wall-pieces, such as sakers and culverins, taken from the manor-houses of the county. From the walls and the lumber-rooms of these old dwellings many other arms had been brought to light, which were doubtless esteemed as things of price by our forefathers, but which would seem strange to your eyes in these days, when a musket may be fired once in every 2 minutes, and will carry a ball to a distance of 400 paces. There were halberds, battle-axes, morning-stars, brown-bills, maces, and ancient coats of chain-mail, which might even now save a man from sword-stroke or pike-thrust. In the midst of the coming and the going stood Master Timewell, the mayor, ordering all things like a skilful and provident commander. I could understand the trust and love which his townsmen had for him, as I watched him laboring with all the wisdom of an old man and the blithesomeness of a young one. He was hard at work as we approached in trying the lock of a falconet, but perceiving us, he came forward and saluted us with much kindliness. "I have heard much of ye," said he, "how ye caused the faithful to gather to a head, and so beat off the horsemen of the usurper. It will not be the last time, I trust, that ye shall see their backs. I hear, Colonel Saxon, that ye have seen much service abroad." "I have been the humble tool of Providence in much good work," said Saxon, with a bow. "I have fought with the Swedes against the Brandenburgers, and again with the Brandenburgers against the Swedes, my time and conditions with the latter having been duly carried out. I have afterwards, in the Bavarian service, fought against Swedes and Brandenburgers combined, besides having undergone the great wars on the Danube against the Turk, and 2 campaigns with the Messieurs in the Palatinate, which latter might be better termed holiday-making than fighting." "A soldierly record in very truth," cried the mayor, stroking his white beard. "I hear that you are also powerfully borne onwards in prayer and song. You are, I perceive, one of the old breed of '44, Colonel, the men who were in the saddle all day and on their knees half the night. When shall we see the like of them again? A few such broken wrecks as I are left, with the fire of our youth all but burned out, and naught left but the ashes of lethargy and lukewarmness." "Nay, nay," said Saxon, "your position and present business will scarce jump with the modesty of your words. But here are young men who will find the fire if their elders bring the brains. This is Captain Micah Clarke, and Captain Lockerby, and Captain the Honourable Sir Gervas Jerome, who have all come far to draw their swords for the downtrodden faith." "Taunton welcomes ye, young sirs," said the mayor, looking a trifle askance, as I thought, at the baronet, who had drawn out his pocket-mirror and was engaged in the brushing of his eyebrows. "I trust that during your stay in this town ye will all 4 take up your abode with me. 'Tis a homely roof and simple fare, but a soldier's wants are few. And now, Colonel, I would fain have your advice as to these 3 drakes, whether, if rehooped, they may be deemed fit for service, and also as to these demi-cannons, which were used in the old parliamentary days, and may yet have a word to say in the people's cause." The old soldier and the Puritan instantly plunged into a deep and learned disquisition upon the merits of wall-pieces, drakes, demi-culverins, sakers, minions, mortar-pieces, falcons, and patereros, concerning all which pieces of ordnance Saxon had strong opinions to offer, fortified by many personal hazards and experiences. He then dwelt upon the merits of fire arrows and fire pikes in the attack or defence of places of strength, and had finally begun to descant upon sconces, directis lateribus, and upon works semilunar, rectilineal, horizontal, or orbicular, with so many references to his Imperial Majesty's lines at Gran that it seemed that his discourse would never find an end. We slipped away at last, leaving him still discussing the effects produced by the Austrian grenados upon a Bavarian brigade of pikes at the Battle of Obergraustock. "Curse me if I like accepting this old fellow's offer," said Sir Gervas in an undertone. "I have heard of these Puritan households, much grace to little sack, and text flying about as hard and as jagged as flint stones. To bed at sundown, and a sermon ready if ye do but look kindly at the waiting wench or hum the refrain of a ditty. His home may be larger, but it could scarce be stricter than that of my own father," I remarked. "I'll warrant that," cried Reuben, "when we have been a morris dancing, or having a Saturday night game of kiss in the ring, or Parson has lost his coat, I have seen Ironside Joe stride past us and cast a glance at us which hath frozen the smile upon our lips. I warrant that he would have aided Colonel Pride to shoot the bears and hack down the maypoles." "'Twere fratricide for such a man to shoot a bear," quoth Sir Gervas, "with all respect, friend Clarke, for your honoured progenitor." "No more than for you to shoot at a popinjay," I answered, laughing. "But as to the mayor's offer, we can but go to meet with him now, and should it prove irksome, it will be easy for you to plead some excuse, and so get honourably quit of it. But bear in mind, Sir Gervas, that such households are in very truth different to any with which you are acquainted, so curb your tongue, or offence may come of it. Should I cry ahem or cough, it will be a sign to you that you had best beware." "Agreed, young Solomon," cried he. "It is, indeed, well to have a pilot like yourself who knows these godly waters. For my own part, I should never know how near I was to the shoals. But our friends have finished the battle of Ober-what's-its-name, and are coming towards us. I trust, worthy Mr. Mayor, that your difficulties have been resolved?" "They are, sir," replied the Puritan. "I have been much edified by your colonel's discourse, and I have little doubt that by serving under him ye will profit much by his ripe experience." "Very like, sir, very like," said Sir Gervas carelessly. "But it is nigh 1 o'clock," the mayor continued. "Our frail flesh cries aloud for meat and drink. I beg that ye will do me the favour to accompany me to my humble dwelling, where we shall find the household board already dressed." With these words he led the way out of the hall, and paced slowly down Fore Street, the people falling back to right and to left as he passed, and raising their caps to do him reverence. Here and there, as he pointed out to us, arrangements had been made for barring the road with strong chains to prevent any sudden rush of cavalry. In places, too, at the corner of a house, a hole had been knocked in the masonry, through which peeped the dark muzzle of a carronade or wall-piece. These precautions were the more necessary, as several bodies of the royal horse, besides the one which we had repulsed, were known to be within the Deane, and the town, deprived of its ramparts, was open to an incursion from any daring commander. The chief magistrate's house was a squat, square-faced stone building within a court which opened on to East Street. The peaked oak door, spangled with broad iron nails, had a gloomy and surly aspect, but the hall within was lightful and airy, with a bright polished cedar planking, and high panelling of some dark-grained wood, which gave forth a pleasant smell as of violets. A broad night of steps rose up from the farther end of the hall, down which, as we entered, a young, sweet-faced maid came tripping, with an old dame behind her, who bore in her hands a pile of fresh napery. At the sight of us, the elder one retreated up the stairs again, whilst the younger came flying down 3 steps at a time, threw her arms around the old mayor's neck, and kissed him fondly, looking hard into his face the while, as a mother gazes into that of a child with whom she fears that aught may have gone amiss. "Weary again, Daddy, weary again," she said, shaking her head anxiously, with a small white hand upon each of his shoulders. "Indeed and indeed, thy spirit is greater than thy strength." "Nay, nay, lass," said he, passing his hand fondly over her rich brown hair. "The workman must toil until the hour of rest is rung. This, gentleman, is my granddaughter Ruth, the sole relic of my family, and the light of mine old age. The whole grove hath been cut down, and only the oldest oak and the youngest sapling left. These cavaliers, little one, have come from afar to serve the cause, and they have done us the honour to accept of our poor hospitality." "Ye are come in good time, gentlemen," she answered, looking us straight in the eyes with a kindly smile, as a sister might greet her brothers. "The household is gathered round the table, and the meal is ready." "But not more ready than we," cried the stout old burgher. "Do thou conduct our guests to their places, whilst I seek my room and doff these robes of office with my chain and tippet ere I break my fast." Following our fair guide, we passed into a very large and lofty room, the walls of which were wainscoted with carved oak, and hung at either end with tapestry. The floor was tessellated after the French fashion, and plentifully strewn with skins and rugs. At one end of the apartment stood a great white marble fireplace, like a small room in itself, fitted up, as was the ancient custom, with an iron stand in the centre, and with broad stone benches in the recess on either side. Lines of hooks above the chimney-piece had been used, as I surmise, to support arms, for the wealthy merchants of England were wont to keep enough in their houses to at least equip their apprentices and craftsmen. They had now, however, been removed, nor was there any token of the troublous times save a single heap of pikes and halberds piled together in a corner. Down the centre of this room there ran a long and massive table, which was surrounded by 30 or 40 people, the greater part of whom were men. They were on their feet as we entered, and a grave-faced man at the farther end was drawling forth an interminable grace, which began as a thanksgiving for food, but wandered away into questions of church and state, and finally ended in a supplication for Israel, now in arms, to do battle for the Lord. While this was proceeding, we stood in a group by the door with our caps doffed, and spent our time in observing the company more closely than we could have done with courtesy had their eyes not been cast down and their thoughts elsewhere. They were of all ages, from greybeards down to lads scarce out of their teens, all with the same solemn and austere expression of countenance, and clad in the same homely and sombre garb. Save their wide white collars and cuffs, not a string of any colour lessened the sad severity of their attire. Their black coats and doublets were cut straight and close, and their Cordovan leather shoes, which in the days of our youth were usually the seat of some little ornament, were uniformly square-toed and tied with sad-coloured ribbon. Most of them wore plain sword belts of untanned hide, but the weapons themselves, with their broad felt hats and black cloaks, were laid under the benches, or placed upon the settles which lined the walls. They stood with their hands clasped and their heads bent, listening to the untimely address, and occasionally by some groan or exclamation, testifying that the preacher's words had moved them. The overgrown grace came at last to an end, when the company sat silently down, and proceeded without pause or ceremony to attack the great joints which smoked before them. Our young hostess led us to the end of the table, where a high carded chair with a black cushion upon it marked the position of the master of the house. Mistress Timewell seated herself upon the right of the mayor's place, with Sir Gervas beside her, while the post of honor upon the left was assigned to Saxon. On my left sat Lockerby, whose eyes, I observed, had been fixed in undisguised and all-absorbing admiration upon the Puritan maiden from the first moment that he had seen her. The table was of no great breadth, so that we could talk across, in spite of the clatter of plates and dishes, the bustle of servants, and the deep murmur of voices. "This is my father's household," said our hostess, addressing herself to Saxon. "There is not one of them who is not in his employ. He hath many apprentices in the wool trade. We sit down 40 to meat every day in the year." "And to right good fare, too," quoth Saxon, glancing down the table. "Salmon, ribs of beef, loin of mutton, veal, pasties, what could man wish for more? Plenty of good home-brewed, too, to wash it down. If worthy Master Timewell can arrange that the army be victualled after the same fashion, I for one shall be beholden to him. A cup of dirty water and a charred morsel cooked on a ramrod over the campfire are like to take the place of these toothsome dainties." "Is it not best to have faith?" said the Puritan maiden. "Shall not the Almighty feed his soldiers, even as Elisha was fed in the wilderness and Hagar in the desert?" "Aye," exclaimed a lanky-haired, swarthy young man who sat upon the right of Sir Gervas. "He will provide for us, even as the stream of water gushed forth out of dry places, even as the quails and the manna lay thick upon barren soil." "So I trust, young sir," quoth Saxon. "But we must none the less arrange a victual train, with a staff of wains duly numbered, and an intendant over each, after the German fashion. Such things should not be left to chance." Pretty Mistress Timewell glanced up with a half-startled look at this remark, as though shocked at the want of faith implied in it. Her thoughts might have taken the form of words had not her father entered the room at the moment, the whole company rising and bowing to him as he advanced to his seat. "Be seated, friends," said he with a wave of his hand. "We are a homely folk, Colonel Saxon, and the old-time virtue of respect for our elders has not entirely forsaken us. I trust, Ruth," he continued, "that thou hast seen to the wants of our guests." We all protested that we had never received such attention and hospitality. "'Tis well, 'tis well," said the good wool-worker. "But your plates are clear and your glasses empty. William, look to it. A good workman is ever a good trencherman. If a prentice of mine cannot clean his platter, I know that I shall get little from him with Carter and Teazle. Thew and sinew need building up. A slice from that round of beef, William. Touching that same battle of Obergraustock, Colonel, what part was played in the fray by that regiment of Pandor horse, in which, as I understand, thou didst hold a commission?" This was a question on which, as may be imagined, Saxon had much to say, and the pair were soon involved in a heated discussion. in which the experiences of Roundway Down and Marston Moor were balanced against the results of a score of unpronounceable fights in the Styrian Alps and along the Danube. Stephen Timewell, in his lusty youth, had led first a troop and then a regiment through the wars of the Parliament, from Chalgrove Field to the final battle at Worcester, so that his warlike passages, though less varied and extensive than those of our companion, were enough to enable him to form and hold strong opinions. These were in the main the same as those of the soldier of fortune, but when their ideas differed upon any point, there arose forthwith such a crossfire of military jargon, such speech of estacados and palisados, such comparisons of light horse and heavy, of pikemen and musketeers, of landsknechte, leaguers and onfalls, that the unused ear became bewildered with the babble. At last, on some question of fortification, the mayor drew his outworks with the spoons and knives, on which Saxon opened his parallels with lines of bread, and pushing them rapidly up with traverses and covered ways, he established himself upon the re-entering angle of the mayor's redoubt. This opened up a fresh question as to countermines, with the result that Chapter 18, Part 2 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Tyson. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Master Stephen Timewell, Mayor of Taunton. Whilst this friendly strife was proceeding between the elders, Sir Gervas Jerome and Mistress Ruth had fallen into conversation at the other side of the table. I have seldom seen, my dear children, so beautiful a face as that of this Puritan damsel, and it was beautiful with that sort of modest and maidenly comeliness where the features derive their sweetness from the sweet soul which shines through them. The perfectly molded body appeared to be but the outer expression of the perfect spirit within. Her dark brown hair swept back from a broad and white forehead, which surmounted a pair of well-marked eyebrows and large blue, thoughtful eyes. The whole cast of her features was gentle and dove-like, yet there was a firmness in the mouth and delicate prominence of the chin, which might indicate that in times of trouble and danger the little maid would prove to be no unworthy descendant of the Roundhead soldier and Puritan magistrate. I doubt not that where more loud-tongued and assertive dames might be cowed, the mayor's soft-voiced daughter would begin to cast off her gentler disposition, and to show the stronger nature which underlay it. It amused me much to listen to the efforts which Sir Gervas made to converse with her, for the damsel and he lived so entirely in two different worlds that it took all his gallantry and ready wit to keep on ground which would be intelligible to her. "No doubt you spend much of your time in reading, Mistress Ruth," he remarked. "It puzzles me to think what else you can do, so far from town." "Town?" she said in surprise. "What is Taunton but a town?" "Heaven forbid that I should deny it," replied Sir Gervas, "more especially in the presence of so many worthy burghers, who have the name of being somewhat jealous of the honour of their native city. Yet the fact remains, fair mistress, that the town of London so far transcends all other towns that it is called, even as I called it just now, the town." "Is it so very large, then?" she cried with pretty wonder. "But new louses are building in Taunton, outside the old walls and beyond Shuttern, and some even at the other side of the river. Perhaps in time it may be as large." "If all the folks in Taunton were to be added to London," said Sir Gervas, "no one there would observe that there had been any increase." "Nay, there you are laughing at me. That is against all reason," cried the country maiden. "Your grandfather will bear out my words," said Sir Gervas. "But to return to your reading, I'll warrant that there is not a page of Scudery and her Grand Cyrus which you have not read. You are familiar, doubtless, with every sentiment in Cowley, or Waller, or Dryden?" "Who are these?" she asked. "At what church do they preach?" "Faith," cried the baronet, with a laugh, "honest John preaches at the church of Will Unwin, commonly known as Will's, where many a time it is 2 in the morning before he comes to the end of his sermon. But why this question? Do you think that no one may put pen to paper unless they have also a right to wear a gown and climb up to a pulpit? I had thought that all of your sex had read Dryden. Pray, what are your own favourite books?" "There is Allien's Alarm to the Unconverted," said she. "It is a stirring work, and one which hath wrought much good. Hast thou not found it to fructify within thee?" "I have not read the book you name," Sir Gervas confessed. "Not read it?" she cried, with raised eyebrows. "Truly, I had thought that every one had read the Alarm. What dost thou think, then, of Faithful Contendings?" "I have not read it." "Or of Baxter's Sermons?" she asked. "I have not read them." "Of Bull's Spirit Cordial, then?" "I have not read it." Mistress Ruth Timewell stared at him in undisguised wonder. "You may think me ill-bred to say it, sir," she remarked, "but I cannot but marvel where you have been, or what you have done all your life. Why, the very children in the street have read these books." "In truth, such works come little in our way in London," Sir Gervas answered. "A play of George Etheridge's, or a jingle of Sir John Suckling's, is lighter, though mayhap less wholesome food for the mind. A man in London may keep pace with the world of letters without much reading. For what with the gossip of the coffee-houses, and the news-letters that fall in his way, and the babble of poets or wits at the assemblies, with mayhap an evening or 2 in the week at the playhouse, with Vanbrugh or Farquhar, one can never part company for long with the muses. Then, after the play, if a man is in no humour for a turn of luck at the green table at the Groom Porter's, he may stroll down to the Coca-Tree if he be a Tory, or to St. James's if he be a Whig, and it is 10 to 1 if the talk turn not upon the turning of alcaics, or the contest between blank verse or rhyme. Then one may, after an arriere supper, drop into Will's or Slaughter's, and find old John, with Tickle and Congreve and the rest of them, hard at work on the dramatic unities, or poetical justice, or some such matter. I confess that my own tastes lay little in that line, for about that hour I was likely to be worse employed with wine-flask, dice-box, or ahem, cried I, warningly, for several of the Puritans were listening with faces which expressed anything but approval. "What you say of London is of much interest to me," said the Puritan maiden, "though these names and places have little meaning to my ignorant ears. You did speak, however, of the playhouse. Surely no worthy man goes near those sinks of iniquity, the baited traps of the evil one? Has not the good and sanctified Master Bull declared from the pulpit that they are the gathering place of the froward, the chosen haunts of the perverse Assyrians, as dangerous to the soul as any of those papal steeple-houses, wherein the creature is sacrilegiously confounded with the Creator?" "Well and truly spoken, Mistress Timewell," cried the lean young Puritan upon the right, who had been an attentive listener to the whole conversation. "There is more evil in such houses than even in the cities of the plain. I doubt not that the wrath of the Lord will descend upon them and destroy them, and wreck them utterly, together with the dissolute men and abandoned women who frequent them." "Your strong opinions, friend," said Sir Gervas quietly, "are borne out doubtless by your full knowledge of the subject. How often, prithee, have you been in these playhouses which you are so ready to decry?" "I thank the Lord that I have never been so far tempted from the straight path as to set foot within one," the Puritan answered. "Nor have I ever been in that great sewer which is called London. I trust, however, that I, with others of the faithful, may find our way thither with our tucks at our sides ere this business is finished, when we shall not be content, I'll warrant, with shutting these homes of vice, as Cromwell did, but we shall not leave one stone upon another, and shall sow the spot with salt, that it may be a hissing and a byword amongst the people." "You are right, John Derrick," said the mayor, who had overheard the latter part of his remarks. "Yet methinks that a lower tone and a more backward manner would become you better when you are speaking with your master's guests. Touching these same playhouses, Colonel, when we have carried the upper hand this time, we shall not allow the old tares to check the new wheat. We know what fruit these places have borne in the days of Charles, the Gwynns, the Palmers, and the whole base crew of foul, lecherous parasites. Have you ever been in London, Captain Clarke?" "Nay, sir, I am country-born and bred." "The better man you," said our host. "I have been there twice. The first time was in the days of the Rump, when Lambert brought in his division to overawe the Commons. I was then quartered at the sign of the Four Crosses in Southwark, then kept by a worthy man, one John Dolman, with whom I had much edifying speech concerning predestination. All was quiet and sober then, I promise you, and you might have walked from Westminster to the Tower in the dead of the night without hearing aught save the murmur of prayer and the chanting of hymns. Not a ruffler or a wench was in the streets after dark, nor anyone save staid citizens upon their business, or the halberdiers of the watch. The second visit which I made was over this business of the levelling of the ramparts, when I and neighbour Foster, the glover, were sent at the head of a deputation from this town to the Privy Council of Charles. Who could have credited that a few years would have made such a change? Every evil thing that had been stamped underground had spawned and festered until its vermin brood flooded the streets, and the godly wore themselves driven to shun the light of day. Apollyon had indeed triumphed for a while. A quiet man could not walk the highways without being elbowed into the kennel by swaggering swashbucklers, or accosted by painted hussies. Padders and michers, laced cloaks, jingling spurs, slashed boots, tall plumes, bullies and pimps, oaths and blasphemies. I promise you, hell was waxing fat. Even in the solitude of one's coach one was not free from the robber. "How that, sir?" asked Reuben. "Why, marry, in this wise. As I was the sufferer, I have the best right to tell the tale. Ye must know that after our reception, which was cold enough, for we were about as welcome to the Privy Council as the hearth-tax man is to the village housewife, we were asked, more as I guess from derision than from courtesy, to the evening levee at Buckingham Palace. We would both fain have been excused from going, but we feared that our refusal might give undue offence, and so hinder the success of our mission. My homespun garments were somewhat rough for such an occasion, yet I determined to appear in them, with the addition of a new black baize waistcoat faced with silk, and a good periwig, for which I gave 3 pounds 10 shillings in the Haymarket. The young Puritan opposite turned up his eyes and murmured something about sacrificing to Dagon, which fortunately for him was inaudible to the high-spirited old man. "It was but a worldly vanity," quoth the mayor, "for, with all deference, Sir Gervas Jerome, a man's own hair, arranged with some taste, and with perhaps a sprinkling of powder, is to my mind the fittest ornament to his head. It is the contents, and not the case, which availeth. Having donned this frippery, good Master Foster and I hired a calash and drove to the palace. We were deep in grave and I trust profitable converse, speeding through the endless streets, when of a sudden I felt a sharp tug at my head, and my hat fluttered down onto my knees. I raised my hands, and lo, they came upon my bare pate. The wig had vanished. We were rolling down Fleet Street at the moment, and there was no one in the calash save neighbor Foster, who sat as astounded as I. We looked high and low, on the seats and beneath them, but not a sign of the periwig was there. It was gone utterly and without a trace. "Whither, then?" we asked with one voice. That was the question which we set ourselves to solve. For a moment I do assure ye that we bethought us that it might be a judgment upon us for our attention to such carnal follies. Then it crossed my mind that it might be the doing of some malicious sprite, as the drummer of Tedworth, or those who occasioned the disturbances no very long time since at the old Gasthouse at Little Burton here in Somersetshire. With this thought we hallooed to the coachman, and told him what had occurred to us. The fellow came down from his perch, and having heard our story, he burst straightway into much foul language, and walking round to the back of his calash, showed us that a slit had been made in the leather wherewith it was fashioned. Through this the thief had thrust his hand, and had drawn my wig through the hole, resting the while on the crossbar of the coach. It was no uncommon thing, he said, and the wig-snatchers were a numerous body who waited beside the peruke-makers' shops, and when they saw a customer come forth with a purchase which was worth their pains, they would follow him, and, should he chance to drive, deprive him of it in this fashion. Be that as it may, I never saw my wig again, and had to purchase another before I could venture into the royal presence.
"A strange adventure, truly," exclaimed Saxon. "How fared it with you for the remainder of the evening?"
But scurvily, for Charles's face, which was black enough at all times, was blackest of all to us. Nor was his brother the Papist more complaisant. They had but brought us there that they might dazzle us with their glitter and gewgaws, in order that we might bear a fine report of them back to the west with us. There were supple-backed courtiers, and strutting nobles, and hussies with their shoulders bare, who should, for all their high birth, have been sent to Bridewell as readily as any poor girl who ever walked at the cart's tail. Then there were the gentlemen of the chamber, with cinnamon and plum-colored coats, and a brave show of gold lace and silk and ostrich feather. Neighbor Foster and I felt as two crows might do who have wandered among the peacocks. Yet we bear in mind in whose image we were fashioned, and we carried ourselves, I trust, as independent English burghers. His Grace of Buckingham had his flout at us, and Rochester sneered, and the women simpered, but we stood foursquare, my friend and I, discussing, as I well remember, the most precious doctrines of election and reprobation, without giving much heed either to those who mocked us, or to the gamesters upon our left, or to the dancers upon our right. So we stood throughout the evening, until, finding that they could get little sport from us, my Lord Clarendon, the Chancellor, gave us the word to retire, which we did at our leisure after saluting the king and the company. "Nay, that I should never have done," cried the young Puritan, who had listened intently to his elder's narrative. "Would it not have been more fitting to have raised up your hands and called down vengeance upon them, as the holy man of old did upon the wicked cities?" "More fitting, quotha," said the mayor impatiently. "It is most fitting that youth should be silent until his opinion is asked on such matters. God's wrath comes with leaden feet, but it strikes with iron hands. In his own good time he has judged when the cup of these men's iniquities is overflowing. It is not for us to instruct him. Curses have, as the wise man said, a habit of coming home to roost. Bear that in mind, Master John Derrick, and be not too liberal with them." The young apprentice, for such he was, bowed his head sullenly to the rebuke, whilst the mayor, after a short pause, resumed his story. "Being a fine night," said he, "we chose to walk back to our lodgings, but never shall I forget the wicked scenes wherewith we were encountered on the way. Good Master Bunyan of Elstow might have added some pages to his account of Vanity Fair had he been with us. The women bepatched, beruddled, and brazen, the men swaggering, roistering, cursing, the brawling, the drabbing, and the drunkenness. It was a fit kingdom to be ruled over by such a court. At last we had made our way to more quiet streets, and were hoping that our adventures were at an end, when of a sudden there came a rush of half-drunken cavaliers from a side street, who set upon the passers-by with their swords, as though we had fallen into an ambuscade of savages in some Paynim country. They were, as I surmise, of the same breed as those of whom the excellent John Milton wrote, "The sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine." Alas, my memory is not what it was, for at one time I could say by rote whole books of that noble and godly poem. "And pray, how fared ye with these rufflers, sir?" I asked. "They beset us, and some few other honest citizens who were wending their ways homewards, and waving their naked swords they called upon us to lay down our arms and pay homage." "To whom?" I asked. They pointed to one of their number who was more gaudily dressed and somewhat drunker than the rest. "This is our most sovereign liege," they cried. "Sovereign over whom?" I asked. "Over the titeratus," they answered. "O most barbarous and cuckoldy citizen, do you not recognize that you have fallen into the hands of that most noble order?" "This is not your real monarch," said I, "for he is down beneath us, chained in the pit, where some day he will gather his dutiful subjects around him." "Lo, he hath spoken treason," they cried, on which, without much more ado, they set upon us with sword and dagger. Neighbour Foster and I placed our backs against the wall, and with our cloaks round our left arms we made play with our tucks, and managed to put in one or two of the old Wigan Lane raspers. In particular, friend Foster pinked the king in such wise that his majesty ran howling down the street like a gored bull-pup. We were beset by numbers, however, and might have ended our mission then and there, had not the watch appeared upon the scene, struck up our weapons with their halberds, and so arrested the whole party. Whilst the fray lasted, the burghers from the adjoining houses were pouring water upon us, as though we were cats on the tiles, which, though it did not cool our ardour in the fight, left us in a scurvy and unsavoury condition. In this guise we were dragged to the roundhouse, where we spent the night amidst bullies, thieves, and orange wenches, to whom I am proud to say that both neighbour Foster and myself spoke some words of joy and comfort. In the morning we were released, and forthwith shook the dust of London from our feet. Nor do I ever wish to return thither, unless it be at the head of our Somersetshire regiments, to see King Monmouth don the crown which he had wrested in fair fight from the popish perverter. As Master Stephen Timewell ended his tale, a general shuffling and rising announced the conclusion of the meal. The company filed slowly out in order of seniority, all wearing the same gloomy and earnest expression, with grave gait and downcast eyes. These Puritan ways were, it is true, familiar to me from childhood, yet I had never before seen a large household conforming to them, or marked their effect upon so many young men. "You shall bide behind for a while," said the mayor, as we were about to follow the others. "William, do you bring a flask of the old green-sealed sack. These creature comforts I do not produce before my lads, for beef and honest malt is the fittest food for such. On occasion, however, I am of Paul's opinion, that a flagon of wine among friends is no bad thing for mind or for body. You can away now, sweetheart, if you have aught to engage you. Do you go out again? Asked Mistress Ruth. Presently, to the town hall. The survey of arms is not yet complete. I shall have your robes ready, and also the rooms of our guests, she answered, and so, with a bright smile to us, tripped away upon her duty. I would that I could order our town as that maiden orders this house, said the mayor. There is not a want that is not supplied before it is felt. She reads my thoughts and acts upon them ere my lips have time to form them. If I have still strength to spend in the public service, it is because my private life is full of restful peace. Do not fear the sack, sirs. It cometh from Brooke and Hellier's of Abchurch Lane, and may be relied upon. Which showeth that one good thing cometh out of London, remarked Sir Gervas. Ay, truly, said the old man, smiling. But what think ye of my young men, sir? They must needs be of a very different class to any with whom you are acquainted, if, as I understand, you have frequented court circles. Why, Mary, they are good enough young men, no doubt, Sir Gervas answered lightly. Methinks, however, that there is a want of sap about them. It is not blood, but sour buttermilk that flows in their veins. Nay, nay, the mayor responded warmly. There you do them an injustice. Their passions and feelings are under control, as the skilful rider keeps his horse in hand. But they are as surely there as is the speed and endurance of the animal. Did you observe the godly youth who sat upon your right, whom I had occasion to reprove more than once for overzeal? He is a fit example of how a man may take the upper hand of his feelings and keep them in control. And how has he done so? I asked. Why, between friends, quoth the mayor, it was but last Lady Day that he asked the hand of my granddaughter Ruth in marriage. His time is nearly served, and his father, Sam Derrick, is an honourable craftsman, so that the match would have been no unfitting one. The maiden turned against him, however. Young girls will have their fancies, and the matter came to an end. Yet here he dwells under the same roof-tree, at her elbow from morn to night, with never a sign of that passion which can scarce have died out so soon. Twice my wool warehouse hath been nigh burned to the ground since then, and twice he hath headed those who fought the flames. There are not many whose suit hath been rejected, who would bear themselves in so resigned and patient a fashion. I am prepared to find that your judgment is the correct one, said Sir Gervas Jerome. I have learned to distrust too hasty dislikes, and bear in mind that couplet of John Dryden, errors like straws upon the surface flow. He who would search for pearls must dive below.
Or worthy Dr. Samuel Butler, said Saxon, who in his immortal poem of Hudibras says, the fool can only see the skin, the wise man tries to peep within.
I wonder, Colonel Saxon, said our host severely, that you should speak favourably of that licentious poem, which is composed, as I have heard, for the sole purpose of casting ridicule upon the godly. I should as soon have expected to hear you praise the wicked and foolish work of Hobbes, with his mischievous thesis, A Deo Rex, a Rege Lex.
It is true that I contemn and despise the use which Butler hath made of his satire, said Saxon adroitly. Yet I may admire the satire itself, just as one may admire a damascened blade without approving of the quarrel in which it is drawn.
These distinctions are, I fear, too subtle for my old brain, said the stout old Puritan. This England of ours is divided into two camps, that of God and that of Antichrist. He who is not with us is against us, nor shall any who serve under the devil's banner have anything from me save my scorn and the sharp edge of my sword.
"Well, well," said Saxon, filling up his glass, "I am no Laodicean or time-server. The cause shall not find me wanting with tongue or with sword."
"Of that I am well convinced, my worthy friend," the mayor answered, "and if I have spoken over sharply, you will hold me excused. But I regret to have evil tidings to announce to you. I have not told the commonalty, lest it cast them down, but I know that adversity will be but the whetstone to give your ardor a finer edge. Argyle's rising has failed, and he and his companions are prisoners in the hands of the man who never knew what pity was." We all started in our chairs at this, and looked at one another aghast, save only Sir Gervas Jerome, whose natural serenity was, I am well convinced, proof against any disturbance. For you may remember, my children, that I stated when I first took it in hand to narrate to you these passages of my life, that the hopes of Monmouth's party rested very much upon the raid which Argyle and the Scottish exiles had made upon Ayrshire, where it was hoped that they would create such a disturbance as would divert a good share of King James's forces, and so make our march to London less difficult. This was the more confidently expected, since Argyle's own estates lay upon that side of Scotland, where he could raise 5,000 swordsmen among his own clansmen. The western counties abounded, too, in fierce zealots who were ready to assert the cause of the Covenant, and who had proved themselves in many a skirmish to be valiant warriors. With the help of the Highlanders and of the Covenanters, it seemed certain that Argyle would be able to hold his own, the more so since he took with him to Scotland the English Puritan Rumbold, and many others skilled in warfare. This sudden news of his total defeat and downfall was therefore a heavy blow, since it turned the whole forces of the government upon ourselves.
"Have you the news from a trusty source?"
asked Decimus Saxon, after a long silence. "It is beyond all doubt or question," Master Stephen Timewell answered. "Yet I can well understand your surprise, for the Duke had trusty counsellors with him. There was Sir Patrick Hume of Polwarth."
"All talk and no fight,"
said Saxon. "And Richard Rumbold."
"All fight and no talk," quoth our companion. "He should, methinks, have rendered a better account of himself."
Then there was Major Elphinstone.
"A bragging fool,"
cried Saxon. And Sir John Cochrane.
"A captious, long-tongued, short-witted sluggard,"
said the soldier of fortune.
"The expedition was doomed from the first with such men at its head. Yet I had thought that they could have done naught else. They might at least have flung themselves into the mountain country, where these bare-legged caterans could have held their own amid their native clouds and mists. All taken, you say. It is a lesson and a warning to us. I tell you that unless Monmouth infuses more energy into his counsels, and thrusts straight for the heart instead of fencing and foining at the extremities, we shall find ourselves as Argyle and Rumbold. What mean these 2 days wasted at Axminster at a time when every hour is of import? Is he, every time that he brushes a party of militia aside, to stop 48 hours and chant Te Deums when Churchill and Feversham are, as I know, pushing for the west with every available man, and the Dutch grenadiers are swarming over like rats into a granary?"
"You are very right, Colonel Saxon," the mayor answered, "and I trust that when the king comes here we may stir him up to more prompt action. He has much need of more soldierly advisers, for since Fletcher hath gone, there is hardly a man about him who hath been trained to arms."
"Well," said Saxon moodily, "now that Argyle hath gone under, we are face to face with James, with nothing but our own good swords to trust to."
"To them and to the justice of our cause. How like ye the news, young sirs? Has the wine lost its smack on account of it? Are ye disposed to flinch from the standard of the Lord?" "For my own part, I shall see the matter through," said I. "And I shall bide where Micah Clarke bides," quoth Reuben Lockarby. "And to me," said Sir Gervas, "it is a matter of indifference, so long as I am in good company and there is something stirring." "In that case," said the mayor, "we had best each turn to his own work, and have all ready for the king's arrival. Until then, I trust that ye will honour my humble roof."
"I fear that I cannot accept your kindness," Saxon answered. "When I am in harness, I come and go, early and late. I shall therefore take up my quarters in the inn, which is not very well furnished with victual, and yet can supply me with the simple fare, which, with a blackjack of October and a pipe of Trinidado, is all I require."
As Saxon was firm in this resolution, the mayor forbore to press it upon him, but my two friends gladly joined with me in accepting the worthy wool-worker's offer, and took up our quarters for the time under his hospitable roof.
Chapter 20 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 20 of A Brawl in the Night. Decimus Saxon refused to avail himself of Master Timewell's house and table for the reason, as I afterwards learned, that the mayor, being a firm Presbyterian, he thought it might stand him in ill stead with the Independents and other zealots were he to allow too great an intimacy to spring up between them. Indeed, my dears, from this time onward, this cunning man framed his whole life and actions in such a way as to make friends of the sectaries, and to cause them to look upon him as their leader, for he had a firm belief that in all such outbreaks as that in which we were engaged, the most extreme party is sure in the end to gain the upper hand. "Fanatics," he said to me one day, "mean fervor, and fervor means hard work, and hard work means power." That was the center point of all his plotting and scheming. And first of all, he set himself to show how excellent a soldier he was, and he spared neither time nor work to make this apparent. From morn till midday, and from afternoon till night, we drilled and drilled, until, in very truth, the shouting of the orders and the clatter of the arms became wearisome to our ears. The good burghers may well have thought that Colonel Saxon's Wiltshire foot were as much part of the market-place as the town cross or the parish stocks. There was much to be done in very little time, so much that many would have thought it hopeless to attempt it. Not only was there the general muster of the regiment, but we had each to practice our own companies in their several drills, and to learn as best we could the names and the wants of the men. Yet our work was made easier to us by the assurance that it was not thrown away, for at every gathering our bumpkins stood more erect and handled their weapons more deftly. From cock-crow to sundown the streets resounded with "Poise your muskets! Order your muskets! Rest your muskets! Handle your primers!" and all the other orders of the old manual exercise. As we became more soldierly, we increased in numbers, for our smart appearance drew the pick of the newcomers into our ranks. My own company swelled until it had to be divided, and others enlarged in proportion. The baronet's musketeers mustered a full 100, skilled for the most part in the use of the gun. Altogether we sprang from 300 to 450, and our drill improved until we received praise from all sides on the state of our men. Late in the evening, I was riding slowly back to the house of Master Timewell, when Reuben clattered after me and besought me to turn back with him to see a noteworthy sight. Though feeling little in the mood for such things, I turned Covenant and rode with him down the length of High Street and into the suburb which is known as Shuttern, where my companion pulled up at a bare barn-like building and bade me look in through the window. The interior, which consisted of a single great hall, the empty warehouse in which wool had used to be stored, was all alight with lamps and candles. A great throng of men, whom I recognized as belonging to my own company, or that of my companion, lay about on either side, some smoking, some praying, and some burnishing their arms. Down the middle a line of benches had been drawn up, on which there were seated astraddle the whole 100 of the baronet's musketeers, each engaged in plaiting into a queue the hair of the man who sat in front of him. A boy walked up and down with a pot of grease, by the aid of which, with some whipcord, the work was going forward merrily. Sir Gervas, himself with a great flour dredger, sat perched upon a bale of wool at the head of the line, and as quickly as any queue was finished, he examined it through his quizzing glass, and if it found favour in his eyes, daintily powdered it from his dredger, with as much care and reverence as though it were some service of the church. No cook seasoning a dish could have added his spices with more nicety of judgment than our friend displayed in whitening the pates of his company. Glancing up from his labours, he saw our two smiling faces looking in at him through the window, but his work was too engrossing to allow him to leave it, and we rode off at last without having speech with him. By this time the town was very quiet and still, for the folk in those parts were early bed-goers, save when some special occasion kept them afoot. We rode slowly together through the silent streets, our horses' hoofs ringing out sharp against the cobblestones, talking about such light matters as engaged the mind of youth. The moon was shining very brightly above us, silvering the broad streets and casting a fretwork of shadows from the peaks and pinnacles of the churches. At Master Timewell's courtyard I sprang from my saddle, but Reuben, attracted by the peace and beauty of the scene, rode onwards with the intention of going as far as the town gate. I was still at work upon my girth buckles, undoing my harness, when of a sudden there came from the street a shouting and a rushing with the clinking of blades, and my comrade's voice calling upon me for help. Drawing my sword, I ran out. Some little way down there was a clear space, white with the moonshine, in the centre of which I caught a glimpse of the sturdy figure of my friend, springing about with an activity for which I had never given him credit, and exchanging sword thrusts with 3 or 4 men who were pressing him closely. On the ground there lay a dark figure, and behind the struggling group Reuben's mare reared and plunged in sympathy with her master's peril. As I rushed down, shouting and waving my sword, the assailants took flight down a side street, save one, a tall, sinewy swordsman, who rushed in upon Reuben. stabbing furiously at him, and cursing him the while for a spoil sport. To my horror, I saw, as I ran, the fellow's blade slip inside my friend's guard, who threw up his arms and fell prostrate, while the other, with a final thrust, dashed off down one of the narrow winding lanes, which led from East Street to the banks of the Taunton. "For heaven's sake, where are you hurt?" I cried, throwing myself upon my knees beside his prostrate body. "Where is your injury, Reuben?" "In the wind, mostly," quoth he, blowing like a smithy bellows. "Likewise on the back of my pate. Give me your hand, I pray." "Are you indeed scathless?" I cried, with a great lightening of the heart, as I helped him to his feet. "I thought that the villain had stabbed you." "As well stab a Warsash crab with a bodkin," said he. "Thanks to the good Sir Jacob Clancing, once of Snalleby Hall, and now of Salisbury Plain. Their rapiers did no more than scratch my plate of proof. But how is it with the maid?" "The maid?" said I. "Aye, it was to save her that I drew. She was beset by these night walkers. See, she rises. They threw her down when I set upon them." "How is it with you, mistress?" I asked. For the prostrate figure had arisen and taken the form of a woman, young and graceful to all appearance, with her face muffled in a mantle. "I trust that you have met with no hurt." "None, sir," she answered in a low, sweet voice. "But that I have escaped is due to the ready valor of your friend, and the guiding wisdom of him who confutes the plots of the wicked. Doubtless a true man would have rendered this help to any damsel in distress, and yet it may add to your satisfaction to know that she whom you have served is no stranger to you." With these words she dropped her mantle and turned her face towards us in the moonlight. "Good lack! It is Mistress Timewell!" I cried in amazement. "Let us homewards," she said, in firm, quick tones. "The neighbours are alarmed, and there will be a rabble collected anon. Let us escape from the babblement." Windows had indeed begun to clatter up in every direction, and loud voices to demand what was amiss. Far away down the street we could see the glint of lanthorns swinging to and fro as the watch hurried thitherwards. We slipped along in the shadow, however, and found ourselves safe within the mayor's courtyard, without let or hindrance. "I trust, sir, that you have really met with no hurt," said the maiden to my companion. Reuben had said not a word, since she had uncovered her face, and bore the face of a man who finds himself in some pleasant dream and is vexed only by the fear lest he wake up from it. "Nay, I am not hurt," he answered, "but I would that you could tell us who these roving blades may be, and where they may be found." "Nay, nay," said she, with uplifted finger, "you shall not follow the matter further. As to the men, I cannot say with certainty who they may have been. I had gone forth to visit Dame Clatworthy, who hath the tertian ague, and they did beset me on my return. Perchance they are some who are not of my grandfather's way of thinking in affairs of state, and who struck at him through me. But ye have been both so kind that ye will not refuse me one more favour which I shall ask ye. We protested that we could not with our hands upon our sword hilts. Nay, keep them for the Lord's quarrel, said she, smiling at the action. All that I ask is that ye will say nothing of this matter to my grandsire. He is choleric, and a little matter doth set him in a flame. So old as he is, I would not have his mind turned from the public needs to a private trifle of this sort. Have I your promises? Mine, said I, bowing. And mine, said Lockarby. Thanks, good friends. Alack, I have dropped my gauntlet in the street. But it is of no import. I thank God that no harm has come to any one. My thanks once more, and may pleasant dreams await ye. She sprang up the steps and was gone in an instant. Reuben and I unharnessed our horses, and saw them cared for in silence. We then entered the house, and ascended to our chambers, still without a word. Outside his room door my friend paused. I have heard that long man's voice before, Micah, said he. And so have I answered. The old man must beware of his prentices. I have half a mind to go back for the little maiden's gauntlet. A merry twinkle shot through the cloud which hid gathered on Reuben's brow. He opened his left hand and showed me the doeskin glove, crumpled up in his palm. I would not barter it for all the gold in her grandsire's coffers, said he, with a sudden outflame, and then, half laughing, half blushing at his own heat, he whisked in and left me to my thoughts. And so I learned for the first time, my dears, that my good comrade had been struck by the little god's arrows. When a man's years number 100, love springs up in him. As the gourd grew in the Scriptures in a single night, I have told my story ill, if I have not made you understand that my friend was a frank, warm-hearted lad of impulse, whose reason seldom stood sentry over his inclinations. Such a man can no more draw away from a whining maid than the needle can shun the magnet. He loves as the mavis sings or the kitten plays. Now a slow-witted, heavy fellow like myself, in whose veins the blood has always flowed somewhat coolly and temperately, may go into love as a horse goes into a shelving stream, step by step. But a man like Reuben is kicking his heels upon the bank one moment, and is over ears in the deepest pool the next. Heaven only knows what match it was that had set the tow alight. I can but say that from that day on my comrade was sad and cloudy one hour, gay and blithesome the next. His even flow of good spirits had deserted him, and he became as dismal as a molting chicken, which has ever seemed to me to be one of the strangest outcomes of what poets have called the joyous state of love. But indeed, pain and pleasure are so very nearly akin in this world that it is as if they were tethered in neighboring stalls, and a kick would at any time bring down the partition. Here is a man who is as full of sighs as a grenade is of powder. His face is sad, his brow is downcast, his wits are wandering. Yet if you remark to him that it is an ill thing that he should be in this state, he will answer you, as like as not, that he would not exchange it for all the powers and principalities. Tears to him are golden, and laughter is but base coin. Well, my dears, it is useless for me to expound to you that which I cannot myself understand. If, as I have heard, it is impossible to get the thumb marks of any two men to be alike, how can we expect their inmost thoughts and feelings to tally? Yet this I can say with all truth, that when I asked your grandmother's hand, I did not demean myself as if I were chief mourner at a funeral. She will bear me out that I walked up to her with a smile upon my face, though mayhap there was a little flutter at my heart, and I took her hand, and I said, "But, lack a day, whither have I wandered? What has all this to do with Taunton town and the rising of 1685? On the night of Wednesday, June 17, we learned that the king, as Monmouth was called throughout the West, was lying less than 10 miles off with his forces, and that he would make his entry into the loyal town of Taunton the next morning. Every effort was made, as you may well guess, to give him a welcome which should be worthy of the most Whiggish and Protestant town in England. An arch of evergreens had already been built up at the western gate, bearing the motto, "Welcome to King Monmouth," and another spanned the entrance to the market-place from the upper window of the White Hart Inn, with "Hail to the Protestant Chief," in great scarlet letters. A third, if I remember right, bridged the entrance to the castle yard, but the motto on it has escaped me. The cloth and wool industry is, as I have told you, the staple trade of the town, and the merchants had no mercy on their wares, but used them freely to beautify the streets. Rich tapestries, glossy velvets, and costly brocades fluttered from the windows or lined the balconies. East Street, High Street, and Fore Street were draped from garret to basement with rare and beautiful fabrics, while gay flags hung from the roofs on either side or fluttered in long festoons from house to house. The royal banner of England floated from the lofty tower of St. Mary Magdalene, while the blue ensign of Monmouth waved from the sister turret of St. James. Late into the night there was planning and hammering, working and devising, until when the sun rose upon Thursday, June 18, it shone on as brave a show of bunting and evergreen as ever graced a town. Taunton had changed, as by magic, from a city into a flower garden. Master Stephen Timewell had busied himself in these preparations, but he had borne in mind at the same time that the most welcome sight which he could present to Monmouth's eyes was the large body of armed men who were prepared to follow his fortunes. There were 1,600 in the town, 200 of which were horse, mostly well armed and equipped. These were disposed in such a way that the king should pass them in his progress. The townsmen lined the market-place 3 deep from the castle gate to the entrance to the High Street. From thence to Shuttern, Dorsetshire, and Frome, peasants were drawn up on either side of the street, while our own regiment was stationed at the western gate, with arms well burnished, serried ranks, and fresh sprigs of green in every bonnet. No leader could desire a better addition to his army. When all were in their places, and the burghers and their wives had arrayed themselves in their holiday gear, with gladsome faces and baskets of new-cut flowers, all was ready for the royal visitors' reception. "My orders are," said Saxon, riding up to us, as we sat our horses beside our companions, "that I and my captains shall fall in with the king's escort as he passes, and so accompany him to the market-place. Your men shall present arms, and shall then stand their ground until we return." We all three drew our swords and saluted. "If ye will come with me, gentlemen, and take position to the right of the gate here," said he, "I may be able to tell ye something of these folk as they pass. 30 years of war in many climes should give me the master craftsman's right to expound to his apprentices." We all very gladly followed his advice and passed out through the gate, which was now nothing more than a broad gap amongst the mounds which marked the lines of the old walls. "There is no sign of them yet," I remarked, as we pulled up upon a convenient hillock. "I suppose that they must come by this road, which winds through the valley before us." "There are two sorts of bad general," quoth Saxon, "the man who is too fast, and the man who is too slow. His Majesty's advisers will never be accused of the former failing, whatever other mistakes they may fall into. There was old Marshal Grunberg, with whom I did 26 months soldiering in Bohemia. He would fly through the country pell-mell, horse, foot, and artillery, as if the devil were at his heels. He might make 50 blunders, but the enemy had never time to take advantage. I call to mind a raid which we made into Silesia, when, after 2 days or so of mountain roads, his Oberhauptmann of the staff told him that it was impossible for the artillery to keep up. "Lass es hinter," says he. So the guns were left, and by the evening of the next day the foot were dead beat. "They cannot walk another mile," says the Oberhauptmann. "Lassen Sie hinter," says he. So on we went with the horse. I was in his Pandore regiment, worst luck, but after a skirmish or two, what with the roads and what with the enemy, our horses were foundered and useless. "The horses are used up," says the Oberhauptmann. "Lassen Sie hinter," he cries, and I warrant that he would have pushed on to Prague with his staff, had they allowed him. General Hinterlassen, we called him after that. "A dashing commander, too," cried Sir Gervas. "I would fain have served under him." "Aye, and he had a way of knocking his recruits into shape which would scarce be relished by our good friends here in the West Country," said Saxon. "I remember that after the leaguer of Salzburg, when we had taken the castle, or fortalice of that name, we were joined by some 1,000 untrained foot, which had been raised in Dalmatia, in the Emperor's employ. As they approached our lines, with waving of hands and blowing of bugles, old Marshal Hinterlassen discharged a volley of all the cannon upon the walls at them, killing 70, and striking great panic into the others. "The rogues must get used to standing fire sooner or later," said he, "so they may as well commence their education at once." "He was a tough schoolmaster," I remarked. "He might have left that part of the drill to the enemy." "Yet his soldiers loved him," said Saxon. "He was not a man when a city had been forced to inquire into every squawk of a woman, or give ear to every burgess who chanced to find his strong box a trifle the lighter. But as to the slow commanders, I have known none to equal Brigadier Baumgarten, also of the imperial service. He would break up his winter quarters and sit down before some place of strength, where he would raise a sconce here and sink a sap there, until his soldiers were sick of the very sight of the place. So he would play with it, as a cat with a mouse, until at last it was about to open its gates, when, as like as not, he would raise the leaguer and march back into his winter quarters. I served 2 campaigns under him, without honour, sack, plunder, or emolument, save a beggarly stipend of 3 gulden a day, paid in clipped money, 6 months in arrear. But mark ye, the folk under yonder tower, they're waving their kerchiefs as though something were visible to them." "I can see nothing," I answered, shading my eyes and gazing down the tree-sprinkled valley which rose slowly in green uplands to the grassy Blackdown hills. "Those on the housetops are waving and pointing," said Reuben. "Methinks I can myself see the flash of steel among yonder woods." "There it is," cried Saxon, extending his gauntleted hand, "on the western bank of the Tone, hard by the wooden bridge. Follow my finger, Clark, and see if you cannot distinguish it." "Yes, truly," I exclaimed, "I see a bright shimmer coming and going, and there to the left, where the road curves over the hill, mark you that dense mass of men? Ha! The head of the column begins to emerge from the trees." There was not a cloud in the sky, but the great heat had caused a haze to overlie the valley, gathering thickly along the winding course of the river, and hanging in little sprays and feathers over the woodlands which clothe its banks. Through this filmy vapour there broke from time to time fierce sparkles of brilliant light, as the sun's rays fell upon breastplate or headpiece. Now and again the gentle summer breeze wafted up sudden pulses of martial music to our ears, with the blaze of trumpets and the long deep snarl of the drums. As we gazed, the van of the army began to roll out from the cover of the trees and to darken the white dusty roads. The long line slowly extended itself, writhing out of the forest land like a dark snake with sparkling scales, until the whole rebel army, horse, foot, and ordnance, were visible beneath us. The gleam of the weapons, the waving of numerous banners, the plumes of the leaders, and the deep columns of marching men made up a picture which stirred the very hearts of the citizens who from the housetops and from the ruinous summit of the dismantled walls were enabled to gaze down upon the champions of their faith. If the mere sight of a passing regiment will cause a thrill in your bosoms, you can fancy how it is when the soldiers upon whom you look are in actual arms for your own dearest and most cherished interests, and have just come out victorious from a bloody struggle. If every other man's hand was against us, these at least were on our side, and our hearts went out to them as to friends and brothers. Of all the ties that unite men in this world, that of a common danger is the strongest. It all appeared to be most warlike and most imposing to my inexperienced eyes, and I thought as I looked at the long array that our cause was as good as won. To my surprise, however, Saxon pished and pshawed under his breath until at last, unable to contain his impatience, he broke out in hot discontent. "Do but look at that vanguard as they breast the slope," he cried. "Where's the advance party, or Vorreiter, as the Germans call them? Where, too, is the space which should be left between the foreguard and the main battle? By the sword of Skanderberg, they remind me more of a drove of pilgrims, as I have seen them approaching the shrine of St. Sebaldus of Nuremberg, with their banners and streamers. There in the centre, amid that cavalcade of cavaliers, rides our new monarch, doubtless. Pity he hath not a man by him who can put this swarm of peasants into something like campaign order. Now do but look at those 4 pieces of ordnance trailing along like lame sheep behind the flock. Caraco! I would that I were a young king's officer with a troop of light horse on the ridge yonder. My faith, how I should sweep down yon crossroad like a kestrel on a brood of young plover. Then hay for cut and thrust, down with the skulking cannoneers, a carbine fire to cover us, round with the horses, and away go the rebel guns in a cloud of dust. How's that, Sir Gervas?" "Good sport, Colonel," said the baronet, with a touch of colour in his white cheeks. "I warrant that you did keep your Pandors on the trot." "Aye, the rogues had to work or hang, one or t'other. But methinks our friends here are scarce as numerous as reported. I reckon them to be 1,000 horse, maybe 5,200 foot. I've been thought a good tally man on such occasions. With 1,500 in the town, that would bring us to close on 8,000 men, which is no great force to invade a kingdom and dispute a crown." "If the West can give 8,000, how many can all the counties of England afford?" I asked. "Is that not the fairer way to look at it?" "Monmouth's popularity lies mostly in the West," Saxon answered. "It was the memory of that which prompted him to raise his standard in these counties." "His standards, rather," quoth Reuben. "Why, it looks as though they had hung their linen up to dry all down the line." "True, they have more ensigns than ever I saw with so small a force," Saxon answered, rising in his stirrups. "1 or 2 are blue, and the rest, as far as I can see, for the sun shining upon them, are white, with some motto or device." Whilst we had been conversing, the body of horse which formed the vanguard of the Protestant army had approached within 1/4 of a mile or less of the town, when a loud, clear bugle call brought them to a halt. In each successive regiment or squadron the signal was repeated, so that the sound passed swiftly down the long array until it died away in the distance. As the coil of men formed up upon the white road with just a tremulous shifting motion along the curved and undulating line, its likeness to a giant serpent occurred again to my mind. I could fancy it a great boa, I remarked, which was drawing its coils around the town. A rattlesnake, rather, said Reuben, pointing to the guns in the rear. It keeps all its noise in its tail. Here comes its head, if I mistake not, quoth Saxon. It were best, perhaps, that we stand at the side of the gate. As he spoke, a group of gaily dressed cavaliers broke away from the main body and rode straight for the town. Their leader was a tall, slim, elegant young man who sat his horse with the grace of a skilled rider, and who was remarkable amongst those around him for the gallantry of his bearing and the richness of his trappings. As he galloped towards the gate, a roar of welcome burst from the assembled multitude, which was taken up and prolonged by the crowds behind, who, though unable to see what was going forward, gathered from the shouting that the king was approaching.
Section 21 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 20 of the Muster of the Men of the West. Monmouth was at that time in his 36th year, and was remarkable for those superficial graces which pleased the multitude, and fit a man to lead in a popular cause. He was young, well-spoken, witty, and skilled in all martial and manly exercises. On his progress in the West, he had not thought it beneath him to kiss the village maidens, to offer prizes at the rural sports, and to run races in his boots against the fleetest of the barefooted countrymen. His nature was vain and prodigal, but he excelled in that showy magnificence and careless generosity which wins the hearts of the people. Both on the Continent and at Bothwell Bridge in Scotland, he had led armies with success, and his kindness and mercy to the Covenanters after his victory had caused him to be as much esteemed amongst the Whigs as Dalzell and Claverhouse were hated. As he reined up his beautiful black horse at the gate of the city, and raised his plumed Montero cap to the shouting crowd, the grace and dignity of his bearing were such as might befit the knight-errant in a romance who is fighting at long odds for a crown which a tyrant has filched from him. He was reckoned well-favoured, but I cannot say that I found him so. His face was, I thought, too long and white for comeliness, yet his features were high and noble, with well-marked nose and clear, searching eyes. In his mouth might perchance be noticed some trace of that weakness which marred his character, though the expression was sweet and amiable. He wore a dark purple roquelaire riding jacket, faced and lapelled with gold lace, through the open front of which shone a silver breastplate. A velvet suit of a lighter shade than the jacket, a pair of high yellow cordovan boots with a gold-hilted rapier on one side and a poniard of Parma on the other, each hung from the morocco leather sword-belt, completed his attire. A broad collar of Mechlin lace flowed over his shoulders, while wristbands of the same costly material dangled from his sleeves. Again and again he raised his cap and bent to the saddle-bow in response to the storm of cheering. "A Monmouth! A Monmouth!" cried the people. "Hail to the Protestant chief! Long live the noble King Monmouth!" While from every window and roof and balcony, fluttering kerchief or waving hat brightened the joyous scene. The rebel van caught fire at the sight, and raised a great deep-chested shout, which was taken up again and again by the rest of the army, until the whole countryside was sonorous. In the meanwhile, the city elders, headed by our friend the mayor, advanced from the gate in all the dignity of silk and fur to pay homage to the king. Sinking upon one knee by Monmouth's stirrup, he kissed the hand which was graciously extended to him. "Nay, good Master Mayor," said the king, in a clear, strong voice, "it is for my enemies to sink before me, and not for my friends. Prithee, what is this scroll which you do unroll?" "It is an address of welcome and of allegiance, your Majesty, from your loyal town of Taunton." "I need no such address," said King Monmouth, looking round. "It is written all around me in fairer characters than ever found themselves upon parchment. My good friends have made me feel that I was welcome without the aid of clerk or scrivener. Your name, good Master Mayor, is Stephen Timewell, as I understand?" "The same, your Majesty." "Too curt a name for so trusty a man," said the king, drawing his sword and touching him upon the shoulder with it. "I shall make it longer by 3 letters. Rise up, Sir Stephen, and may I find that there are many other knights in my dominions as loyal and as stout." Amidst the huzzas which broke out afresh at this honour done to the town, the mayor withdrew with the councilmen to the left side of the gate, whilst Monmouth with his staff gathered upon the right. At a signal, a trumpeter blew a fanfare. The drums struck up a point of war, and the insurgent army, with serried ranks and waving banners, resumed its advance upon the town. As it approached, Saxon pointed out to us the various leaders and men of note who surrounded the king, giving us their names and some few words as to their characters. "That is Lord Grey of Wark," said he, the little middle-aged lean man at the king's bridle arm. "He hath been in the Tower once for treason. 'Twas he who fled with the Lady Henrietta Berkeley, his wife's sister. A fine leader truly for a godly cause. The man upon his left, with the red swollen face and the white feather in his cap, is Colonel Holmes. I trust that he will never show the white feather save on his head. The other, upon the high chestnut horse, is a lawyer, though, by my soul, he is a better man at ordering a battalion than at drawing a bill of costs. He is the Republican, Wade, who led the foot at the skirmish at Bridgepoint, and brought them off with safety. The tall, heavy-faced soldier in the steel bonnet is Anthony Bice, the Brandenburger, a soldado of fortune, and a man of high heart, as are most of his countrymen. I have fought both with him and against him ere now." "Mark ye the long, thin man behind him?" cried Reuben. "He hath drawn his sword and waves it over his head. 'Tis a strange time and place for the broadsword exercise. He is surely mad." "Perhaps you are not far amiss," said Saxon. "Yet, by my hilt, were it not for that man, there would be no Protestant army advancing upon us down yonder road. 'Tis he who by dangling the crown before Monmouth's eyes beguiled him away from his snug retreat in Brabant. There is not one of these men whom he hath not tempted into this affair by some bait or other. With Grey it was a dukedom, with Wade the woolsack, with Buyse the plunder of Cheapside. Every one hath his own motive, but the clues to them all are in the hands of yonder crazy fanatic, who makes the puppets dance as he will. He hath plotted more, lied more, and suffered less than any Whig in the party. It must be that Dr. Robert Ferguson, of whom I have heard my father speak, said I. You are right, 'tis he. I have but seen him once in Amsterdam, and yet I know him by his shock wig and crooked shoulders. It is whispered that of late his overweening conceit hath unseated his reason. See, the German places his hand upon his shoulder and persuades him to sheath his weapon. King Monmouth glances round too, and smiles as though he were the court buffoon with a Geneva cloak instead of the motley. But the van is upon us. To your companies, and mind that ye raise your swords to the salute while the colours of each troop go by. Whilst our companion had been talking, the whole Protestant army had been streaming towards the town, and the head of the foreguard was abreast with the gateway. 4 troops of horse led the way, badly equipped and mounted, with ropes instead of bridles, and in some cases squares of sacking in place of saddles. The men were armed for the most part with sword and pistol, while a few had the buff coats, plates, and headpieces taken at Axminster, still stained sometimes with the blood of the last wearer. In the midst of them rode a banner-bearer, who carried a great square ensign hung upon a pole, which was supported upon a socket let into the side of the girth. Upon it was printed in golden letters the legend, Pro Libertate et Religione Nostra. These horse soldiers were made up of yeomen's and farmers' sons, unused to discipline, and having a high regard for themselves as volunteers, which caused them to cavil and argue over every order. For this cause, though not wanting in natural courage, they did little service during the war, and were a hindrance rather than a help to the army. Behind the horse came the foot, walking 6 abreast, divided into companies of varying size, each company bearing a banner which gave the name of the town or village from which it had been raised. This manner of arranging the troops had been chosen because it had been found to be impossible to separate men who were akin and neighbours to each other. They would fight, they said, side by side, or they would not fight at all. For my own part, I think that it is no bad plan, for when it comes to push of pike, a man stands all the faster when he knows that he hath old and tried friends on either side of him. Many of these country places I came to know afterwards from the talk of the men, and many others I have travelled through, so that the names upon the banners have come to have a real meaning with me. Homer hath, I remember, a chapter or book wherein he records the names of all the Grecian chiefs, and whence they came, and how many men they brought to the common muster. It is pity that there is not some Western Homer who could record the names of these brave peasants and artisans, and recount what each did or suffered in upholding a noble though disastrous cause. Their places of birth, at least, shall not be lost, as far as mine own feeble memory can carry me. The first foot regiment, if so rudely formed a band could be so called, consisted of men of the sea, fishers and coastmen, clad in the heavy blue jerkins and rude garb of their class. They were bronzed, weather-beaten tarpaulins, with hard mahogany faces, variously armed with birding pieces, cutlasses, or pistols. I have a notion that it was not the first time that those weapons had been turned against King James's servants, for the Somerset and Devon coasts were famous breeding places for smugglers, and many a saucy lugger was doubtless lying up in creek or in bay, whilst her crew had gone a-soldiering to Taunton. As to discipline, they had no notion of it, but rolled along in true blue-water style, with many a shout and halloo to each other or to the crowd. From Star Point to Portland Roads there would be but few nets for many weeks to come, and fish would swim the narrow seas which should have been heaped on Lime Cobb or exposed for sale in Plymouth Market. Each group or band of these men of the sea bore with it its own banner, that of Lyme in the front, followed by Topsham, Colliford, Bridgeport, Sidmouth, Otterton, Abbotsbury, and Charmouth, all southern towns which are on or near the coast. So they trooped past us, rough and careless, with caps cocked, and the reek of their tobacco rising up from them like the steam from a tired horse. In number they may have been 400 or thereabouts. The peasants of Rockbear, with flail and scythe, led the next column, followed by the banner of Honiton, which was supported by 200 stout lacemakers from the banks of the Otter. These men showed by the colour of their faces that their work kept them within four walls, yet they excelled their peasant companions in their alert and soldierly bearing. Indeed, with all the troops we observed that, though the countrymen were the stouter and hardier, the craftsmen were the most ready to catch the air and spirit of the camp. Behind the men of Honiton came the Puritan cloth-workers of Wellington, with their mayor upon a white horse beside their standard-bearer, and a band of 20 instruments before him. Grim-visaged, thoughtful, sober men, they were for the most part clad in grey suits, and wearing broad-brimmed hats. For God and faith was the motto of a streamer which floated from amongst them. The cloth-workers formed 3 strong companies, and the whole regiment may have numbered close on 600 men. The 3rd regiment was headed by 500 foot from Taunton, men of peaceful and industrious life, but deeply imbued with those great principles of civil and religious liberty which were 3 years later to carry all before them in England. As they passed the gates, they were greeted by a thunderous welcome from their townsmen upon the walls and at the windows. Their steady, solid ranks and broad, honest burgher faces seemed to me to smack of discipline and of work well done. Behind them came the musters of Winterbourne, Leominster, Chard, Yeovil, and Columpton, 100 or more pikesmen to each, bringing the tally of the regiment to 1,000 men. A squadron of horse trotted by, closely followed by the 4th regiment, bearing in its van the standards of Beaminster, Crewkerne, Langport, and Chidiock, all quiet Somersetshire villages, which had sent out their manhood to strike a blow for the old cause. Puritan ministers, with their steeple hats and Geneva gowns, once black, but now white with dust, marched sturdily along beside their flocks. Then came a strong company of wild, half-armed shepherds from the great plains, which extended from the Blackdowns on the south to the Mendips on the north, very different fellows, I promise you, from the Corridons and Strephons of Master Waller or Master Dryden, who have depicted the shepherd as ever shedding tears of love and tootling upon a plaintive pipe. I fear that Chloe or Phyllis would have met with rough wooing at the hands of these western savages. Behind them were musketeers from Dorchester, pikemen from Newton Poppleford, and a body of stout infantry from among the surge workers of Ottery St. Mary. This 4th regiment numbered rather better than 800, but was inferior in arms and in discipline to that which preceded it. The 5th regiment was headed by a column of fen men from the dreary marches which stretch round Athelney. These men, in their sad and sordid dwellings, had retained the same free and bold spirit which had made them in past days the last resource of the good King Alfred and the protectors of the western shires from the inroads of the Danes, who were never able to force their way into their watery strongholds. 2 companies of them, towsy-headed and bare-legged, but loud in hymn and prayer, had come out from their fastnesses to help the Protestant cause. At their heels came the woodmen and lumberers of Bishop's Lydiard, big sturdy men in green jerkins, and the white-smocked villagers of Hewish Champflower. The rear of the regiment was formed by 400 men in scarlet coats, with white cross-belts and well-burnished muskets. These were deserters from the Devonshire militia, who had marched with Albemarle from Exeter, and who had come over to Monmouth on the field at Axminster. These kept together in a body, but there were many other militiamen, both in red and in yellow coats, amongst the various bodies which I have set forth. This regiment may have numbered 700 men. The 6th and last column of foot was headed by a body of peasants bearing Minehead upon their banner, and the ensign of the 3 wool bales and the sailing ship, which is the sign of that ancient borough. They had come for the most part from the wild country which lies to the north of Dunster Castle and skirts the shores of the Bristol Channel. Behind them were the poachers and huntsmen of Porlock Quay, who had left the red deer of Exmoor to graze in peace whilst they followed a nobler quarry. They were followed by men from Dulverton, men from Milverton, men from Wivelscombe, and the sunny slopes of the Quantocks, swart, fierce men from the bleak moors of Dunkerry Beacon, and tall, stalwart pony-rearers and grazers from Bampton. The banners of Bridgewater, of Shepton Mallet, and of Nether Stowey swept past us, with that of the fishers of Clovelly and the quarrymen of the Black Downs. In the rear were 3 companies of strange men, giants in stature, though somewhat bowed with labour, with long tangled beards and unkempt hair hanging over their eyes. These were the miners from the Mendip hills and from the Orr and Bagworthy valleys, rough, half-savage men whose eyes rolled up at the velvets and brocades of the shouting citizens, or fixed themselves upon their smiling dames with a fierce intensity which scared the peaceful burghers. So the long line rolled in, until 3 squadrons of horse and 4 small cannon, with the blue-coated Dutch cannoneers, as stiff as their own ramrods, brought up the rear. A long train of carts and of wagons, which had followed the army, were led into the fields outside the walls, and there quartered. When the last soldier had passed through the Shuttern Gate, Monmouth and his leaders rode slowly in, the mayor walking by the king's charger. As we saluted, they all faced round to us, and I saw a quick flush of surprise and pleasure come over Monmouth's pale face as he noted our close lines and soldierly bearing. "By my faith, gentlemen," he said, glancing round at his staff, "our worthy friend the mayor must have inherited Cadmus's dragon teeth. Where raised ye this pretty crop, Sir Stephen? How came ye to bring them to such perfection too, even, I declare, to the hair powder of the grenadiers?" "I have 1,500 in the town," the old wool worker answered proudly, "though some are scarce as disciplined. These men come from Wiltshire, and the officers from Hampshire. As to their order, the credit is due not to me, but to the old soldier, Colonel Decimus Saxon, whom they have chosen as their commander, as well as to the captains who serve under him. My thanks are due to you, Colonel," said the king, turning to Saxon, who bowed and sank the point of his sword to the earth, "and to you also, gentlemen. I shall not forget the warm loyalty which brought you from Hampshire in so short a time. Would that I could find the same virtue in higher places. But, Colonel Saxon, you have, I gather, seen much service abroad. What think you of the army which hath just passed before you?" "If it please your majesty," Saxon answered, "it is like so much uncarded wool, which is rough enough in itself, and yet may in time come to be woven into a noble garment." "Hem! There is not much leisure for the weaving," said Monmouth, "but they fight well. You should have seen them fall on at Axminster. We hope to see you and to hear your views at the council table. But how is this? Have I not seen this gentleman's face before?" "It is the Honourable Sir Gervas Jerome of the county of Surrey," quoth Saxon. "Your majesty may have seen me at St. James's," said the baronet, raising his hat, "or in the balcony at Whitehall. I was much at court during the latter years of the late king." Yes, I remember the name as well as the face," cried Monmouth. "You see, gentlemen," he continued, turning to his staff, "the courtiers begin to come in at last. Were you not the man who did fight Sir Thomas Killigrew behind Dunkirk House? I thought as much. Will you not attach yourself to my personal attendance?" "If it please your majesty," Sir Gervas answered, "I am of opinion that I could do your royal cause better service at the head of my musketeers." So be it," said King Monmouth. Setting spurs to his horse, he raised his hat in response to the cheers of the troops, and cantered down the High Street under a rain of flowers, which showered from roof and window upon him, his staff, and his escort. We had joined in his train, as commanded, so that we came in for our share of this merry crossfire. One rose, as it fluttered down, was caught by Reuben, who, I observed, pressed it to his lips, and then pushed it inside his breastplate. Glancing up, I caught sight of the smiling face of our host's daughter, peeping down at us from a casement. "Well caught, Reuben," I whispered. "At trick-track or trap and ball you were ever our best player." "Ah, Micah," said he, "I bless the day that ever I followed you to the wars. I would not change places with Monmouth this day." "Has it gone so far, then?" I exclaimed. "Why, lad, I thought that you were but opening your trenches, and you speak as though you had carried the city." "Perhaps I am over-hopeful," he cried, turning from hot to cold, as a man doth when he is in love, or hath the tertian ague, or other bodily trouble. God knows that I am little worthy of her, and yet set not your heart too firmly upon that which may prove to be beyond your reach, said I. The old man is rich, and will look higher. I would he were poor, sighed Reuben, with all the selfishness of a lover. If this war last, I may win myself some honour or title. Who knows? Others have done it, and why not I? Of our three from Havant, I remarked, one is spurred onwards by ambition, and one by love. Now what am I to do, who care neither for high office nor for the face of a maid? What is to carry me into the fight? Our motives come and go, but yours is ever with you, said Reuben. Honour and duty are the two stars, Micah, by which you have ever steered your course. Faith, Mistress Ruth has taught you to make pretty speeches, said I, but methinks she ought to be here amid the beauty of Taunton. As I spoke, we were riding into the market-place, which was now crowded with our troops. Round the cross were grouped a score of maidens, clad in white muslin dresses, with blue scarves around their waists. As the king approached, these little maids, with much pretty nervousness, advanced to meet him, and handed him a banner which they had worked for him, and also a dainty gold-clasped Bible. Monmouth handed the flag to one of his captains, but he raised the book above his head, exclaiming that he had come there to defend the truths contained within it, at which the cheerings and acclamations broke forth with redoubled vigour. It had been expected that he might address the people from the cross, but he contented himself with waiting while the heralds proclaimed his titles to the crown, when he gave the word to disperse, and the troops marched off to the different centres where food had been provided for them. The king and his chief officers took up their quarters in the castle, while the mayor and richer burgesses found bed and board for the rest. As to the common soldiers, many were billeted among the townsfolk, many others encamped in the streets and castle grounds, while the remainder took up their dwelling among the wagons in the fields outside the city, where they lit up great fires and had sheep roasting. Section 22 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 21 of My Hand Grips with the Brandenburger. King Monmouth had called a council meeting for the evening, and summoned Colonel Decimus Saxon to attend it, with whom I went, bearing with me the small package which Sir Jacob Clancing had given over to my keeping. On arriving at the castle, we found that the king had not yet come out from his chamber, but we were shown into the great hall to await him, a fine room with lofty windows and a noble ceiling of carved woodwork. At the further end, the royal arms had been erected without the bar sinister which Monmouth had formerly worn. Here were assembled the principal chiefs of the army, with many of the inferior commanders, town officers, and others who had petitions to offer. Lord Grey of Wark stood silently by the window, looking out over the countryside with a gloomy face. Wade and Holmes shook their heads and whispered in a corner. Ferguson strode about with his wig awry, shouting out exhortations and prayers in a broad Scottish accent. A few of the more gaily dressed gathered round the empty fireplace and listened to a tale from one of their number which appeared to be shrouded in many oaths, and which was greeted with shouts of laughter. In another corner a numerous group of zealots, clad in black or russet gowns, with broad white bands and hanging mantles, stood round some favourite preacher, and discussed in an undertone Calvinistic philosophy and its relation to statecraft. A few plain homely soldiers, who were neither sectaries nor courtiers, wandered up and down, or stared out through the windows at the busy encampment upon the castle green. To one of these, remarkable for his great size and breadth of shoulder, Saxon led me, and touching him on the sleeve, he held out his hand as to an old friend. "Mein Gott!" cried the German soldier of fortune, for it was the same man whom my companion had pointed out in the morning. "I thought it was you, Saxon, when I saw you by the gate, though you are even thinner than of old. How a man could suck up so much good Bavarian beer, as you have done, and yet make so little flesh upon it, is more than I can verstan. How have all things gone with you?" "As of old," said Saxon, "more blows than thalers, and greater need of a surgeon than of a strong box. When did I see you last, friend? Was it not at the onfall at Nurnberg, when I led the right, and you the left wing of the heavy horse?" "Nay," said Buyse, "I have met you in the way of business since then. Have you forgot the skirmish on the Rhine bank, when you did flash your snappen at me? Sapperment! Had some rascally shelm not stabbed my horse, I should have swept your head off, as a boy cuts thistles mit a stick." "Aye, aye," Saxon answered composedly, "I had forgot it. You were taken, if I remember aright, but did afterwards brain the sentry with your fetters, and swam the Rhine under the fire of a regiment. Yet I think that we did offer you the same terms that you were having with the others." "Some such base offer was indeed made me," said the German sternly, to which I answered that, though I sold my sword, I did not sell my honour. It is well that cavaliers of fortune should show that an engagement is with them. How do ye say it? Unbreakable until the war is over. Then by all means let him change his paymaster. "Warm nicht? True, friend, true," replied Saxon. "These beggarly Italians and Swiss have made such a trade of the matter, and sold themselves so freely, body and soul, to the longest purse, that it is well that we should be nice upon points of honour. But you remember the old hand-grip which no man in the Palatinate could exchange with you? Here is my captain, Micah Clarke. Let him see how warm a North German welcome may be." The Brandenburger showed his white teeth in a grin as he held out his broad brown hand to me. The instant that mine was enclosed in it, he suddenly bent his whole strength upon it, and squeezed my fingers together till the blood tingled in the nails, and the whole hand was limp and powerless. "Donnerwetter!" he cried, laughing heartily at my start of pain and surprise. "It is a rough Prussian game, and the English lads have not much stomach for it." "Truly, sir," said I, "it is the first time that I have seen the pastime, and I would fain practise it under so able a master." "What, another?" he cried. "Why, you must be still pringling from the first. Nay, if you will, I shall not refuse you, though I fear it may weaken your hold upon your sword hilt." He held out his hand as he spoke, and I grasped it firmly, thumb to thumb, keeping my elbow high so as to bear all my force upon it. His own trick was, as I observed, to gain command of the other hand by a great output of strength at the onset. This I prevented by myself putting out all my power. For a minute or more we stood motionless, gazing into each other's faces. Then I saw a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, and I knew that he was beaten. Slowly his grip relaxed, and his hand grew limp and slack, while my own tightened ever upon it, till he was forced in a surly, muttering voice to request that I should unhand him. "Teufel und Hexerei!" he cried, wiping away the blood which oozed from under his nails. "I might as well put my fingers in a rat trap. You are the first man that ever yet exchanged fair hand grips with Anthony Buyse." "We breed brawn in England as well as in Brandenburg," said Saxon, who was shaking with laughter over the German soldier's discomfiture. "Why, I have seen that lad pick up a full-size sergeant of dragoons and throw him into a cart as though he had been a clod of earth." "Strong he is," grumbled Buyse, still wringing his injured hand. "Strong as old Goths, mit de iron grip. But what good is strength alone in the handling of a weapon? It is not the force of a blow, but the way in which it is geschlagen, that makes the effect. Your sword now is heavier than mine by the look of it, and yet my blade would bite deeper. Eh? Is not that a more soldierly sport than kinderspiel, such as hand-grasping and the like?" "He is a modest youth," said Saxon, "yet I would match his stroke against yours." "For what?" snarled the German. "For as much wine as we can take at a sitting." "No small amount either," said Buyse. "A brace of gallons at the least." "Well, be it so. Do you accept the contest?" "I shall do what I may," I answered, "though I can scarce hope to strike as heavy a blow as so old and tried a soldier." "Henker take your compliments," he cried gruffly. "It was with sweet words that you did coax my fingers into that fool catcher of yours. Now here is my old headpiece of Spanish steel. It has, as you can see, 1 or 2 dints of blows, and a fresh one will not hurt it. I place it here upon this oaken stool, high enough to be within fair sword sweep. Have at it, Junker, and let us see if you can leave your mark upon it." "Do you strike first, sir," said I, "since the challenge is yours." "I must bruise my own headpiece to regain my soldierly credit," he grumbled. "Well, well, it has stood a cut or two in its day." Drawing his broadsword, he waved back the crowd who had gathered around us, while he swung the great weapon with tremendous force round his head, and brought it down with a full, clean sweep on to the smooth cap of steel. The headpiece sprang high into the air, and then clattered down upon the oaken floor with a long, deep line bitten into the solid metal. "Well struck! A brave stroke!" cried the spectators. "It is proof steel thrice welded, and warranted to turn a sword blade," one remarked, raising up the helmet to examine it, and then replacing it upon the stool. "I have seen my father cut through proof steel with this very sword," said I, drawing the 50-year-old weapon. He put rather more of his weight into it than you have done. I have heard him say that a good stroke should come from the back and loins rather than from the mere muscles of the arm. It is not a lecture we want, but a Beispiel, or example, sneered the German. It is with your stroke that we have to do, and not with the teaching of your father. My stroke, said I, is in accordance with his teaching, and whistling round the sword, I brought it down with all my might and strength upon the German's helmet. The good old Commonwealth blade shore through the plate of steel, cut the stool asunder, and buried its point 2 inches deep in the oaken floor. It is but a trick, I explained. I have practised it in the winter evenings at home. It is not a trick that I should care to have played upon me, said Lord Grey, amid a general murmur of applause and surprise. Odds bud, man, you have lived 2 centuries too late. What would not your thews have been worth before gunpowder put all men upon a level? Wunderbar, growled Bice, wunderbar. I am past my prime, young sir, and may well resign the palm of strength to you. It was a right noble stroke. It hath cost me a runlet or 2 of canary and a good old helmet, but I grudge it not, for it was fairly done. I am thankful that my head was not darren. Saxon here used to show us some brave Schwarzspielerei, but he hath not the weight for such smashing blows as this. My eye is still true and my hand firm, though both are perhaps a trifle the worse for want of use, said Saxon, only too glad at the chance of drawing the eyes of the chiefs upon him. At backsword, sword and dagger, sword and buckler, single falchion, and case of falchions, mine old challenge still holds good against any comer, save only my brother Quartus, who plays as well as I do, but hath an extra half-inch in reach, which gives him the vantage. I studied sword-play under Signor Contarini of Paris, said Lord Grey. Who was your master? I have studied, my lord, under Signor Stern Necessity of Europe, quoth Saxon. For 35 years my life has depended, from day to day, upon being able to cover myself with this slip of steel. Here is a small trick, which showeth some nicety of eye, to throw this ring to the ceiling, and catch it upon a rapier point. It seems simple, perchance, and yet is only to be attained by some practice. Simple, cried Wade the lawyer, a square-faced, bold-eyed man. Why, the ring is but the girth of your little finger. A man might do it once by good luck, but none could ensure it. I will lay a guinea a thrust on it, said Saxon, and tossing the little gold circlet up into the air, he flashed out his rapier and made a pass at it. The ring rasped down the steel blade and tinkled against the hilt, fairly impaled. By a sharp motion of the wrist, he shot it up to the ceiling again, where it struck a carved rafter and altered its course. But again, with a quick step forward, he got beneath it and received it on his sword point. Surely there is some cavalier present who is as apt at the trick as I am, he said, replacing the ring upon his finger. I think, Colonel, that I could venture upon it, said a voice, and looking round we found that Monmouth had entered the room and was standing quietly on the outskirts of the throng, unperceived in the general interest which our contention had excited. Nay, nay, gentlemen, he continued pleasantly, as we uncovered and bowed with some little embarrassment. How could my faithful followers be better employed than by breathing themselves in a little sword play? I prithee lend me your rapier, Colonel." He drew a diamond ring from his finger, and spinning it up into the air, he transfixed it as deftly as Saxon had done. I practised the trick at the Hague, where, by my faith, I had only too many hours to devote to such trifles. But how come these still links and splinters of wood to be littered over the floor? "A son of Anak hath appeared among us," said Ferguson, turning his face, all scarred and reddened with the king's evil, in my direction. "A Goliath a Gath, wha hath a stroke like unto a weaver's beam. Hath he no the smooth face of a bairn and the thews of Behemoth?" "A shrewd blow indeed," King Monmouth remarked, picking up half the stool. "How is our champion named?" "He is my captain, your Majesty," Saxon answered, resheathing the sword which the king had handed to him. "Micah Clarke, a man of Hampshire birth." "They breed a good old English stock in those parts," said Monmouth. "But how comes it that you are here, sir? I summoned this meeting for my own immediate household, and for the colonels of the regiments. If every captain is to be admitted into our councils, we must hold our meetings on the Castle Green, for no apartment could contain us." "I ventured to come here, your Majesty," I replied, "because on my way hither I received a commission, which was that I should deliver this small but weighty package into your hands. I therefore thought it my duty to lose no time in fulfilling my errand." "What is in it?" he asked. "I know not," I answered. Dr. Ferguson whispered a few words into the king's ear, who laughed and held out his hand for the packet. "Tut, tut," said he, "the days of the Borgias and the Medicis are over, doctor. Besides, the lad is no Italian conspirator, but hath honest blue eyes and flaxen hair as nature's certificate to his character. This is passing heavy, an ingot of lead by the feel. Lend me your dagger, Colonel Holmes. It is stitched round with packthread. Ha! It is a bar of gold, solid virgin gold, by all that is wonderful. Take charge of it, Wade, and see that it is added to the common fund. This little piece of metal may furnish 10 pikemen. What have we here? A letter and an enclosure. To James, Duke of Monmouth. It was written before we assumed our royal state. Sir Jacob Glancing, late of Snellaby Hall, sends greeting and a pledge of affection. Carry out the good work. 100 more such ingots await you when you have crossed Salisbury Plain. Bravely promised, Sir Jacob. I would that you had sent them. Well, gentlemen, ye see how support and tokens of goodwill come pouring in upon us. Is not the tide upon the turn? Can the usurper hope to hold his own? Will his men stand by him? Within a month or less I shall see ye all gathered round me at Westminster, and no duty will then be so pleasing to me as to see that ye are all, from the highest to the lowest, rewarded for your loyalty to your monarch in this the hour of his darkness and his danger. A murmur of thanks rose up from the courtiers at this gracious speech, but the German plucked at Saxon's sleeve and whispered, "He hath his warm fit upon him. You shall see him cold anon. 1,500 men have joined me here, where I did but expect 1,000 at the most," the king continued. "If we had high hopes when we landed at Lime Cobb with 80 at our back, what should we think now, when we find ourselves in the chief city of Somerset with 8,000 brave men around us? 'Tis but one other affair like that at Axminster, and my uncle's power will go down like a house of cards. But gather round the table, gentlemen, and we shall discuss matters in due form. There is yet a scrap of paper which you have not read, sire, said Wade, picking up a little slip which had been enclosed in the note. It is a rhyming catch, or the posy of a ring, said Monmouth, glancing at it. What are we to make of this? When thy star is in trine, between darkness and shine, Duke Monmouth, beware of the Rhine. Thy star in trine? What tomfoolery is this? If it please your majesty, said I have reason to believe that the man who sent you this message is one of those who are deeply skilled in the arts of divination, and who pretend, from the motions of the celestial bodies, to foretell the fates of men. This gentleman is right, sir, remarked Lord Grey. Thy star in trine is an astrological term, which signifieth when your natal planet shall be in a certain quarter of the heavens. The verse is of the nature of a prophecy. The Chaldeans and Egyptians of old are said to have attained much skill in the art, but I confess that I have no great opinion of those latter-day prophets who busy themselves in answering the foolish questions of every housewife. And tell by Venus and the moon, who stole a thimble or a spoon, muttered Saxon, quoting from his favourite poem. Why, here are our colonels catching the rhyming complaint, said the king, laughing. We shall be dropping the sword and taking to the harp anon, as Alfred did in these very parts. Or I shall become a king of bards and trovers, like good King Rene of Provence. But, gentlemen, if this be indeed a prophecy, it should, methinks, bode well for our enterprise. It is true that I am warned against the Rhine, but there is little prospect of our fighting this quarrel upon its banks. Worse luck, murmured the German under his breath. We may, therefore, thank this Sir Jacob and his giant messenger for his forecast as well as for his gold. But here comes the worthy Mayor of Taunton, the oldest of our councillors and the youngest of our knights. Captain Clarke, I desire you to stand at the inside of the door and to prevent intrusion. What passes amongst us will, I am well convinced, be safe in your keeping. I bowed and took up my post as ordered, while the councilmen and commanders gathered round the great oaken table which ran down the centre of the hall. The mellow evening light was streaming through the three western windows, while the distant babble of the soldiers upon the castle green sounded like the sleepy drone of insects. Monmouth paced with quick, uneasy steps up and down the further end of the room until all were seated. Then he turned towards them and addressed them. You will have surmised, gentlemen, he said, that I have called you together today that I might have the benefit of your collective wisdom in determining what our next step should be. We have now marched some 40 miles into our kingdom, and we have met wherever we have gone with the warm welcome which we expected. Close upon 8,000 men follow our standards, and as many more have been turned away for want of arms. We have twice met the enemy, with the effect that we have armed ourselves with their muskets and field pieces. From first to last there hath been nothing which has not prospered with us. We must look to it that the future be as successful as the past. To ensure this, I have called ye together, and I now ask ye to give me your opinions of our situation, leaving me, after I have listened to your views, to form our plan of action. There are statesmen among ye, and there are soldiers among ye, and there are godly men among ye, who may chance to get a flash of light when statesman and soldier are in the dark. Speak fearlessly then, and let me know what is in your minds. From my central post by the door I could see the lines of faces on either side of the board, the solemn, close-shaven Puritans, sunburned soldiers, and white-wigged, mustachioed courtiers. My eyes rested particularly upon Ferguson's scorbutic features, Saxon's hard, aquiline profile, the German's burly face, and the peaky, thoughtful countenance of the Lord of Wark. "If naebody else will give an opinion," cried the fanatical doctor, "I'll e'en speak myself, as led by the inward voice, for I have no work in the cause enslaved in it, much enduring and suffering many things at the hands of the froward, whereby my ain spirit hath plentifully fructified. Have I no been bruised as in a winepress, and cast out with hissing and scorning into waste places?" "We know your merits and your sufferings, doctor," said the king. "The question before us is as to our course of action." "Was there no a voice heard in the east?" cried the old Whig. "Was there not a sound as of a great crying, the crying for a broken covenant and a sinful generation? Whence came the cry? What was the voice? Was it not that of the man Robert Ferguson, what raised himself up against the great ones in the land, and wouldna be appeased?" "Aye, aye, doctor," said Monmouth impatiently. "Speak to the point, or give place to another." "I shall make myself clear, your Majesty. Have we not heard that Argyle is cutten off? And why was he cutten off? Because he hadna due faith in the workings of the Almighty, and must needs reject the help of the children of light in favour of the bare-legged spawn of prelacy, what are half pagan, half popish. Had he walked in the path of the Lord, he wouldna be lying in the Tolbooth at Edinburgh with the tow or the axe before him. Why did he no gird up his loins and march straight onwards with the banner of light, instead of dallying here and biding there like a half-hearted Didymus? And the same or waur will fall upon us if we dinna march on into the land and plant our ensigns before the wicked town of London, the town where the Lord's wark is to be done, and the tares to be separated from the wheat and piled up for the burning." "Your advice, in short, is that we march on," said Monmouth. "That we march on, your Majesty, and that we prepare ourselves to be the vessels of grace, and forbear from polluting the cause of the gospel by wearing the livery of the devil." Here he glared at a gaily attired cavalier at the other side of the table. "Or by the playing o' cards, the singing o' profane songs, and the swearing of oaths, all which are nightly done by members of this army, with the effect of giving much scandal to God's ain folk." A hum of assent and approval rose up from the more Puritan members of the council at this expression of opinion, while the courtiers glanced at each other and curled their lips in derision. Monmouth took 2 or 3 turns, and then called for another opinion. "You, Lord Grey," he added, "are a soldier and a man of experience. What is your advice? Should we halt here, or push forward towards London?" "To advance to the east would, in my humble judgment, be fatal to us," Grey answered, speaking slowly, with the manner of a man who has thought long and deeply before delivering an opinion. James Stewart is strong in horse, and we have none. We can hold our own amongst hedgerows or in broken country, but what chance could we have in the middle of Salisbury Plain? With the dragoons round us, we should be like a flock of sheep amid a pack of wolves. Again, every step which we take towards London removes us from our natural vantage ground, and from the fertile country which supplies our necessities, while it strengthens our enemy by shortening the distance he has to convey his troops and his victuals. Unless, therefore, we hear of some great outbreak elsewhere, or of some general movement in London in our favour, we should do best to hold our ground and wait an attack. You argue shrewdly and well, my Lord Grey, said the king, but how long are we to wait for this outbreak which never comes, and for this support which is ever promised and never provided? We have now been 7 long days in England, and during that time, of all the House of Commons, no single man hath come over to us, and of the Lords none save my Lord Grey, who was himself an exile. Not a baron or an earl, and only one baronet, hath taken up arms for me. Where are the men whom Danvers and Wildman promised me from London? Where are the brisk boys of the city who were said to be longing for me? Where are the breakings out from Berwick to Portland, which they foretold? Not a man hath moved, save only these good peasants. I have been deluded, ensnared, trapped by vile agents who have led me into the shambles. He paced up and down, wringing his hands and biting his lips, with despair stamped upon his face. I observed that Buyse smiled and whispered something to Saxon, a hint, I suppose, that this was the cold fit of which he spoke. Tell me, Colonel Buyse, said the king, mastering his emotion by a strong effort, do you, as a soldier, agree with my Lord Grey? Ask Saxon, your Majesty, the German answered. My opinion in a Rathsversammlung is, I have observed, ever the same as his. Then we turn to you, Colonel Saxon, said Monmouth. We have in this council a party who are in favour of an advance, and a party who wish to stand their ground. Their weight and numbers are, methinks, nearly equal. If you had the casting vote, how would you decide? All eyes were bent upon our leader for his martial bearing, and the respect shown to him by the veteran Buyse made it likely that his opinion might really turn the scale. He sat for a few moments in silence, with his hands before his face. I will give my opinion, your Majesty, he said at last. Feversham and Churchill are making for Salisbury with 3,000 foot, and they have pushed on 800 of the Blue Guards and 2 or 3 dragoon regiments. We should, therefore, as Lord Grey says, have to fight on Salisbury Plain, and our foot, armed with a medley of weapons, could scarce make head against their horse. All is possible to the Lord, as Dr. Ferguson wisely said. We are as grains of dust in the hollow of his hand. Yet he hath given us brains wherewith to choose the better course, and if we neglect it, we must suffer the consequence of our folly. Ferguson laughed contemptuously and breathed out a prayer, but many of the other Puritans nodded their heads to acknowledge that this was not an unreasonable view to take of it. On the other hand, sire, Saxon continued, it appears to me that to remain here is equally impossible. Your Majesty's friends throughout England would lose all heart if the army lay motionless and struck no blow. the rustics would flock off to their wives and homes. Such an example is catching. I have seen a great army thaw away like an icicle in the sunshine. Once gone, it is no easy matter to collect them again. To keep them, we must employ them. Never let them have an idle minute. Drill them, march them, exercise them, work them, preach to them, make them obey God and their colonel. This cannot be done in snug quarters. They must travel. We cannot hope to end this business until we get to London. London, then, must be our goal. But there are many ways of reaching it. You have, sire, as I have heard, many friends at Bristol and in the Midlands. If I might advise, I should say, let us march round in that direction. Every day that passes will serve to swell your forces and improve your troops, while all will feel something is a-stirring. Should we take Bristol, and I hear that the works are not very strong, it would give us a very good command of shipping and a rare centre from which to act. If all goes well with us, we could make our way to London through Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. In the meantime, I might suggest that a day of fast and humiliation be called to bring down a blessing on the cause. This address, skilfully compounded of worldly wisdom and of spiritual zeal, won the applause of the whole council, and especially that of King Monmouth, whose melancholy vanished as if by magic. "By my faith, Colonel," said he, "you make it all as clear as day. Of course, if we make ourselves strong in the West, and my uncle is threatened with disaffection elsewhere, he will have no chance to hold out against us. Should he wish to fight us upon our own ground, he must needs drain his troops from north, south, and east, which is not to be thought of. We may very well march to London by way of Bristol." "I think that the advice is good," Lord Grey observed, "but I should like to ask Colonel Saxon what warrant he hath for saying that Churchill and Feversham are on their way with 3,000 regular foot and several regiments of horse." "The word of an officer of the Blues with whom I conversed at Salisbury," Saxon answered. "He confided in me, believing me to be one of the Duke of Beaufort's household. As to the horse, one party pursued us on Salisbury Plain with bloodhounds, and another attacked us not 20 miles from here, and lost a score of troopers and a cornet." "We heard something of the brush," said the king. "It was bravely done. But if these men are so close, we have no great time for preparation." "Their foot cannot be here before a week," said the mayor. "By that time we might be behind the walls of Bristol." "There is one point which might be urged," observed Wade the lawyer. "We have, as your majesty most truly says, met with heavy discouragement in the fact that no noblemen and few commoners of repute have declared for us. The reason is, I opine, that each doth wait for his neighbour to make a move. Should one or two come over, the others would soon follow. How then are we to bring a duke or two to our standards?" "There's the question, Master Wade," said Monmouth, shaking his head despondently. "I think that it might be done," continued the Whig lawyer. "Mere proclamations addressed to the commonalty will not catch these gold fish. They are not to be angled for with a naked hook. I should recommend that some form of summons or writ be served upon each of them, calling upon them to appear in our camp within a certain date, under pain of high treason." "There spake the legal mind," quoth King Monmouth with a laugh. but you have omitted to tell us how the said writ or summons is to be conveyed to these same delinquents. There is the Duke of Beaufort, continued Wade, disregarding the king's objection. He is President of Wales, and he is, as your Majesty knows, lieutenant of 4 English counties. His influence overshadows the whole West. He hath 200 horses in his stables at Badminton, and 1,000 men, as I have heard, sit down at his tables every day. Why should not a special effort be made to gain over such a one, the more so as we intend to march in his direction? Henry, Duke of Beaufort, is unfortunately already in arms against his sovereign, said Monmouth gloomily. He is, sire, but he may be induced to turn in your favour the weapon which he hath raised against you. He is a Protestant. He is said to be a Whig. Why should we not send a message to him, flatter his pride, appeal to his religion, coax and threaten him? Who knows? He may have private grievances of which we know nothing, and may be ripe for such a move. Your counsel is good, Wade, said Lord Grey, but methinks his Majesty hath asked a pertinent question. Your messenger would, I fear, find himself swinging upon one of the Badminton oaks, if the Duke desired to show his loyalty to James Stuart. Where are we to find a man who is wary enough and bold enough for such a mission, without risking one of our leaders, who could be ill spared at such a time? It is true, said the king. It were better not to venture it at all than to do it in a clumsy and halting fashion. Beaufort would think that it was a plot, not to gain him over, but to throw discredit upon him. But what means our giant at the door by signing to us? If it please your Majesty, I asked, have I permission to speak? We would fain hear you, Captain, he answered graciously. If your understanding is in any degree correspondent to your strength, your opinion should be of weight. Then, your Majesty, said I would offer myself as a fitting messenger in this matter. My father bid me spare neither life nor limb in this quarrel, and if this honourable council thinks that the Duke may be gained over, I am ready to guarantee that the message shall be conveyed to him, if man and horse can do it. I'll warrant that no better herald could be found, cried Saxon. The lad hath a cool head and a staunch heart. Then, young sir, we shall accept your loyal and gallant offer, said Monmouth. Are ye all agreed, gentlemen, upon the point? A murmur of assent rose from the company. You shall draw up the paper, Wade. Offer him money, a seniority amongst the dukes, the perpetual presidentship of Wales, what you will, if you can but shake him. If not, sequestration, exile, and everlasting infamy. And hark ye, you can enclose a copy of the papers drawn up by Van Bruno, which prove the marriage of my mother, together with the attestations of the witnesses. Have them ready by tomorrow at daybreak, when the messenger may start. They shall be ready, your Majesty, said Wade. In that case, gentlemen, continued King Monmouth, I may now dismiss ye to your posts. Should anything fresh arise, I shall summon ye again, that I may profit by your wisdom. Here we shall stay, if Sir Stephen Timewell will have us, until the men are refreshed and the recruits enrolled. We shall then make our way Bristolwards, and see what luck awaits us in the north. If Beaufort comes over, all will be well. Farewell, my kind friends. I need not tell ye to be diligent and faithful. The council rose at the king's salutation, and bowing to him, they began to file out of the castle hall. Several of the members clustered round me with hints for my journey or suggestions as to my conduct. "He is a proud, froward man," said one. "Speak humbly to him, or he will never hearken to your message, but will order you to be scourged out of his presence." "Nay, nay," cried another, "he is hot, but he loves a man. That is a man. Speak boldly and honestly to him, and he is more like to listen to reason." "Speak as the Lord shall direct you," said a Puritan. "It is his message which you bear as well as the king's." "Entice him out alone upon some excuse," said Buyse. "Then up and away, meet him upon your crupper. Hagelsturm, that would be a proper game." "Leave him alone," cried Saxon. "The lad hath as much sense as any of ye. He will see which way the cat jumps. Come, friend, let us make our way back to our men." "I am sorry indeed to lose you," he said, as we threaded our way through the throng of peasants and soldiers upon the castle green. "Your company will miss you sorely. Lockarby must see to the two. If all goes well, you should be back in 3 or 4 days. I need not tell you that there is a real danger. If the Duke wishes to prove to James that he would not allow himself to be tampered with, he can only do it by punishing the messenger, which as lieutenant of a county he hath power to do in times of civil commotion. He is a hard man if all reports be true. On the other hand, if you should chance to succeed, it may lay the foundations of your fortunes and be the means of saving Monmouth. He needs help, by the Lord Harry. Never have I seen such a rabble as this army of his. Buyse says that they fought lustily at this ruffle at Axminster, but he is of one mind with me that a few whiffs of shot and cavalry charges would scatter them over the countryside. Have you any message to leave?" "None, save my love to my mother," said I. "It is well. Should you fall in any unfair way, I shall not forget his Grace of Beaufort, and the next of his gentlemen who comes in my way shall hang as high as Haman. And now you had best make for your chamber, and have
Section 23 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Section 23 of the News from Havant. Having given my orders that Covenant should be saddled and bridled by daybreak, I had gone to my room and was preparing for a long night's rest, when Sir Gervas, who slept in the same apartment, came dancing in with a bundle of papers waving over his head. "3 guesses, Clarke," he cried. "What would you most desire?" "Letters from Havant?" said I eagerly. "Right," he answered, throwing them into my lap. 3 of them, and not a woman's hand among them. Sink me if I can understand what you have been doing all your life. How can youthful heart resign lovely woman, sparkling wine? But you are so lost in your news that you have not observed my transformation. Why, wherever did you get these? I asked in astonishment. For he was attired in a delicate plum-coloured suit with gold buttons and trimmings, set off by silken hosen and Spanish leather shoes with roses on the instep. "It smacks more of the court than of the camp," quoth Sir Gervas, rubbing his hands and glancing down at himself with some satisfaction. "I am also revictualled in the matter of ratafia and orange-flower water, together with 2 new wigs, a bob and a quart, a pound of the imperial snuff from the sign of the Black Man, a box of de Crepigny's hair-powder, my foxskin muff, and several other necessaries. But I hinder you in your reading." "I have seen enough to tell me that all is well at home," I answered, glancing over my father's letter. "But how came these things?" "Some horsemen have come in from Petersfield, bearing them with them. As to my little box, which a fair friend of mine in town packed for me, it was to be forwarded to Bristol, where I am now supposed to be, and should be were it not for my good fortune in meeting your party. It chanced to find its way, however, to the Bruton Inn, and the good woman there, whom I had conciliated, found means to send it after me. It is a good rule to go upon, Clarke, in this earthly pilgrimage, always to kiss the landlady. It may seem a small thing, and yet life is made up of small things. I have few fixed principles, I fear, but 2 there are which I can say from my heart that I never transgress. I always carry a corkscrew, and I never forget to kiss the landlady." "From what I have seen of you," said I, laughing, "I could be warranty that those 2 duties are ever fulfilled." "I have letters too," said he, sitting on the side of the bed and turning over a sheaf of papers. "Your broken-hearted Araminta. The wench cannot know that I am ruined, or her heart would speedily be restored. What's this? A challenge to match my bird Julius against my Lord Dorchester's cockerel for 100 guineas. Faith, I am too busy backing the Monmouth rooster for the Champion Stakes. Another asking me to chase the stag at Epping. Zounds! Had I not cleared off, I should have been run down myself, with a pack of bandog bailiffs at my heels. A dunning letter from my clothier. He can afford to lose this bill. He hath had many a long one out of me. An offer of 3,000 from little Dicky Chichester. No, Dicky, it won't do. A gentleman can't live upon his friends. None the less grateful. How now? From Mrs. Butterworth. No money for 3 weeks. Bailiffs in the house. Now, curse me, if this is not too bad. What is the matter? I asked, glancing up from my own letters. The baronet's pale face had taken a tinge of red, and he was striding furiously up and down the bedroom with a letter crumpled up in his hand. "It is a burning shame, Clarke," he cried. "Hang it, she shall have my watch. It is by Tompion, of the sign of the 3 Crowns in Paul's Yard, and cost 100 when new. It should keep her for a few months. Mortimer shall measure swords with me for this. I shall write villain upon him with my rapier's point." "I've never seen you ruffled before," said I. "No," he answered, laughing. "Many have lived with me for years, and would give me a certificate for temper, but this is too much. Sir Edward Mortimer is my mother's younger brother, Clarke, but he is not many years older than myself. A proper, straight-laced, soft-voiced lad he has ever been, and as a consequence he throve in the world, and joined land to land after the scriptural fashion. I had befriended him from my purse in the old days, but he soon came to be a richer man than I, for all that he gained he kept, whereas all I got, well, it went off like the smoke of the pipe which you are lighting. When I found that all was up with me, I received from Mortimer an advance, which was sufficient to take me according to my wish over to Virginia, together with a horse and a personal outfit. There was some chance, Clark, of the Jerome acres going to him should aught befall me, so that he was not averse to helping me off to a land of fevers and scalping knives. Nay, never shake your head, my dear country lad, you little know the wiles of the world. Give him credit for the best until the worst is proved, said I, sitting up in bed smoking, with my letters littered about in front of me. The worst is proved, said Sir Gervas, with a darkening face. I have, as I said, done Mortimer some turns which he might remember, though it did not become me to remind him of them. This Mistress Butterworth is mine old wet nurse, and it hath been the custom of the family to provide for her. I could not bear the thought that in the ruin of my fortune she should lose the paltry guinea or so a week which stood between her and hunger. My only request to Mortimer, therefore, made on the score of old friendship, was that he should continue this pittance, I promising that should I prosper I would return whatever he should disburse. The mean-hearted villain wrung my hand and swore that it should be so. How vile a thing is human nature, Clark! For the sake of this paltry sum he, a rich man, hath broken his pledge and left this poor woman to starve. But he shall answer to me for it. He thinks that I am on the Atlantic. If I march back to London with these brave boys, I shall disturb the tenor of his sainted existence. Meanwhile I shall trust to sundials, and off goes my watch to Mother Butterworth. Bless her ample bosoms! I have tried many liquors, but I dare bet that the first was the most healthy. But how of your own letters? You have been frowning and smiling like an April day. There is one from my father, with a few words attached from my mother, said I. The second is from an old friend of mine, Zachariah Palmer, the village carpenter. The third is from Solomon Sprent, a retired seaman, for whom I have an affection and respect. You have a rare trio of newsmen. I would I knew your father, Clark. He must, from what you say, be a stout bit of British oak. I spoke even now of your knowing little of the world, but indeed it may be that in your village you can see mankind without the varnish, and so come to learn more of the good of human nature. Varnish or none, the bad will ever peep through. Now this carpenter and seaman show themselves no doubt for what they are. A man might know my friends of the court for a lifetime, and never come upon their real selves. Nor would it perhaps repay the search when you had come across it. Sink me, but I wax philosophical, which is the old refuge of the ruined man. Give me a tub, and I shall set up in the piazza of Covent Garden, and be the Diogenes of London. I would not be wealthy again, Micah. How goes the old lilt? Our money shall never indict us or drag us to Goldsmith Hall. No pirates or wrecks can affright us. We that have no estates fear no plunder or rates, nor care to lock gates. He that lies on the ground cannot fall. That last would make a good motto for an almshouse. You will have Sir Stephen up, said I warningly, for he was carolling away at the pitch of his lungs. Never fear! He and his prentices were all at the broadsword exercise in the hall as I came by. It is worth something to see the old fellow stamp and swing his sword and cry, "Ha!" on the downcut. Mistress Ruth and friend Lockerby are in the tapestried room, she spinning and he reading aloud one of those entertaining volumes which she would have me read. Methinks she hath taken his conversion in hand, which may end in his converting her from a maid into a wife. And so you go to the Duke of Beaufort. Well, I would that I could travel with you, but Saxon will not hear of it, and my musketeers must be my first care. God send you safe back. Where is my jasmine powder and the patch-box? Read me your letters, if there be aught in them of interest. I have been splitting a flask with our gallant colonel at his inn, and he hath told me enough of your home at Havant to make me wish to know more. This one is somewhat grave, said I. Nay, I'm in the humour for grave things. Have at it, if it contain the whole Platonic philosophy. 'Tis from the venerable carpenter, who hath for many years been my adviser and friend. He is one who is religious without being sectarian, philosophic without being a partisan, and loving without being weak. A paragon, truly, exclaimed Sir Gervas, who was busy with his eyebrow brush. This is what he saith, I continued, and proceeded to read the very letter which I now read to you. Having heard from your father, my dear lad, that there was some chance of being able to send a letter to you, I have written this, and am now sending it under the charge of the worthy John Packingham of Chichester, who is bound for the west. I trust that you are now safe with Monmouth's army, and that you have received honourable appointment therein. I doubt not that you will find among your comrades some who are extreme sectaries, and others who are scoffers and disbelievers. Be advised by me, friend, and avoid both the one and the other. For the zealot is a man who not only defends his own right of worship, wherein he hath justice, but wishes to impose upon the consciences of others, by which he falls into the very error against which he fights. The mere brainless scoffer is, on the other hand, lower than the beast of the field, since he lacks the animal's self-respect and humble resignation. My faith, cried the baronet, the old gentleman hath a rough side to his tongue. Let us take religion upon its broadest base, for the truth must be broader than aught which we can conceive. The presence of a table doth prove the existence of a carpenter, and so the presence of a universe proves the existence of a universal maker, call him by what name you will. So far the ground is very firm beneath us, without either inspiration, teaching, or any aid whatever. Since, then, there must be a world-maker, let us judge of his nature by his work. We cannot observe the glories of the firmament, its infinite extent, its beauty, and the divine skill wherewith every plant and animal hath its wants cared for, without seeing that he is full of wisdom, intelligence, and power. We are still, you will perceive, upon solid ground, without having to call to our aid aught save pure reason. Having got so far, let us inquire to what end the universe was made, and we put upon it. The teaching of all nature shows that it must be to the end of improvement and upward growth, the increase in real virtue, in knowledge, and in wisdom. Nature is a silent preacher, which holds forth upon weekdays as on Sabbaths. We see the acorn grow into the oak, the egg into the bird, the maggot into the butterfly. Shall we doubt, then, that the human soul, the most precious of all things, is also upon the upward path? And how can the soul progress save through the cultivation of virtue and self-mastery? What other way is there? There is none. We may say with confidence, then, that we are placed here to increase in knowledge and in virtue. This is the core of all religion, and this much needs no faith in the acceptance. It is as true and as capable of proof as one of those exercises of Euclid which we have gone over together. On this common ground men have raised many different buildings. Christianity, the creed of Mahomet, the creed of the Easterns, have all the same essence. The difference lies in the forms and the details. Let us hold to our own Christian creed, the beautiful, often professed, and seldom practised doctrine of love. But let us not despise our fellow men, for we are all branches from the common root of truth. Man comes out of darkness into light. He tarries a while, and then passes into darkness again. Micah, lad, the days are passing, mine as well as thine. Let them not be wasted, they are few in number. What says Petrarch? To him that enters, life seems infinite. To him that departs, nothing. Let every day, every hour, be spent in furthering the Creator's end, in getting out whatever power for good there is in you. What is pain, or work, or trouble? The cloud that passes over the sun. But the result of work well done is everything. It is eternal. It lives and waxes stronger through the centuries. Pause not for rest. The rest will come when the hour of work is past. May God protect and guard you. There is no great news. The Portsmouth garrison hath marched to the west. Sir John Lawson, the magistrate, hath been down here, threatening your father and others, but he can do little for want of proofs. Church and dissent are at each other's throats as ever. Truly, the stern law of Moses is more enduring than the sweet words of Christ. Adieu, my dear lad. All good wishes from your grey-headed friend, Zachariah Palmer. "Odds fish!" cried Sir Gervas, as I folded up the letter. "I have heard Stillingfleet and Tennyson, but I never listened to a better sermon. This is a bishop disguised as a carpenter. The crozier would suit his hand better than the plane. But how of our seaman friend? Is he a tarpaulin theologian, a divine among the tarry breeks?" "Solomon Sprent is a very different man, though good enough in his way," said I. "But you shall judge him from his letter." "Master Clarke, sir, when last we was in company, I had run in under the batteries on cutting out service, while you did stand on and off in the channel and wait signals. Having stopped to refit and to overhaul my prize, which proved to be in proper trim alow and aloft." "What the devil doth he mean?" asked Sir Gervas. "It is a maid of whom he talks, Phoebe Dawson, the sister of the blacksmith. He hath scarce put foot on land for nigh 40 years, and can as a consequence only speak in this sea jargon, though he fancies that he uses as pure King's English as any man in Hampshire." "Proceed, then," quoth the baronet. "Having also read the Articles of War, I explained to her the conditions under which we were to sail in company on life's voyage, namely, first, she to obey signals without question as soon as received. Second, she to steer by my reckoning. Third, she to stand by me as true consort in foul weather, battle, or shipwreck. Fourth, she to run under my guns if assailed by picaroons, privateeros, or guarda-costas. Fifth, me to keep her in due repair, dry dock her at intervals, and see that she hath her allowance of coats of paint, streamers, and bunting, as befits a saucy pleasure boat. Sixth, me to take no other craft in tow, and if any be now attached, to cut their hawsers. Seventh, me to revictual her day by day. Eighth, should she chance to spring a leak, or be blown on her beam ends by the winds of misfortune, to stand by her and see her pumped out or righted. Ninth, to fly the Protestant ensign at the peak during life's voyage, and to lay our course for the great harbour, in the hope that moorings and ground to swing may be found for 2 British-built crafts when laid up for eternity. 'Twas close on 8 bells before these articles were signed and sealed. When I headed after you, I could not so much as catch a glimpse of your topsail. Soon after I heard as you had gone a-soldiering, together with that lean, rakish, long-sparred, picaroon-like craft which I have seen of late in the village. I take it unkind of you that you have not so much as dipped ensign to me on leaving. But perchance the tide was favourable, and you could not tarry. Had I not been jury-rigged, with one of my spars shot away, I should have dearly loved to have strapped on my hanger and come with you to smell gunpowder once more. I would do it now, timber-toe and all, were it not for my consort, who might claim it as a breach of the articles, and so sheer off. I must follow the light on her poop until we are fairly joined. Farewell, mate. In action, take an old sailor's advice. Keep the weather gauge and board. Tell that to your admiral on the day of battle. Whisper it in his ear. Say to him, keep the weather gauge and board. Tell him also to strike quick, strike hard, and keep on striking. That's the word of Christopher Vingus, and a better man has not been launched, though he did climb in through the oars-pipe. Yours to command, Solomon Sprent. Sir Gervas had been chuckling to himself during the reading of this epistle, but at the last part we both broke out a-laughing. Land or sea, he will have it that battles are fought in ships, said the baronet. You should have had that sage piece of advice for Monmouth's council to-day. Should he ever ask your opinion, it must be, keep the weather gauge and board. I must to sleep, said I, laying aside my pipe. I should be on the road by daybreak. Nay, I prithee, complete your kindness by letting me have a glimpse of your respected parent, the Roundhead. 'Tis but a few lines, I answered. He was ever short of speech, but if they interest you, you shall hear them. I am sending this by a godly man, my dear son, to say that I trust that you are bearing yourself as becomes you. In all danger and difficulty, trust not to yourself, but ask for help on high. If you are in authority, teach your men to sing psalms when they fall on, as is the good old custom. In action give point rather than edge. A thrust must beat a cut. Your mother and the others send their affection to you. Sir John Lawson hath been down here like a ravening wolf, but could find no proof against me. John Marchbank of Bedhampton is cast into prison. Truly Antichrist reigns in the land, but the kingdom of light is at hand. Strike lustily for truth and conscience. Your loving father, Joseph Clarke. Postscriptum from my mother. I trust that you will remember what I have said concerning your hosen, and also the broad linen collars, which you will find in the bag. It is a little over a week since you left, yet it seems a year. When cold or wet, take 10 drops of Daffy's elixir in a small glass of strong waters. Should your feet chafe, rub tallow on the inside of your boots. Commend me to Master Saxon and to Master Lockerby, if he be with you. His father was mad at his going, for he hath a great brewing going forward, and none to mind the mash-tub. Ruth hath baked cake, but the oven hath played her false, and it is lumpy in the inside. 1,000 kisses, dear heart, from your loving mother, M.C. A right sensible couple, quoth Sir Gervas, who, having completed his toilet, had betaken him to his couch. I now begin to understand your manufacture, Clarke. I see the threads that are used in the weaving of you. Your father looks to your spiritual wants. Your mother concerns herself with the material. Yet the old carpenter's preaching is, methinks, more to your taste. You are a rank latitudinarian man. Sir Stephen would cry fie upon you, and Joshua Pettigrew abjure you. Well, out with a light, for we should both be stirring at cock-crow. That is our religion at present.